1321. Giving the way to the Sea of Stars. The Immortal of Inscription uses true immortal runes to depict the path of immortality. However, the path of immortality also has levels. Like what I saw before, hunger, chaos, isolation, return, are probably the most basic. That true immortal rune that might represent creation is obviously above them. And the path represented by the mark hidden within the U-clan's bodies. The transformation from mortal to immortal surpasses even the so-called creation. And returning to truth. Li Fan took a deep breath, forcibly calming his mind. Even though he had returned to truth 125 times, each time personally experiencing the magnificent power of resetting all things in the world in an instant, and knowing that returning to truth almost transcends everything currently known. But at the end of the previous life, the process of returning to truth was interfered with by unknown variables. Coupled with the terrifying power displayed by the wall-breaker Cat Bao, Li Fan inevitably had some doubts in his mind about the upper limit of returning to truth. As he gradually comes into contact with the forces outside the wall in the future, will returning to truth still be as invincible as it was in the Dark Star Sea? This discovery gave Li Fan a reassurance. The limit of returning to truth is far more unfathomable than he imagined. The laws of the Xuanwang realm can be seen as a partial projection of the laws of the Dark Star Sea downwards. And the laws of the Dark Star Sea are also a partial projection of the laws of the Immortal realm downwards. And returning to truth almost stands above everything. The reflection from top to bottom, in theory, can replicate everything I come into contact with out of thin air through the transformation of false becoming true. As long as my power and understanding are sufficient. Li Fan recalled the feeling he had when writing that mysterious mark just now, and said thoughtfully. This is just the transformation of false becoming true. Returning to truth is not just false becoming true. There's also the previous true becoming false. As his thoughts turned, Li Fan casually grabbed a nearby round stone. Staring intently at the round stone, he tried to directly erase its existence through true becoming false. However, each time the process of returning to truth occurred, the surrounding original real world seemed to be shrouded in white mist, making it unclear. Therefore, Li Fan could not know how this process of true becoming false was actually achieved. Perhaps, during the returning to truth in this life, I can try to actively dispel the surrounding mist. Li Fan couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. If I can gain some understanding in this path, relying on the supreme power of returning to truth, I might be able to directly cross a major realm and casually erase my opponent. As his thoughts raced, Li Fan sorted out the remnants in his memory of the mysterious symbols he had gleaned from possessing the U-clan's bodies over the past year. Then, he handed them over to the termination disintegration disk for classification and application. Simultaneously handling two tasks involving immortal arrays, the efficiency of the disintegration disk inevitably decreased a lot. It seems that it's time to upgrade the disintegration disk again. Relying purely on the sublimation triggered by immortal array data is ultimately still constrained by the mortal body. The 9 original disintegration disks of the Myriad Immortal Alliance can be said to be completely different objects from the one in my hand. The help they can provide is minimal. If I want to completely transform into an immortal artifact disintegration disk, I will ultimately need the power of a mortal spirit. Li Fan pressed his slightly swollen brow, which was due to overwork. After relaxing, he looked at the U-clan here. They did not feel grief because of the death of the person Li Fan possessed. They even felt particularly excited because of his dedication to the Great Sea of Dark Abyss. Seeing the U-clan's pious appearance, Li Fan was deeply moved. With a wave of his hand, he instantly took them all into his body and temporarily suppressed them. After returning to the Great Chi small world, he would provide them with the best living conditions, so that they could always stay in the Great Chi and pray in peace for the rest of their lives. This small world cannot be wasted either. The small world where the U-clan was located was several times weaker than Great Zon. Naturally, it did not give birth to the heavenly Tao consciousness. Li Fan's actions were also much easier. He created a simulated heavenly mandate, directly replacing the heavenly Tao and maintaining the normal operation of this small world. Then, he repeated the old trick and silently grafted it into the Xuanwang main realm. Practice makes perfect. This time the art of healing the heavens went very smoothly. With another small world heavenly Tao clone, wisps of insights, like churning waves, constantly emerged in his mind. Even if the position was not enough, this large number of emerging Tao comprehension inspirations could give Li Fan some substantial enlightenment. This heavenly Tao comprehension is useless to me, but to other cultivators, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After returning to Great Zan, and settling the Yu clan, causing a large part of them to change their faith. Li Fan looked at the densely packed cultivators sitting on the preaching platform in the center of Great Zan, and his heart moved slightly. Buzz! A layer of platform emerged out of thin air. Located below the platform of the skill catalog, above all the disciples. The platform was carved with all the scenery, spirits, and things in the world. But it was like a living thing, constantly changing and lifelike. If you look closely, if you are lucky, you will occasionally find colorful sparkling points in the stone carvings. Those are all the insights from the simulated heavenly mandate that Li Fan cannot use. If the cultivators on the preaching platform are fortunate enough to comprehend them, their cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds, and even comprehending their own unique divine powers will not be difficult. The creatures in the preaching platform are all under my surveillance. Their inspiration is also my inspiration. Although the realm is low, the sparks of thought, magnified countless times, are still wonderful. Even if only 1 in 10,000 can inspire me. With the number of cultivators on this preaching platform, over time, it will be a considerable wealth. Moreover, if necessary, I can also call upon the preaching platform and manipulate the thoughts of the cultivators on it. To help me comprehend together. Inside the preaching platform, a silver-white round bead, like an eye, constantly absorbed the inner inspiration from the different creatures above. Gradually becoming a little strange, as if alive, constantly turning slightly around. The Holy Teacher Phantom, after initially completing the preaching cause of Great Zan. He split off another body and went to the next small world. This newly split body is not supported by the power of Li Fan's main body. But it is the power of faith absorbed by the Holy Teacher Phantom in the process of preaching, gathered together. Similar to the Emperor's Qi Canon, but Great Qi has become Great Zan, the soldiers have become students, and the Holy Emperor has become the Holy Teacher. At present, the initial stage of expansion will be handled by these phantoms. Waiting for the preaching to begin to alarm the myriad Immortal Alliance, or other hidden powerhouses in the small world, then Li Fan will personally take action to suppress and subdue them. Before that, Li Fan still has to make full preparations for the future confrontation. The part of the Yu clan that was divided and changed their faith has already begun to provide Li Fan with the initial source power essence. Using these source power essences as bait, coupled with various threats and inducements, Li Fan skillfully pulled old acquaintances such as Baihua, Chaogong, and Shengren Yin into the alliance. A great change is about to occur in the heavens and earth, which you may not recognize. I will now discuss it. On the Grand Mystery Preaching platform, Li Fan's true form replaced the Phantom, sitting solemnly. Below, Shengren Yin and others listened to Li Fan's sermon. Li Fan spoke of the revival of the Star Sea, leading to the future revival of the Xuanwang world. The crowd listened with a mixture of belief and doubt. Li Fan smiled slightly and pointed towards the sky, as if opening a vortex leading outside the Star Sea. Everyone, please follow me. With a rainbow of 7 colors appearing around him, Li Fan invited everyone to enter. The crowd looked at each other, but in the end, they all entered Li Fan's rainbow light protection. The 7-colored light soared into the sky. Passing through the vortex in the sky, the next moment, they directly appeared at the border of Xuanwang. Judging by the momentum, there was no intention of stopping. It seemed they were going to continue speeding towards the starry sky of the Xuanwang realm. The expressions of the crowd suddenly turned pale. They all knew of the terrifying suction force outside the Xuanwang realm. Leaving the protection of the Xuanwang realm, they might fall into it in the next moment, with no escape from death. But what happened next greatly exceeded their expectations. The 7-colored rainbow light separated into different colors, drawing a curved arc in the Star Sea. It forcibly took everyone away from the Xuanwang realm. The crowd was stunned. Li Fan, however, continued non-stop, rapidly flying towards the depths of the Star Sea. The dead silence of the Star Sea made the crowd sentimental and sorrowful. The crisis in the Star Sea made the crowd uneasy and their expressions solemn. Li Fan, like a prophet, was able to bypass the dangerous areas in the Star Sea every time, which made the crowd look at him with admiration. They speculated how many times Li Fan had traveled to and from the starry sky to be so familiar. However, as they continued to delve deeper into the Star Sea, Li Fan's speed also slowed down. He seemed to be discerning the direction. Shengren Yin and the others were right. After all, the connection between the Holy Emperor in his previous life when he comprehended the Tao in the center of the Star Sea and his true form had become vague. Therefore, the further they went on this journey to witness the revival of the Star Sea, the less memory there was to draw upon, and the more Li Fan needed to find his own way forward. Fortunately, it was still a matter of following clues. Relying on his faint perception, Li Fan had already touched the location of the original consciousness of this Star Sea. It was just that the Holy Emperor in his previous life relied on the incarnation of the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao, and the identity of the Star Sea's possible savior to attract the attention of the Star Sea's original consciousness. Li Fan in this life, however, had not yet revealed the qualifications to be worthy of the Star Sea's attention. Li Fan did not intend to expose himself to the Star Sea so early. But this did not prevent Li Fan's next plan. It should be here. Feeling that it was about right, Li Fan stopped, looked at the void in front of him, and sighed slightly. Hearing this, the crowd looked at it with inexplicable expressions. In their perception, this starry sky was indeed somewhat different from before. It seemed brighter and warmer. But it was still far from the revival that Li Fan spoke of. It still looked like a dead silence. However, since the other party had spent so much effort to bring them here, he would certainly not do it aimlessly. Could it be that my comprehension is not enough? In an instant, a trace of self-doubt flashed in everyone's mind. Then, they continued to observe with utmost solemnity. Li Fan saw the subtle changes in everyone's expressions and smiled without saying a word. After a long time, he finally asked, "Have you all gained anything?" He was answered with silence. Li Fan pretended to be slightly surprised, pondered for a moment, and suddenly waved his hand. Several rays of light were injected into the sea of consciousness of the crowd. It was the Holy Emperor's understanding of the power of the Star Sea's revival in his previous life. The eyes of the crowd instantly lit up. Around them, wisps of imperceptible vitality appeared out of thin air. Chaogong, Baihua, and others, who were able to survive from the destruction of the immortal realm to this day, which one was not a genius? Previously, because the Star Sea's consciousness was too vast and hidden under the ruin and silence, they failed to notice it. But now, Li Fan was holding the results of his enlightenment and throwing them directly into their minds. Naturally, they all noticed something. Indeed, Baihua was the most touched. If I can master this power of revival, maybe I can save the myriad flourishing realm. Shangren Yin touched his head. The remnants of the world's souls that he had devoured seemed to be attracted by this power of revival and wanted to drill out of his body again. For a time, the crowd was immersed in the face of this vast power of the Star Sea. They did not notice that Li Fan, who was guiding them to enlightenment, had moved away from them for some reason. In fact, Li Fan also used methods close to the immortal formation to temporarily hide his own tracks. He had a hunch that exposing his existence to the original consciousness of the Dark Star Sea too early was definitely not a good thing. At least wait until I successfully merge with the Tao and achieve the limit of mortality. Li Fan looked at the enlightened crowd, his eyes flashing. The time when the crowd woke up from their enlightenment varied. Chaogong was the first to wake up. His eyes rolled, as if he had thought of a brilliant idea. He couldn't wait to return to the Xuanwang realm to experiment. Shangren Yin seemed to have spent a lot of time in order to solve the violent remnants of the world's souls in his body. However, to Li Fan's surprise, Baihua was the last to wake up. From her eyes, Li Fan could feel Baihua's inner joy. Congratulations, everyone, you have all gained something. The Star Sea is full of crises and should not be stayed in for long. Let's return as soon as possible, Li Fan said with a smile. The crowd nodded and responded with the etiquette of disciples. Without any danger along the way, the crowd returned to the Grand Mystery preaching platform again. Seeing is believing. After personally taking a trip to the Star Sea, the crowd completely believed Li Fan's words. The revival of the Star Sea was just around the corner. Everyone must know that the dead silence of the Star Sea cannot be restored to life overnight. As the only surviving place in the Star Sea today, Xuanwang should be the source of the Star Sea's revival. Only by spreading vitality from here can we achieve twice the result with half the effort. The crowd listened to Li Fan's conclusion and nodded in agreement after thinking about it. No merit is greater than following the dragon. If we can help the Star Sea's revival, then when the Star Sea returns to its former glory in the future, the benefits we can obtain, needless to say. Li Fan looked at the crowd indifferently. Shangren Yin and the others were all moved. Even if the immortal path is not opened, by borrowing its feedback, maybe we can also leap to become the strongest in the Star Sea. A trace of greed flashed in Chaogong's eyes. 1322. The first change of the Xuanwang realm. However, how exactly should we do it? Immortal Master Yin's eyes burned as he pointed out the crux of the matter. The strength of each of them was actually quite similar. The old method of longevity was not only unable to help the Star Sea recover, but it was also insufficient to reverse the crisis in the Xuanwang realm. As if doused with a bucket of cold water, everyone quickly calmed down and looked at Li Fan in unison. Li Fan sat upright on the lecture platform, as if he had expected Immortal Master Yin to ask this question, and answered unhurriedly, "Do you all know that the world is like a person, and the Star Sea is also like this? If a person is sick, then prescribe the right medicine, and then supplement it by stimulating acupoints and meridians. If the world and the Star Sea are in trouble, it can also be done in this way." A humanoid light and shadow diagram slowly appeared in front of everyone as Li Fan spoke. Important acupoints and meridians were all marked. Li Fan waved his hand gently, and the light and shadow diagram suddenly changed. It expanded, diffused, and finally turned into a slightly glowing yellow cloud. The acupoints and meridians that were originally in the human body were also arranged in various parts of the light mass according to the laws of evolution. The crowd had just returned from the outer starry sky of Xuanwang, so how could they not see that this cloud represented the Xuanwang realm? Just as they were watching attentively, they saw Li Fan point again. The light mass expanded again, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. The magnificent scenery instantly submerged everyone, lost in it. It was actually a brilliant star sea. Everyone vaguely realized that the occasional flashes and different lights in the star sea were the acupoints and meridians in the human body and the world before. From people to realms, from realms to domains. It should be so. Immortal Master Yin seemed to have realized something. The others also seemed to be in a state of enlightenment. Just as they wanted to take a closer look, Li Fan waved his hand, and the star sea instantly returned to its original state, turning back into the scene of the Xuanwang realm. If you want to restore the star sea first, you must first restore Xuanwang. If you want to restore Xuanwang, you should start here. On the miniature scene of the Xuanwang realm, places were marked by Li Fan one after another. The Xuanwang realm has been devoured and plundered by cultivators for thousands of years, and it should have been completely depleted long ago. However, fortunately, the Heavenly Venerable of Dharma transmission has been constantly collecting fragments of the world in the star sea to nourish it. The remnants of the world are like medicine. Although Xuanwang has taken it, it has not yet fully absorbed it. Those star-like marks, emitting a ruddy and crystal-clear light, seem to contain endless vitality and energy. In Li Fan's discourse, everyone understood what he meant. In short, one sentence: help Xuanwang digest the medicinal properties. Li Fan continued. Xuanwang has been weak for a long time, and there is a danger of being unable to withstand the supplement. Therefore, it needs to be guided and induced, using acupoints to lead meridians, and using points to lead the whole area. The lecture lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. After Li Fan's figure disappeared, everyone was still immersed in the unity of man, heaven, and medicine that he described, unable to control themselves. Immortal Master Yin was the first to wake up. The remnants of the world are like medicine. This metaphor is truly ingenious. Absorb, digest, and integrate into oneself. And those that cannot be absorbed will be completely discarded. This is called dregs. Skillful work was absent-minded, perfunctorily said a few words, and then took his leave. Baihua frowned slightly. It is not easy to induce Xuanwang to digest the remnants of the world. Xuanwang cultivators have been opposed to the heavenly Tao for so many years. Any action involving the power of the remnants of the world may arouse the hostility of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao. Even if we are doing it for its own good. That's why we must resolve this misunderstanding from the beginning and win the trust of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao. Immortal Master Yin looked at the place where Li Fan's figure disappeared. When leaving, Li Fan said that he would help deal with this matter before lecturing again. I just don't know what method will be used. As a remnant world ghost, Immortal Master Yin knew far better than other cultivators how difficult it was to resolve the malice of the Xuanwang realm. When Li Fan reappeared 7 days later, he invited everyone to the sky above the Daxuan small world. Arriving here, Immortal Master Yin felt like he was trapped in a swamp, and every move he made had to face great resistance. The essence of his world ghost did not help to resolve this obstacle at all. He couldn't even tell where this inexplicable resistance came from. Baihua and skillful work also showed extremely solemn expressions on their faces, indicating that they had also noticed the extraordinary nature of this place. Everyone, let me introduce you to someone, Li Fan said with a smile. Then an old man with white hair and a hunched figure appeared in front of everyone. The old man with white hair was not very strong, but the coffin he was carrying on his back attracted everyone's attention. The soaring resentment emanating from the coffin made Immortal Master Yin and the others narrow their eyes. This is fellow Taoist Shu Ke, a disciple of the former beast control sect. Because he was carrying a mission, he hid in the small world and sat there for thousands of years. After briefly introducing Shu Ke's origin to everyone, Li Fan gestured with his eyes, and Shu Ke took off the coffin on his back. Hanging in the high sky, seemingly sensing the temporary departure of the caretaker, the sealed object in the coffin suddenly became more violent. The coffin lid kept jumping, as if what was imprisoned inside would break the ban at any time. Do you all know what is sealed in this coffin? Li Fan asked. Without waiting for everyone to respond, he directly announced the answer: it is a wisp of Xuanwang's will. However, this wisp of will is now filled with negative emotions such as resentment, madness, and paranoia. It has already transformed into an out-and-out Xuanwang evil thought. We are going to purify this evil thought today, and then return it to Xuanwang, Li Fan said in a deep voice. Shu Ke coughed lightly and added, when this evil thought separated from the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao, it had the intention of completely separating from it. For the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao, it is not just a matter of cutting off a piece of meat. It is more like a clone. If we can return it to the Heavenly Tao and restore the missing part, it will definitely trigger Xuanwang's favor. Of course, the premise is that we can really completely purify the evil thoughts. Shu Ke looked at Li Fan. Li Fan was confident, it's just evil thoughts. With everyone's concerted efforts, how can we not purify it? Skillful Work listened for a long time, and after knowing the true identity of the sealed object in the coffin, he couldn't wait. How exactly should we do it? I will definitely cooperate fully. What it hates is that it didn't leave back then. In that case, let's fulfill its wish and let it cross the high wall back then. As Li Fan spoke, a horsetail whisk suddenly appeared in his hand. He raised it high and then swept it down towards the coffin. The horsetail whisk had thousands of white threads, like 10,000 shooting stars, all inserted into the coffin. The coffin, which was originally shaking violently, jumped high and then stiffened in the air. The white threads of the horsetail whisk emitted a dreamlike silver light. In the silver light, countless different pictures flashed. They were all dream scenes injected by Li Fan. Although the dreams were different from each other, without exception, they all depicted the great terror and great silence outside the high wall. Xuanwang's evil thought attached to Mr. Bai's body, and after successfully crossing the high wall and escaping to the dark star sea. Each time, it failed to survive for more than 3 breaths before dying in various indescribable unknown disasters. In the blink of an eye, Xuanwang's evil thought had experienced tens of thousands of deaths in the illusion. Seeing this, Skillful Work muttered to himself, isn't this a bit too outrageous? Although the outside of the high wall is unknown, it shouldn't be like this, right? Even an ordinary-looking cat can swallow it in one bite. This Xuanwang evil thought, in terms of strength alone, is probably not much weaker than the ancient method of longevity. Can we really deceive it? Shu Ke, who had been with Xuanwang's evil thoughts for thousands of years, keenly noticed that the struggle coming from the coffin was indeed slight, and couldn't help but show joy. It's really effective. At this time, Li Fan's voice also came from above. You can also help to depict the dream, no matter how bizarre or terrifying it is. As long as the Xuanwang evil thought eventually dies. The light of the horsetail whisk soared and expanded to in front of everyone. At the end of the whisk handle, a vortex vaguely appeared. Immortal Master Yin and the others understood each other's intentions and poured the most terrifying dreams they could imagine into it with their thoughts. Among them, the dreams depicted by Immortal Master Yin were the most bizarre and terrifying. Even with Li Fan's current experience, he couldn't help but feel chills after observing them. In comparison, the illusions woven by Skillful Work, Baihua, and Shu Ke were much more ordinary. Skillful Work's dreams mostly involved the destruction of the world, turning into puppets, and making it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. Baihua's dreams were related to the withering of life and the sinking of all things into icy silence. Under the repeated baptism of different terrifying dreams, the Xuanwang evil thought had quietly undergone a qualitative change. The outside of the high wall is so terrifying. I knew I shouldn't have left the high wall back then. Even if I can only live in a miserable way, it's better than losing my life in an instant. Thoughts like these accumulated in Xuanwang's evil thoughts with each dream ending. Although each time it was like an almost negligible mark, the speed of dream derivation and reincarnation was too fast. Every moment, hundreds of thousands of dreams disappeared and occurred. More importantly, these dreams were not just ordinary dreams that they appeared to be. Instead, they were the world's top illusion formations that had been enhanced by Li Fan's understanding of false is also true. From the outside, one might wonder why the people in the formation cannot distinguish between dream and reality. But only by truly being in the formation can one truly feel the power of this false is also true illusion. Li Fan looked at his masterpiece, and couldn't help but feel a little proud in his heart, transformed from the cloud water illusion dream skill, but the effect is much stronger than the original version. It also incorporates the illusion formation amplification. Even if it's not an immortal formation, it's better than an immortal formation. As the dreams continued to iterate, the speed at which Xuanwang's evil thoughts fell also became faster and faster. Initially, there were occasional emotions of doubt and resistance. Later, all questions disappeared. What remained was endless regret and fear. Looking at the Xuanwang evil thoughts trembling in the formation, Li Fan understood that it was finally time to cook this dish. Rise. Li Fan stretched out his hand forward and held the huge horsetail whisk in the air. Then he stirred it slightly. The thousands of silver-white horsetail whisk threads also kept stirring in the coffin. Like blades, they cut the Xuanwang evil thoughts that had completely given up resistance into countless tiny parts. The sealed coffin also became illusory with the disintegration of the evil thoughts. Li Fan waved the horsetail whisk gently, and a part of the threads, carrying a part of the dissected Xuanwang evil thoughts, came to Immortal Master Yin. Fellow Taoist, please. Immortal Master Yin first bowed to Li Fan to express his gratitude. Then he solemnly accepted the Xuanwang evil thoughts that had been divided in front of him. Li Fan then separated another part and sent it to skillful work. Like cutting the Lu people, before long, Li Fan completed the division of Xuanwang's evil thoughts. Everyone present had a share. Li Fan himself also had some, even more than others. However, Immortal Master Yin and the others would naturally not have any objections to this. Go. Manipulating the huge horsetail whisk, Li Fan looked solemn and threw it towards the sky. It tore through the sky and opened a passage to the Xuanwang realm. Gloomy and vast, the soul returns. Li Fan chanted in his mouth. And without Li Fan's excessive operation, from the moment the passage was opened, the Xuanwang realm's heavenly Tao consciousness had already noticed the existence of Daxuan, the will that had been separated from itself back then. In the passage, huge rumbling sounds echoed continuously. It was as if the Xuanwang heavenly Tao consciousness was about to descend. The soul returns. Li Fan pointed in the air. The purified and divided Xuanwang evil thoughts in front of him flew towards the passage. The speed became faster and faster, and it disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. Next, Immortal Master Yin and the others followed suit. In half a day, the Xuanwang evil thoughts that had been scattered for many years finally completely returned to the Xuanwang realm. The passage closed, and all the anomalies disappeared. Shu Ke looked at the sealed coffin that had completely virtualized and disappeared, and a sense of loss arose in his heart. Skillful Work was a little worried. Is that it? Will it be a waste of effort? Li Fan smiled slightly. Don't worry, everyone. Xuanwang is not at a loss, and those who have made contributions will be rewarded. However, it takes some time for the Xuanwang realm to digest. Before the harvest, you only need to wait patiently. Li Fan's figure faded away with these words, leaving behind everyone with different expressions. Immortal Master Yin looked at Shu Ke, but asked him about Mr. Bai. Shu Ke, who was originally a little confused, suddenly became energetic. The two talked happily and hit it off at first sight. Bai Hua and Skillful Work were a little at odds, and went their separate ways. They were all waiting for the reward from the Xuanwang realm that Li Fan said would come. At the same time, in the Xuanwang realm, Li Fan's true body hid his tracks and quietly observed the changes in the Xuanwang realm. If the absorption of immortal spiritual energy changed the Xuanwang realm on the surface of the mountains and rivers, then, after absorbing its lost will, the changes in the Xuanwang realm occurred silently within the world. Only cultivators who were very familiar with the operation of the Xuanwang realm's heavenly Tao could understand. Analogous to our cultivators, it's like strengthening the soul in divine consciousness. The first beneficiaries should be the Xuanwang realm's laws. That is, the Xuanwang realm's longevity. Li Fan sensed several huge consciousnesses sweeping across the sky. Some of them were very familiar. HMPH, let you taste some sweetness first. Anyway, in the end, you will all have to spit it out for me. The huge consciousness searched several times, but still did not find the reason for the inexplicable changes in the Xuanwang realm. They could only give up. Li Fan sneered in his heart, ignoring them. He still carefully sensed the changes in the Xuanwang realm. Changes that were completely different from the world-destroying changes he had comprehended. 1323. The first encounter with paradise. The profound yellow world-ending transformations were various extreme changes that naturally arose within the profound yellow world as it sensed its impending doom, all aimed at self-preservation. These transformations all pushed certain aspects to their extremes. For example, the heaven and earth's thermal death, myriad things frozen transformation that Li Fan used in his previous life to disguise himself as a Tao integration cultivator was no weaker than the ordinary ice-type heaven and earth spirits within the profound yellow world, and was even stronger than most. World-ending transformations were often filled with aggression and destructiveness. Because they tended to be born only when the profound yellow world was facing a crisis of destruction, their appearance in the world would inevitably trigger a stress response from the profound yellow heavenly Tao. This resulted in the profound yellow heavenly Tao instinctively becoming wary and distrustful of those who possessed world-ending transformations, just like Li Fan was experiencing now. And the profound yellow heavenly Tao, having absorbed its own separated evil thoughts, underwent a transformation similar to a celestial power infusion, a complete revival. However, the specific manifestations of this change were upon the foundational stones of the profound yellow world's laws. The changes of defying logic and achieving eternal life were not yet apparent. However, the various restrictions within the profound yellow world that targeted cultivators were becoming stricter as the world internally revived. The bottleneck of heavenly tribulation, the inability to cultivate multiple paths simultaneously, and the strange phenomena appearing in the sky after cultivators fell. These laws, which were closely related to a cultivator's practice, were quietly and rapidly changing. It would become more difficult for cultivators to break through. The phenomena in the sky after their fall would record more information about their lives. The criteria for judging different paths would become stricter, and the total number of cultivation methods in the world would inexplicably be reduced. In addition to this, Li Fan also faintly sensed that the profound yellow world's efficiency in absorbing and converting the returned Tao foundations and world fragments after cultivators' deaths was gradually increasing as its internal strength grew. Faint sounds, like the world digesting, echoed in the heavens and earth, difficult for ordinary cultivators to detect. In the profound yellow world, cultivators consumed the heavens and earth to cultivate. As the profound yellow world's strength suddenly expanded, it would inevitably drive the rapid advancement of the cultivators within it. Foundation establishment stage cultivators battling golden core stage cultivators, golden core stage cultivators defeating nascent soul stage cultivators. In the near future, this might become the norm. Those early cultivators who wanted to escape this predicament had to either abandon their cultivation and start over, or find a way to quickly break through to a higher realm. Otherwise, these cultivators who had not grown together with the profound yellow world would soon be eliminated by the era. Having witnessed all the dramatic changes in the profound yellow world, Li Fan simply observed them carefully, without taking any action to extract from them. Although the profound yellow world's growth rate was still far from meeting Li Fan's requirements, it was already enough to give Li Fan inspiration. This is the change of the Tao. Those who accord with the Tao will prosper, and those who lose the Tao will perish. This is true of the profound yellow world, the dark star sea, and perhaps the immortal world of the past as well, Li Fan mused to himself. He recalled Sun Erlang's experience in the illusion of the true fruit in his previous life. I wonder, what kind of gains will they have in this life when they go to the land of ultimate bliss? Inside the platform of Tao discussion, with a slight turn of his silvery white eyes, the images of Sun Erlang and the other two immediately appeared. Although they were only golden core stage completion cultivators, they were fortunate enough to be taught the great Tao by the holy teacher. Whether it was the myriad Immortal Alliance or the 5 Old Ones Society's protective formations, they were like mere decorations in their eyes. They drove straight in, passed through the human Tao heavenly realm, and finally reached the so-called land of ultimate bliss. At first glance, it seemed no different from other areas of the profound yellow world. Yu Zhenwei was the oldest of the three. He looked around, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Are there fewer people here than in other places of the 5 Old Ones Society? Sun Erlang nodded. Indeed. And they all look listless. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with ultimate bliss. Wang Xuanba said indifferently, who cares? Isn't our purpose here to search for the cave heavens needed to break through to the nascent soul stage? Naturally, the fewer people, the better. Sun and Yu felt that there was some truth to this. They would do as much as their abilities allowed. The secrets of the land of ultimate bliss were naturally not something that they, as mere golden core stage cultivators, could explore. They continued to conceal their whereabouts, used the secret techniques taught by the holy teacher, and searched for traces of cave heavens within the land of ultimate bliss. However, 10 days passed, and they found nothing. The expressions on the three men's faces became somewhat ugly. Impossible, we've almost been all over this autumn stream prefecture, and we haven't found a single cave heaven. Wang Xuanba said in disbelief. Either there's something wrong with the holy teacher's secret technique, or… Yu Zhenwei's expression wasn't much better. Sun Erlang continued. I'm afraid there are no cave heavens in this land of ultimate bliss. Or rather, what we see now is not the real land of ultimate bliss, but just an empty shell. That legendary dreamland is where it's located. What do we do next? Wang Xuanba scratched his head. We can't possibly enter the dreamland to steal things, right? How about we go back to the human Dao heavenly realm and take a look? Although it's more heavily guarded, it also has a larger territory. As long as we're careful, it shouldn't be a problem to borrow a few cave heavens. Sun and Yu both nodded. The three quickly reached a consensus and prepared to leave the land of ultimate bliss. But what horrified them was that, even though they were returning along the same route they had come, the scenery they saw when they reached the border of the land of ultimate bliss had changed. The white mist barrier that stretched across the heavens and earth, serving as a natural dividing line between the prefectures, had disappeared. What appeared before the three men was an endless, boundless desert. The three stood at the edge of the desert, reaching out to grab the sand on the ground and rubbing it in their hands. It's real, Sun Erlang clenched his fist and said in a deep voice. Wang Xuanba still didn't believe it, and stepped forward, sinking into the quicksand. How could this be? It was fine when we came, but suddenly we can't go back. We didn't get lost. I'm afraid we unknowingly entered the real land of ultimate bliss dreamland. Yu Zhenwei was the calmest of the three. He gazed into the distance of the desert, but did not find any traces of living beings. It's best not to venture into this desert. Let's try another direction. The three men once again traversed Autumn Stream Prefecture, and on the other side of the border, they saw a completely different scene. The rumbling water fell from the ninth heaven. The moment it landed in Autumn Stream, it turned into light and shadow bubbles and disappeared without a trace. Not far away, there was actually a water world suspended in the sky. Not only were there many creatures swimming within it, but they could even vaguely see many underwater buildings arranged. Why don't we try here? We can't get out anyway, Wang Xuanba suggested. Let's take another look. Yu Zhenwei carefully observed it and discovered that although there were living beings in this water world, the main body of the civilization that built the underwater buildings were some wriggling octopuses. They seemed to have their own language and writing, ruling over this underwater world. But for Sun Erlang and the other two, who were only a line away and were observing them wantonly, they didn't notice it at all. It was as if they existed in different worlds. Temporarily leaving the water world, the three continued to search along the border of Autumn Stream Prefecture. Finally, in the southwest corner, they discovered the third adjacent prefecture. In the prefecture not far away, there was a huge rock standing on the beach. It was exactly the same as the huge rock on the beach of Stone Descent Prefecture that they had seen before in the profound yellow world. Great, we finally found a way out. Wang Xuanba couldn't help but shout excitedly. Just as he was about to rush over, he was stopped by Sun Erlang. Be careful, it looks wrong. Following Sun Erlang's words, two figures appeared one after the other in the sky above the huge rock on the beach. The former was in a disheveled state, seemingly seriously injured. And the figure chasing behind him was clearly much faster than the former. But he seemed to be enjoying this hunting pleasure, and had been controlling the distance between the two sides. This made the fleeing former feel that he could escape if he worked harder. But in reality, he couldn't get rid of him at all. If it was a normal chase, the three wouldn't be surprised. However, the one chasing the human cultivator who was fleeing in a panic was actually a demon with a human body and a dog's head. When the human cultivator was about to flee out of the Stone Descent Prefecture and go to the Kanyan Sea, the dog-headed demon finally became impatient and took the initiative to end this hunting game. His hand turned back into a dog's paw, and he firmly clamped the human cultivator. Looking at the human's miserable howl and desperate and painful expression, the dog-headed demon laughed heartily. Then, He opened his mouth with satisfaction and was about to swallow the human cultivator. Monster! Stop! Wang Xuanba was in his youthful and passionate period, so how could he watch this cannibalistic scene happen in front of him? Sun and Yu didn't have time to stop him. A gray-white giant axe exuding an ancient aura broke through the boundaries of the two different territories and came to the dog-headed demon. But the dog-headed demon was actually prepared for this. A ferocious and excited look flashed in his eyes. He casually threw the human cultivator aside. He even ignored the gray-white giant axe that was about to chop his head and rushed straight towards Sun Erlang and the other two. And with the dog-headed demon's actions, his profound Yellowstone Descent Prefecture actually produced some kind of expansion in sync. It instantly devoured Autumn Stream Prefecture and enveloped Sun Erlang and the other three. As if a dream had descended into reality, the world where the dog-headed demon and Sun Erlang and the other three were located completed its intersection. Clang! Wang Xuanba's gray-white giant axe chopped on the back of the dog-headed demon's neck, but only made a sound of metal clashing. A full-strength blow that was enough to split mountains didn't even cut through the dog-headed demon's skin. Wang Xuanba snorted coldly, but he wasn't afraid at all. Did you think that your grandpa's axe was just sharp? You actually dared to take it head-on because you have a strong body. A beast is just a beast. The dog-headed demon seemed to understand Wang Xuanba's words, and his expression changed slightly. Only then did he realize that a very obvious gray scar had emerged from the back of his neck. Then, the gray quickly spread upwards, directly devouring the demon's dog head. A moment later, the gray-white head drifted into the air like dust. Be careful, Yu Zhenwei and Sun Erlang's voices sounded at the same time. It was because while Wang Xuanba was complacent, the dog-headed demon who had lost his head actually moved again. His body flickered and had already arrived in front of Wang Xuanba. His dog's paw turned into a black light and instantly pierced through Wang Xuanba's heart. Xuanba! Sun Erlang's eyes were about to split. A dagger filled with baleful aura arrived late, stirring up endless black wind and directly engulfing the dog-headed demon. However, after only a moment, the dog-headed demon's flesh and blood had been completely scraped off by the black wind. Only a skeleton remained. It's just that this skeleton emitted an unusual golden light. That's not right. Yu Zhenwei's expression changed slightly, but he didn't know that a figure was quietly approaching behind him. It was exactly the human cultivator that the dog-headed demon had been chasing before. A mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth, looking at Yu Zhenwei with a greedy look. His aura suddenly erupted, and there was no sign of injury at all. His neck suddenly stretched out, his head flew out directly, and he swallowed Yu Zhenwei's head into his stomach. It was a pity that Yu Zhenwei's attention was all on the dog-headed demon and Sun Erlang. He was caught off guard and died in an instant. Ah, you deserve to die. Two companions had been killed one after another, and Sun Erlang's eyes were blood red. Veins popped out, and a black aura enveloped his whole body. His pupils were completely swallowed by black, and Sun Erlang ignored everything and flew straight towards the long-necked demon. Unexpectedly, he was hugged tightly by the golden skeleton behind him. The golden skeleton tightened its grip while making a strange cackle. This trick is really good, it can always hook a few fools. The anger in Sun Erlang's heart grew stronger. Ah! A roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth. A black storm suddenly erupted from his dantian. It was several times more terrifying than the black dagger before. It directly devoured the golden skeleton that was still clamoring. Damn it, what is tea? Before he could finish speaking, the golden skeleton disappeared into the black storm along with Sun Erlang. And the long-necked demon didn't intend to come forward to rescue him. He watched with great interest while chewing on Yu Zhenwei's corpse. Soon after, the black storm completely dissipated. And Yu Zhenwei and Wang Xuanba's corpses had also become the long-necked demon's meal. Ah! Sun Erlang and the other three suddenly woke up from their nightmare. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. After a long time, they finally woke up from the terrifying experience just now. Am I dead? I'm not dead, Wang Xuanba said in shock. Sun Erlang fell into deep thought. Yu Zhenwei was still the first to calm down and observe his surroundings. It seems that we are still in Autumn Stream Prefecture of the Five Old Ones Society where we were trapped before. But, Yu Zhenwei looked up at the sky. The whole world seems to have become darker. He said uncertainly. It's not an illusion. The world we are in does seem to be dark, Sun Erlang observed for a while and echoed. But our realm hasn't changed. Wait, what is this? Sun Erlang's voice suddenly increased by several degrees. Sun Erlang, Golden Core Stage Completion, Number of Deaths, 1. Land of Ultimate Bliss Experience Level, 1. Land of Ultimate Bliss Coins, 100. Sun Erlang read out the lines of small characters that had inexplicably appeared in front of him, his expression shaking greatly. I have it too. Wang Xuanba also discovered something and said loudly. Wait, that's not right. Why is my Land of Ultimate Bliss coin 0? Where did your 100 come from? Wang Xuanba asked in confusion. Tomorrow 7K. These 2 days I changed the code word environment, it takes time to adapt. 1324. The monster devours the soul secretly. Before dying, I managed to take that bastard down with me. These 100 worry-free coins must be the reward for the kill. Sun Erlang was no fool. After a moment's recollection, he figured out the origin of the worry-free coins on his person. Speaking of which, what exactly did we just experience? Wang Xuanba shuddered, instinctively touching his chest, as if the wound that had pierced him was still there. Was it a dream? But the feeling before death was too real, Wang Xuanba murmured. Sun Erlang stared at the few lines of text before him, trying to find more useful information. But unfortunately, apart from the words themselves, there was no other explanation. It seems we still have to figure things out ourselves. Sun Erlang's expression was not very good. At this time, Yu Zhenwei suggested, why don't we go back to the border where we encountered the dog-headed beast and see what's happening? Those two demonic beasts are actually about the same strength as us. As long as we are careful and not ambushed, we should be fine. Good, I also want to get revenge on them. Dying like that was too frustrating. Wang Xuanba's eyes flashed fiercely. The three of them set off towards the Chuxi prefecture border again. On the way, Sun Erlang noticed that the number of cultivators they encountered seemed to have increased compared to before. Moreover, they no longer looked listless, instead, they were gathered in groups of 3 or 5, seemingly discussing something. Wanting to get closer to eavesdrop, Sun Erlang and the others discovered that these people were not communicating with sound or divine sense, but rather with a communication method they could not observe. Perhaps we can inquire with them. Wang Xuanba looked at the 5 cultivators gathered not far away, who seemed to be only at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm, his eyes flickering. Yu Zhenwei stopped him. Xuanba, don't be impulsive. If I'm not mistaken, these people should be like us, able to open black lens bracket revive close black lens bracket. People who are not even afraid of death. Brute force won't work if you want to get something out of their mouths. Let's go to the target location first. Sun Erlang also whispered. Wang Xuanba nodded, then looked away. In this life, Sun and Wang had learned a lot of skills in the lecture platform at a young age. They were already young and frivolous, and the formations they encountered along the way after leaving Dazan were easily broken. Therefore, they were even more arrogant. It was only because they had been schemed against and ambushed by demonic beasts that they had restrained themselves somewhat. Arriving at the place where they had fallen before, the scene they saw surprised them. Why is the world on the other side different from what we saw last time? The rocky beach scene by the sea in Shilin Prefecture had disappeared, replaced by a sword forest filled with murderous intent. Millions of decayed swords were inserted into the earth, swaying with the breeze. Buzz. Perhaps because they were too close, at the moment when the decayed swords in the sword forest trembled together, Sun Erlang seemed to hear a unified sword cry in his ears. Sun Erlang's heart trembled, and he instinctively tilted his head to avoid it. An invisible sword energy flew past his cheek, cutting off a piece of skin. Ignoring the pain on his face, Sun Erlang quickly retreated. Until the sense of crisis faded, he stopped. Without a doubt, if he hadn't dodged just now, being cut off would not have been as simple as a little flesh and blood. This world seems to be even more dangerous than the 3 we encountered last time. Yu Zhenwei frowned and guessed. Next, the 3 of them roughly scouted all the worlds bordering Chuxi Prefecture. Sword forests, deep valleys. There was also a place that seemed to be the location of a certain demonic Dao sect, gathering no less than 1,000 fierce cultivators. Looking from afar, one could see these demonic Dao cultivators eating people, torturing people for pleasure, and refining artifacts with human bones. That hellish scene made Wang Xuanba's blood boil, wishing he could rush over and sweep away the demonic sect on the spot. However, Wang Xuanba was only impulsive, not stupid. In the end, he did not act rashly, but simply spat at the opposite side. The 3 of them gathered again to discuss. Should we first inquire about some common sense questions from the local cultivators here, or should we venture into other worlds again? The worry-free paradise cultivators obviously know some rules that we don't. If we rashly ask, I'm afraid we will expose our identities as soon as we open our mouths. We may not lose our lives, but we may be trapped here forever. Try soul searching. The holy teacher talked about this aspect. Although I haven't officially used it on cultivators, I think we can give it a try. Wang Xuanba was eager to try. Don't forget, we may be in a dream now. The soul-searching technique may not be useful. After a moment of silence, the three decided to try it anyway. Find a lone cultivator with weaker strength. Knock him unconscious first. The three searched Chuxi Prefecture for most of the day before finally finding a suitable target. This person seemed to only have the early-stage foundation establishment cultivation. He seemed to be separated from his teammates for some reason and was anxiously searching. Do it. In the roar, all three of their killing moves instantly landed on the foundation establishment cultivator. Black Whirlwind, Grey Giant Axe, and Yu Zhenwei's purple long sword. However, to the surprise of the three, their combined attack, which they had tried their best to unleash and was even enough to severely injure nascent soul cultivators, did not cause any damage to the foundation establishment cultivator in front of them. The foundation establishment cultivator's light and shadow flickered, and all the attacks missed. He looked at Sun Erlang and the others with an unbelievable look, and couldn't help but take a step back. At the same time, Sun Erlang noticed that the few lines of text that had been appearing in front of him flickered. There were no other changes. Only the number of worry-free coins had become 0. Sun Erlang's face twitched. Wang Xuanba also cried out in a voice transmission, "How can paradise coins be negative? 100 were deducted." Yu Zhenwei's face was also very gloomy. Me too. During this moment of their communication, a white light suddenly emerged from the attacked foundation establishment cultivator. The white light swallowed him, and finally, he looked at Sun Erlang and the others with an idiotic look, and then the foundation establishment cultivator disappeared on the spot. Quote. The Dazan trio looked at each other in silence. It seems that this should also be some kind of natural restriction within paradise. We and these cultivators are of the same kind. And those monsters we encountered before, including those in the border world, may be another kind. Cultivators cannot attack each other, and may even be punished. And killing the monsters in the border world will have rewards, including worry-free coins. After a brief period of frustration, Sun Erlang quickly cheered up again, recalling and summarizing based on the experiences of several people. We can't be sure what consequences will be caused by deducting too many worry-free coins, but we'd better not try it. Let's go to the border world first and earn back the negative worry-free coins. At this point, the three had given up the idea of soul searching. They can't even hit them, what soul are they going to search? Full of pent-up anger, after discussing, they chose the demonic sect world, which seemed to be the most dangerous of the three border worlds, based on their own intuition. Although that damn place seems to have many enemies, how high can the cultivation of those who use ordinary human corpses to refine magical artifacts be? The spells are also crude and unbearable. It's okay to scare ordinary people, but it's flashy and can't stop my axe. Wang Xuanba vowed. Still, we must be careful. After all, we've already died once. I have a feeling that the number of deaths might be even more important than worry-free coins, Yu Zhenwei said in a deep voice, looking at the constantly jumping characters in front of him. After the three decided on a plan, they plunged into the demon sect world back to back. Within the demon sect world, thousands of demonic cultivators were stunned by the trio descending from the sky. After a moment of lang, they shouted in languages Sun Erlang couldn't understand and swarmed towards them. The blood energy soared to the heavens, with countless vengeful spirits. It looked extremely terrifying. Die, you bastards! Unexpectedly, a giant grey axe easily tore apart the bloody vengeful spirits released jointly by hundreds of demon sect cultivators. The giant axe's momentum didn't diminish, sweeping left and right. Each swing took the lives of dozens of demon sect cultivators. Wang Xuanba's eyes turned bloodshot as he became extremely excited. Erlang, these beasts are weaker than I imagined. Sun Erlang, who was also rapidly harvesting demon sect cultivators, didn't agree. Instead, a faint sense of unease welled up in his heart. Just like when he faced the dog-headed demon beast that had already been beheaded. Sun Erlang immediately looked around, annihilating enemies while searching for the real target. Look there, Yu Zhenwei reminded Sun Erlang to observe a huge statue standing within the demon sect. This statue hadn't appeared before when they were observing from outside the world. Even after Sun Erlang descended into this world, it remained hidden. It wasn't until the battle gradually intensified that it appeared unnoticed by the three of them. The statue seemed to be sewn together from countless human corpses, emitting a soaring aura of evil. And the statue's face had no specific features. Only pairs of pale arms stretched out, constantly waving. Each time Sun Erlang and the others killed a demon sect cultivator, another pair of arms would extend from the statue's face. It was as if these dead demon sect cultivators were being devoured by the giant statue. Sun Erlang's slaughtering movements couldn't help but pause slightly. But the fanatical demon sect cultivators showed no intention of letting them go. They weren't afraid of their companions' deaths, even casually stuffing scattered corpses and remains into their mouths, then roaring and launching an even more frenzied attack. What to do? Kill or not kill? Clearly, killing demon sect cultivators would provide some kind of energy to the giant statue. Watching the countless pale arms sprout up like bamboo shoots after a rain, Sun Erlang couldn't help but tremble in his heart. But he still responded decisively. Kill! Purple energy howled, and the long dragon bowed its head. One strike annihilated thousands of demon sect cultivators, instantly clearing the tidal wave of encirclement. However, the fearless demon sect cultivators quickly filled the gap again. The only thing worth celebrating was that these demon sect cultivators weren't inexhaustible. As the Great Zon trio fought together, these seemingly human but not human cultivators, who came from all directions, finally began to slowly decrease in number within their field of vision. They didn't know how long had passed, but the nauseating stench of blood in the air had almost solidified. Even if Sun Erlang and the others blocked their sense of smell, they still couldn't stop the stench from drilling into their souls. The entire demon sect was filled with fragments of cultivators who had exploded after death. Blood flowed like rivers, seemingly gradually swallowed by the land of the demon sect as it breathed. Sun Erlang gasped for breath, his hands trembling slightly. These demon sect cultivators were indeed pitifully weak, not a match for the Great Zon trio. But their numbers were simply too great. Even if they just stood there and let them kill, they could still make Sun Erlang's hands go soft. If I were in the nascent soul realm, how could I be so embarrassed? With a cave heaven to replenish spiritual power, I wouldn't be afraid of this human wave tactics at all. Sun Erlang couldn't help but think to himself. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and frowned slightly, a just right level of difficulty. At this moment, besides the Great Zon trio, only the giant statue stood within the demon sect. It wasn't that Sun Erlang and the others didn't want to eliminate the hidden danger in advance, but an invisible barrier blocked them. They couldn't attack in advance and had to wait for the giant statue to complete its final transformation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire demon sect's headquarters began to shake violently. The giant statue, which had been holding a single pose, instantly came to life. It lowered its head, gazing at the Great Zon trio below. A pair of arms fell from the statue's face. Then a second pair, a third pair. Swish, swish, swish. More and more arms fell, like a torrential rain. Sun Erlang and the others blocked these arms falling from the sky, looking at the statue gradually revealing its true face with solemn expressions. It was actually the face of a pig. The pig's head had a compassionate expression, its eyes filled with sorrow. It looked at Sun Erlang below, feeling regret. As if they had committed some unforgivable sin. Being stared at by the giant pig-headed statue, an inexplicable fire suddenly rose in Wang Xuanba's heart. Sensing that the invisible barrier that had been blocking him had disappeared, he was the first to rush up. Today, Grandpa will use your pig's head as a snack. Wang Xuanba roared, the giant gray axe already becoming as large as the statue. He aimed at the front of the pig's head and slashed down fiercely. The pig-headed statue didn't dodge or avoid, its eyes always filled with compassion and sorrow. However, it opened its mouth, revealing the rows of sharp teeth inside. It directly bit the giant axe. Then it chewed. Bang! The giant gray axe instantly shattered into countless pieces, and even the gray energy was chewed and swallowed by the pig-headed statue. Wang Xuanba spat out a mouthful of blood, but a trace of madness flashed in his eyes. Explode! The thousands of gray energies in the pig-headed statue's mouth instantly surged like a chaotic dance of dragons. The pig's head's cheeks bulged slightly, as if they would be burst open. But to Wang Xuanba's astonishment, the pig-headed statue took a deep breath and actually swallowed all of the gray energy. You must know that this gray axe wasn't an ordinary magical treasure, but Wang Xuanba's own Foundation establishment unique object, modeled time axe. It was a reward personally given by the holy teacher to the top 3 at the Tao discussion stage. Wang Xuanba's method of achieving golden core was precisely by comprehending the laws contained within this unique object. The stone axe's gray energy contained the principle of the passage of time. It injured people with the power of the passage of years. However, after the pig-headed statue swallowed all the infinite gray energy in this giant axe, it didn't have any side effects. Even the statue's body became more condensed. With his foundation establishment unique object devoured, Wang Xuanba's aura visibly plummeted. Wang Xuanba was seriously injured, only hanging on by a thread, with no more strength to fight. The change only happened in the blink of an eye. Before Sun Erlang and Yu Zhenwei could come to help, Wang Xuanba had already become precarious. Taking advantage of the pig-headed statue's absorption of the gray energy, Sun Erlang transmitted his voice, "Something must be wrong. These worlds within the worry-free paradise should be some kind of test." With the strength that this pig-headed statue is currently displaying, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to contend with it. For us golden core cultivators, it's simply a dead end. There's no way to pass, so it's no longer a test. So there must be some detail within this demon sect headquarters that we've overlooked. Yu Zhenwei also woke up and observed the surroundings again. After devouring the gray energy of the time axe, the pig-headed statue's aura also became unstable. It seemed to be comprehending something, ready to break through and become stronger at any time. Damn it, we don't have much time left. They had already carefully searched this demon sect headquarters more than once. Besides the corpses of demon sect cultivators all over the ground, there was nothing else hidden. Where exactly is the key to breaking this deadlock? At this critical moment, Sun Erlang felt himself calming down instead. From the scenes he saw before entering the demon sect, to everything he experienced during the battle. Countless images slowed down, flashing by in sequence. The holy teacher said, "When things reach an impasse, change occurs. To the demon sect, we outsiders are variables. But these variables of ours can only slaughter the cultivators completely. We are powerless against this giant statue. Therefore," a gleam of light flashed in Sun Erlang's eyes, "we need to find more variables. This variable cannot lie in outsiders like us. But rather..." A sudden realization flooded Sun Erlang's heart, and he quickly transmitted his voice to Yu Zhenwei, "Bypass the pig-head statue. Attack the sky." A black whirlwind soared into the sky. Sun Erlang's figure merged with it, rising rapidly. This black baleful wind was naturally Sun Erlang's foundation establishment marvel, the open black lens bracket extinction breaking baleful wind close black lens bracket. It was also personally taught by the holy teacher. The pig head, which was absorbing and evolving, sensed Sun Erlang's actions. In its compassionate eyes, which seemed unchanged for 10,000 years, a surge of anger and fear suddenly emerged. It let out its first roar since the start of the battle. Just as it was about to stop Sun Erlang, a purple chi longsword flew towards it head-on. Purple chi crisscrossed, like the newborn sun. It was the holy teacher's personal teaching, Yu Zhenwei's foundation establishment marvel, the open black lens bracket vast nether purple firmament sword close black lens bracket. Within the purple chi, there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar. The pig-head statue was intimidated by the vast purple chi, and its movements paused slightly. It was this slight pause that allowed Sun Erlang, transformed into a black wind, to break through its defense. He fiercely bombarded the sky. Cracks appeared on the sky. The great sun, which had always hung high, also showed cracks inch by inch. The false sky shattered with a bang. As countless fragments rained down, the truth above was revealed. It was just inside a dark, giant cave. The collapse of the false sky caused the pig-head statue to let out an almost insane roar. However, it no longer had the desire to deal with Yu Zhenwei and Sun Erlang. It seemed that something extremely terrifying was about to descend. A ray of light flew out from within the pig-head statue, about to escape. "Fiend!" A voice like a thunderclap suddenly came from beyond the sky. Then a purple thunderbolt appeared in the air, hitting the escaping ray of light directly. Amidst a miserable scream, the creature within was reduced to ashes. Sun Erlang faintly saw that it was a pig demon that seemed to have just been born. The purple lightning descended without warning, easily killing the pig demon, and then never appeared again. Within this demon sect, besides the Great Zon trio, there were no other living creatures. Sun Erlang only felt a wave of exhaustion in his heart. Wang Xuanba and Yu Zhenwei were both relieved and felt a little inexplicable. We won just like that. There was no need to fight to the death with that terrifying pig-head statue. As long as we broke the false sky above our heads, this pig demon would be killed by divine lightning from the heavens. What is this all about? Did I risk my life for nothing? Wang Xuanba coughed lightly, complaining. The surrounding scene suddenly froze with his complaint. Then, like thousands of pieces of glass shattering at the same time, countless identical world images flew into the minds of the three. Their brains were rapidly impacted by the fragments, and after a burst of dizziness, the three of them returned to their original starting point. 5 Elders Council, Qingxi Prefecture. I'm all better again. Wang Xuanba, whose cultivation had fallen to the qi refining stage and was on the verge of death in the demon sect battle, had recovered his normal golden core completion cultivation. Not only that, but there wasn't even a trace of injury on his body. It was as if the life and death battle just now was just a dream. But obviously, what they experienced was definitely not as simple as an ordinary dream. The sky has returned to its normal bright color. Yu Zhenwei observed his surroundings and said, "The worry-free coins are finally no longer negative. It's 200 now," Wang Xuanba said happily after checking. Although he didn't know what the worry-free coins were for. Sun Erlang stared at the few lines of small characters in front of him. Sun Erlang, Golden Core Completion, Number of Deaths, 1. Paradise Experience Level, 1. Worry-free coins, 500. A small progress bar appeared after the Paradise Experience level. Pink color stained almost 30% of the length. In addition to these changes in data, Sun Erlang had some other things in his mind. Man is the head of all spirits. The brain of man, when consumed, can increase wisdom. The liver of man, when consumed, can brighten the eyes. The kidney of man. Voices constantly emerged in Sun Erlang's mind. There was no gloomy or evil aura, only pure argumentation and explanation. However, when the taste and sensations of devouring various corresponding organs flooded his mind and his memory, the incredibly real, as if personally experienced feeling, finally made Sun Erlang unable to bear it. He vomited on the spot. Looking at Sun Erlang, who was suddenly vomiting violently, Wang Xuanba and Yu Zhenwei were both somewhat confused. It wasn't until Sun Erlang struggled to get up and explained his experience. Their faces also became somewhat pale. Erlang, are you going to become addicted to eating human flesh in the future? Wang Xuanba shrank his head. This open black lens bracket soul eating method close black lens bracket, should it be the cultivation method of that pig demon? By passing the test of the boundary world, it is possible to bring the items that appear in it back to reality. Yu Zhenwei seemed to realize something. Erlang, try to operate this open black lens bracket soul eating method close black lens bracket, he suggested. Wang Xuanba was startled, while Sun Erlang's expression softened slightly and he nodded slightly. Suppressing his nausea, he closed his eyes and felt it. After a moment, he looked at Yu Zhenwei. I don't sense the existence of anyone else cultivating this method. Yu Zhenwei stroked his chin. The worry-free paradise has existed for so many years, but no one else has cultivated this soul-eating method. Wang Xuanba's expression became solemn. I understand, there is a problem with this cultivation method. Sun Erlang shook his head slightly. The key is not this. Although the soul-eating method is the method used by that pig demon to devour humans, the objects that can be devoured are definitely not just humans. All other things with spirits can be devoured. Therefore, although it is not comparable to the holy teacher's personal teaching, this soul-eating method is definitely a remarkable cultivation method. There is no problem in cultivating it all the way to the nascent soul realm. Even after the nascent soul, one can continue to cultivate, constantly devouring spiritual objects to enhance oneself. Wang Xuanba also understood at this time, such a cultivation method, appearing in a world that newcomers like us will experience. But there are no signs of anyone else cultivating it. There are two possibilities. First, this worry-free paradise dream is not bound by the rule that different methods cannot be cultivated at the same time. Second, dreams are ever-changing. New dreams are constantly being generated. What we encountered happened to be a newly born dream world. 1325. The first revival of Xuanwang. Dream of carefree. The scene of thousands of demonic cultivators feeding on humans in the world he had just experienced reappeared in Sun Erlang's mind. He couldn't associate it with the word, carefree, at all. The three of them looked again at the border of Chuxi Prefecture. The location of the original demonic sect world had disappeared. A white mist barrier replaced it, blocking everyone's sight. Can we go back? Wang Xuanba said with ecstasy. But things were clearly not as simple as he thought. when the great Zan trio tried to pass through the white mist barrier and return to their hometown. Bang! What was originally just a simple yuan-devouring mist had now become a solid, insurmountable wall. Wang Xuanba, who was at the forefront, directly bumped into it and became dizzy. It seems that it may not be easy for us to completely leave the dream of carefree, Yu Zhenwei said in a heavy tone. The three of them couldn't help but look together at the remaining two border worlds. They had a feeling that perhaps only by completing the trials of all three worlds could they know what to do next. The experiences of the great Zan trio in the carefree paradise were all transmitted to Li Fan's mind without error through the silver eyes of the lectern. Interesting. Li Fan had reincarnated for over 100 lifetimes and had seen the destruction of the Xuanwang world, the revival of the Star Sea, and the collapse of the high walls. With the same experience, he could see far more than these three golden core disciples. It should only be the shallow area of the carefree paradise. The construction of the dream is still mixed with some events within the Xuanwang world as a blueprint. For example, the giant rock on the seashore of Shilin Prefecture, and the purple lightning falling from the sky to eliminate the monsters. The experience and cognition of cultivators in the Xuanwang world will play a certain role in exploring this level of dream. Passing the world's trials in the marginal dream and gradually becoming stronger, then one will be qualified to enter the deeper dream, Li Fan smiled. This model seemed very familiar to him. Within the carefree paradise, there seems to be its own rules. If you want to obtain more information about the paradise, let Sun Erlang and the others explore it slowly. Sun Erlang and the others were just the vanguard. Next, several disciples under the holy teacher would continuously rush to the carefree paradise to gather information within. As the saying goes, although the paradise is vast, even ants can sail it. The reason why Li Fan was so concerned about the carefree paradise was because in the previous life, when he activated the Immortal Array to destroy the world, there was an extremely conspicuous dark cloud in the territory of the Five Old Ones. Under the shroud of the dark cloud, even those creatures who had already fallen were sheltered. You must know that when the Immortal Descent, all things return to emptiness array was activated, even the Dharma protectors could only struggle to survive. And this dark cloud could not only remain intact in the world-destroying Immortal Array, but also have the strength to save people. In Li Fan's previous cognition, with the strength of the five longevity of the Five Old Ones, it was impossible to do this. Li Fan had not discovered this secret of the Five Old Ones in so many reincarnations. It was enough to see how deeply they were hidden. But in the world-destroying storm, these deeply hidden existences were all exposed. On the Five Old Ones' side, in addition to the carefree paradise, there was also something that resisted the invasion of the Immortal Array. Li Fan's eyes flickered. The remains of the Dharma protector, the soul-grinding disc. In the 119th life, Li Fan had seen and heard of this thing. In that life, the Myriad Immortals Alliance summoned the Dharma aspect of the Dharma Protector Heavenly Venerate through the Immortal Selection, and launched a surprise attack on the Five Old Ones. In the end, they forced the Five Old Ones to hand over this so-called Immortal Alliance legacy. In the soul-grinding disc, there are a total of 56 remnant souls and 103 remains. However, the remnant souls and remains can be intact in the midst of the raging immortal power. Even the entire area where the soul-grinding disc was preserved was turned into nothingness, but it was safe and sound. The soul-grinding disc is just an ordinary magic weapon. 4 words suddenly appeared in Li Fan's mind. Eternal remembrance. Eternal remembrance cannot be brought into stillness. Neither clones nor separated souls can perceive its existence. Only I myself can absorb it through stillness. Unfortunately, like Bai Shansheng's skull, it is in the core area of the force. It is not so easy to get involved. In this life, you can try to operate it to see if you can get both of these things. If not, then wait until after he Dao, and then take them by force. Li Fan snorted softly, and his thoughts returned to the front. Standing in the Xuanwang world, Li Fan held an ordinary steel spear, his eyes slightly narrowed. A chill that seemed to freeze everything suddenly descended on the top of Li Fan's head. But it was fleeting. It was the heavenly Tao spirit that Li Fan summoned with his misleading geography divine power. Before it manifested and descended, he cancelled the spell. Although the heavenly Tao spirit appeared and then disappeared, it seemed to have left no trace. But in this process, the steel spear in Li Fan's hand seemed to be infused with the power of this heavenly Tao spirit, and gradually became extraordinary. Silver light flickered, and the cold air was pressing. A wisp of illusory snowflakes floated around the spear from time to time. After several attempts, this steel spear had been transformed from an ordinary thing into a completely peerless divine weapon. Li Fan once again used the misleading geography. This time it was no longer the frosty heavenly earth spirit, but the fiery red beating flames. Poochie. Scarlet flames poured on the silver-white steel spear, and a vivid 9 dragons diagram was instantly tattooed on the spear. Li Fan noticed the increasingly strong hostility of the world here, his figure flickered, and he changed a place. Let's call you Flame Dragon Ice Soul Spear. Li Fan casually gave this newly created heavenly earth spirit a name, and then threw it into the lectern, into the inventory of tens of thousands of strange objects. Using the Xuanwang heavenly earth laws to materialize and create strange objects. He was now becoming more and more proficient in this matter. Not only was it to prepare foundation building materials for his students, but the main purpose was to judge the specific situation of the Xuanwang world's recovery through these newly born heavenly earth strange objects at all times. The nourishing effect of the Xuanwang evil intent on the Xuanwang world was somewhat beyond Li Fan's expectations. So much time had passed, and the improvement of the Xuanwang world was still continuing. And because the sublimation was concentrated in the interior of the Xuanwang world, conventional methods could not judge its specific progress. Therefore, Li Fan needed to find another way. He couldn't help but care. The heavenly Tao feedback for helping the evil intent return to Xuanwang had not yet arrived. After separating a part of his mind and attaching it to Bai Shansheng, the Xuanwang heavenly Tao actually became incomplete. This part of the deficiency was not made up for by absorbing other remnant worlds. On the contrary, with its own growth, it became more and more obvious. Li Fan carefully observed while building man-made heavenly earth strange objects. In short, the previous Xuanwang world actually had a shortcoming. Returning the Xuanwang evil intent is equivalent to making up for this shortcoming. Wonderful. It seems that this life's super Xuanwang world will be even stronger than I deduced. While his thoughts were churning, another strange object was obtained. This improvement is almost negligible. It seems that digestion is finally about to be completed. Li Fan's heart stirred slightly as he looked towards the sky. A wonderful feeling slowly rose in his heart. Half a day later, the connection with the Xuanwang heavenly Tao was re-established in the darkness. However, because his true body possessed the Xuanwang extinguishing world transformation Tao foundation, the Xuanwang realm naturally held hostility towards him. This lifetime's heavenly favor, feedback only served to almost completely offset this hostility, with a slight surplus. It was completely incomparable to the former Holy Emperor. However, now that the attitude has been reversed, there will be methods to increase goodwill in the future, Li Fan thought to himself. In his perception, Lord Yin, craftsmen, and others also successively sensed the descent of the Xuanwang heavenly favor. For craftsmen, 100 flowers, and other cultivators from outside the realm, the sense of separation from the Xuanwang realm that had persisted for a long time finally disappeared. Shu Ke was originally a person of heavenly fortune. However, previously, with the imprisonment and sealing of Xuanwang's evil thoughts, as well as the death of his companion spirit beast, Little Black, his heavenly fortune had dissipated over thousands of years. But at this moment, Shu Ke received heavenly favor once again. His white hair turned black, and his hunched back straightened. Shu Ke transformed from being old and nearing death to becoming a steady middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. The reaction on Lord Yin's side was somewhat subtle. As if something had exploded directly in his head, Lord Yin's head instantly turned into a pool of bloody mist. From the wound on his neck, one could vaguely see that the body within Lord Yin's body was disintegrating inch by inch. The little man's face was ferocious, constantly spitting out blood foam and fragments from his mouth. The flesh and blood of the outer body squirmed, absorbing these vomited substances again. He waved his hand, stopping the others who wanted to come forward to help. Lord Yin let out a strange laugh. Li Fan's figure appeared beside the crowd at the right time. "Don't worry, this is a good thing for him," Li Fan said, comforting them. Lord Yin was a world wraith. A residue aggregate that could not be absorbed by the Xuanwang realm, and could only parasitize within it like a wraith. Prior to this, the Xuanwang realm's attitude towards Lord Yin was one of knowing and ignoring. But now, after Lord Yin helped return Xuanwang's evil thoughts, the Xuanwang realm's attitude had changed. In other words, Lord Yin had been labeled as beneficial. The consequence of this was that the Xuanwang realm began to try to accept him, incorporating him into a part of the natural operation of the heavenly Tao. If no other force intervened, then in a few years, Lord Yin would become an existence attached to the Xuanwang realm, similar to the stone tablet or the ruo wood, with the identity of remnant world wraith. Li Fan was not lying, this was indeed a good thing for Lord Yin. Firstly, with the help of the Xuanwang realm's heavenly Tao power, he would be able to crush the consciousness of other remnant worlds within his body. He would become purer, and would no longer be as crazy and delirious as before. Secondly, within the Xuanwang realm, there were still a large number of things called anomalies, the residue left over from the process of devouring remnant worlds. These laws that did not integrate into the Xuanwang realm originally often required the use of extermination methods like moshas to be completely eliminated. However, after Lord Yin was integrated into the Xuanwang realm's heavenly Tao system, he could devour these anomalies wantonly. While strengthening himself, he could also help the Xuanwang realm clear the residue within its body. It could be called a win-win situation. Although it was a good thing, in every sense of the word, Li Fan saw a sense of resistance from Lord Yin. If Lord Yin himself resisted, it was highly likely that he would interrupt this integration process. Li Fan's expression was solemn as he transmitted his voice, why bother worrying about it? After integrating into the Xuanwang heavenly Tao, there is actually no difference from a reverse reason longevity cultivator. With the revival of the Star Sea, the Xuanwang realm is currently the only pure land in the Star Sea. In the future, it may be able to use the power of this revival to break through the limits of the mortal world and ascend to the legendary Immortal realm. At that time, your achievements will be immeasurable. This is the general trend of the Tao. Those who follow it will prosper, and those who go against it will perish. In Li Fan's repeated exhortations, Lord Yin's struggling expression slowly calmed down. Especially after hearing the words Immortal Realm, the last trace of resistance also disappeared. The exploded head grew back again. The wound healed, covering up the sound of chewing flesh and blood within the body. Lord Yin returned to his original appearance. However, compared to the previous one, who hid madness in his ordinariness, the current Lord Yin did indeed look somewhat similar to the stone tablet. Ancient, profound. Congratulations, everyone, Li Fan said with a slight smile. Thank you, holy teacher, for your accomplishment. Lord Yin and the others no longer used the previous term of fellow Taoist. Instead, like the students on the lecture platform, they addressed him as holy teacher. After all, whether it was taking them to the center of the Star Sea to observe the path of revival, or teaching them how to purify and return Xuanwang's evil thoughts, obtaining a large amount of heavenly favor. No matter which matter, it could be called a grace of recreation. For Lord Yin and the others, Li Fan was completely worthy of the title Holy Teacher. Xuanwang has completed its initial transformation. Next, we need to exert our efforts to guide it, helping it digest the remnant worlds in various places. But before that, we still need to do some preparatory work. Please speak, holy teacher. Although Xuanwang has devoured its own evil thoughts and made up for its own shortcomings, it has been plundered by cultivators for thousands of years, which has caused some deficits. It is like a person who has not eaten for a long time suddenly eating a lot. Suddenly stimulating the digestion of remnant worlds may lead to negative consequences, Li Fan explained the reason in detail. 100 Flowers nodded slightly, understanding. So what we need to do now is to help the Xuanwang realm digest 1 or 2 remnant worlds first. Where do we start? The Xuanwang remnant worlds are faintly integrated into one. Moving one part affects the whole body. Therefore, using these remnant worlds within the Xuanwang realm as a medicinal primer is not feasible, Li Fan revealed a hint of a smile, looking at everyone. Craftsmen could not help but look at the void outside the Xuanwang realm, so, we have to go outside to find world fragments. Where can we find that? We crossed most of the Star Sea before, and all we saw was a vast expanse of nothingness. I'm afraid all the remnant worlds in the entire Star Sea have fallen into the immortal ruins. Lord Yin snorted coldly. Then where did the remnant worlds that the Xuanwang realm has devoured over the years come from? Li Fan nodded slightly. That's right. There are still a large number of remnant world fragments in the Star Sea. The edge of the Star Sea, beneath the high walls. Li Fan said in a deep voice. Lord Yin and the others trembled upon hearing this. Li Fan waved his hand, and countless remnant worlds, like a vast and magnificent great wall, immediately appeared in front of everyone. The few of them could not help but be lost in thought. Even though they were all powerful, they lost their ability to speak in the face of such an incredible scene. 1326. The immortal and mortal miasma punish the immortals. The remnant world Great Wall, how could such a phenomenon arise on the edge of the Star Sea? Craftsman Chao exclaimed in disbelief. No wonder all the annihilated worlds from back then disappeared without a trace. They've all gathered at the foot of the high wall. The remnant worlds stretch endlessly. What kind of mighty power could create such a sight? Bai Hua's face was also filled with shock. Both of them had survived the destruction of the Star Sea and personally witnessed countless cultivation realms turn into desolate lands. Therefore, they could more deeply appreciate the awe-inspiring nature of the remnant world Great Wall, which stretched as far as the eye could see, compared to others. I seem to, as if recalling a memory buried deep within his mind, Superior Yin pressed his head, hesitating to speak. Li Fan glanced at him but didn't press the matter. Instead, he solemnly added, outside the remnant world Great Wall, there's also a ring of legacy artifact Great Walls acting as a barrier. The two guard the high wall, echoing each other and forming a formation. The journey ahead is even more perilous than going to the center of the Star Sea, and there's even a high chance of disaster and death. Li Fan's gaze swept across everyone. Whether to go or not is entirely up to you. I'll give you half a year to consider. Don't blindly pursue higher levels of power. Just by returning the Xuanwang's malice, even if you do nothing else afterward, you'll receive enough benefits after the Xuanwang realm completes its ascension. His figure slowly disappeared along with his words. Craftsman Chao and the others had different expressions. Indeed, the moment they saw the spectacle of the remnant world Great Wall, their minds were shaken, and they wanted to witness it firsthand. But Li Fan's words reminded them. In this Star Sea, wonders are often accompanied by great power. And great power means crisis. The remnant world Great Wall is like that, and so is the Immortal ruins. Moreover, only 3 or 4 fragments of the remnant world are needed as catalysts to stimulate the Xuanwang realm's ability to devour and digest. It doesn't require everyone to go. If this trip goes smoothly, there will be many more opportunities to contribute to the Xuanwang realm's ascension. With such thoughts in mind, everyone began to calculate. Li Fan naturally saw their subtle changes in expression. In his many reincarnations, Li Fan had come to understand these people's personalities very well. He could guess their general thoughts with a glance. To walk the path is a cultivator's instinct. But this path is fraught with danger and difficulty. Inner worries and hatred are even more obstacles to progress. How difficult it is to touch the so-called Tao. Watching Craftsman Chao and the others make their choices when facing life and death and pursuing the Tao, wisps of insight welled up in Li Fan's heart. Waiting for the Super Xuanwang realm's heaven and earth immortal souls to merge with the Tao doesn't mean that Li Fan's cultivation will stagnate until then. Breathing and speaking are all cultivation. The myriad thoughts of all beings are like Tao scriptures. On the lecture platform, in the Great Zon realm, the thoughts and ideas of countless living beings, like stars, poured into Li Fan's mind one after another, being perceived by him. Turning into the power to drive Li Fan's cultivation giant wheel forward. His intention to be a teacher of heaven and earth in this life wasn't just a whim. In his previous life, the Holy Emperor mentioned the concept of singing the Tao for longevity during his lectures. Reversing the Tao shadow can enlighten the true meaning of singing the Tao. Through multiple false as also true attempts, Li Fan vaguely confirmed little Luli's conjecture about the Holy Emperor's new derivation method. The projection of the Tao from top to bottom does make it easier to touch the Tao itself. Without projection, the Tao is hidden in the azure heavens, invisible. One can only rely on cultivation and comprehension to find the Tao traces. And then deepen them step by step. Although there are thousands of avenues, how difficult is it for ordinary cultivators to see the true face of the Tao? The true immortals of the Immortal ruins, with the hunger character as an aid to imitate the inscription of the Tao, still sit in meditation for tens of thousands of years without breaking through. This shows how difficult it is to comprehend the Tao. If it is so difficult for true immortals, what about those below true immortals? Among all living beings, Li Fan's situation is extremely special. Possessing returning to truth, he is more like standing at the end of this Tao, almost within reach of the ultimate Tao. Therefore, the seemingly incredible miracle of false is also true can be performed by a mere transformation stage cultivator. Regarding the changes between truth and falsehood involved in returning to truth, Li Fan could only gradually comprehend by increasing the connection with returning to truth. However, after the comprehension of false is also true gradually deepened, and after previously coming into contact with the mysterious symbol hidden deep within the bodies of the Yu clan people, Li Fan vaguely realized that he could use the method of analogy and inference to reverse and push the deepening progress of the changes between truth and falsehood from other Tao traces. The Tao projects all realms from top to bottom. Everything in the Xuanwang realm, material and consciousness, can be regarded as a projection of the Tao. It's just that it is already the end of the projection. Trying to trace back the way of projection from the bottom up is almost an impossible task. However, as the only surviving place in the star sea, the Xuanwang realm has already gathered too many impossibilities. For example, the eternal lingering thought, a strange existence that resonates with the Tao. In his 119th life, Li Fan had already been to the Tianyang cave mansion at the bottom of the Kongyan Sea. He collected the Tianyang relics containing the eternal lingering thought. He tried various methods, but he was still unable to sense the resonance of the Tao within them. However, Li Fan will not give up his research on the resonance of the Tao because of this. Instead, he turned to look for a lower substitute for the eternal lingering thought. In his 119th life, Li Fan created the Mortal Compassion True Immortal Network with the faceless True Immortal statue as a guide. Among the thousands of believers, only Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi's thoughts were the most dazzling and special. Even in the Origin Power Essence Network, they were extremely conspicuous. They are genuine, sincere seekers of the Tao. Previously, Li Fan thought that this was just due to the two people's innate character. For Li Fan himself, it had no other benefits. But now, Li Fan discovered that Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi's sincere seeking of the Tao may be the seeds of the eternal lingering thought. In other words, if they are constantly guided to deepen their thoughts of seeking the Tao, there may be a chance that eternal lingering thought will be born after Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi die. I can't use the eternal lingering thought, can't I use a lower substitute? The discovery from Ko Hong and the other two gave Li Fan inspiration. In addition, he wanted to use the Super Xuanwang realm's heaven and earth immortal souls to merge with the Tao, so he went along with the flow and had the teacher of heaven and earth in this life. On the lecture platform, the thoughts of thousands of living beings gathered. Like the stars in the sky, each with different brightness. Those who are different from the crowd will be given special attention by Li Fan. It's a pity that no existence that may be promoted to eternal lingering thought has been found yet. However, Li Fan believes that when the lecture platform is finally expanded to the Xuanwang realm, in addition to Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi, he should be able to harvest some others. As for Ko Hong and the other two, with their current experience in this life, there is still some distance from the sincere seekers of the Tao they once were. Accepting them as disciples would instead affect their heart of seeking the Tao. Therefore, Li Fan has not moved them for the time being, and even added some difficulty to their cultivation. He will wait until the flowers bloom and bear fruit before harvesting them. The Tao projects all realms, and there are always some living beings in the world that can correspond to the Tao traces. These are the materials I can use to increase the progress of my comprehension of changes between truth and false. After personally experiencing the power of false is also true, Li Fan has decided to raise the priority of promoting this matter to the second highest, only below preserving his life. As for realm, cultivation, and treasures, these are things that can be obtained in every reincarnation and cannot be compared with it at all. However, it seems that these brilliant thoughts of living beings should only be able to comprehend the Tao once, just like the eternal lingering thought. I wonder how many people in the entire Xuanwang realm can give me surprises. Li Fan swept his divine sense across the earth, looking at the great Zon citizens who were still constantly coming towards the central lecture platform. Li Fan nodded slightly. His figure flickered, and the next moment, Li Fan had already left the great Zon small world. He arrived at Keeling Prefecture in the Xuanwang realm. The extremely empty underground space was filled with an invisible, strange aura. Even with Li Fan's current cultivation, he still collected enough origin power essences protection before daring to come here. Strands of golden lines formed a protective formation, separating Li Fan from the terrifying power in this underground space. I guessed right. This ancient immortal mortal miasma has also undergone sublimation and transformation along with the Xuanwang realm, Li Fan concluded after carefully observing. In his 119th life, an earthquake occurred in Keeling Prefecture, and the ancient immortal mortal miasma sealed here leaked, thus creating a bloody storm. After gathering for thousands of years in the underground space, this ancient immortal mortal miasma seems to have undergone some kind of mutation, even more powerful than the original version of the immortal mortal miasma. The immortal mortal miasma was created by Mr. Bai against the principles of heaven and earth. It is also a part of the principles of heaven and earth. When the Xuanwang realm began to evolve towards the super Xuanwang realm in this life, the ancient immortal mortal miasma in this underground space was also accumulating the power of transformation. Mortals can also slay immortals. Li Fan stretched out his hand, and the golden protective formation immediately opened. Invisible power took advantage of the opportunity and began to erode Li Fan's palm. Frowning, Li Fan decisively cut off his entire arm after sensing it for only a moment. Then, origin power essence reprotected, resisting the erosion of the immortal mortal miasma. Interesting. In an instant, Li Fan's severed arm had already grown back. And the original arm left in the ancient immortal mortal miasma was eaten away by the surrounding invisible power. Not even dry bones were left, only a pile of sand-like remains. A rare trace of excitement flashed in Li Fan's eyes. Among the items bound to his returning to truth, there was a 10,000 people's essence blood. It was condensed from tens of thousands of death row prisoners. However, the power of the immortal mortal miasma contained in this 10,000 people's essence blood is not as good as a trace of this strengthened ancient immortal mortal miasma. If the Super Xuanwang realm completes its final transformation, to what extent will the immortal mortal miasma here be strengthened in the end? In Li Fan's deduction, the power of the Star Sea's recovery, the immortal spiritual power of the great heavenly venerate's legacy, the remaining realms of the Star Sea. The joint promotion of these forces is enough to raise the Xuanwang realm to a level infinitely close to the immortal realm. Or, in a sense, this Super Xuanwang realm is the newly ascended immortal realm. It's just that it's weaker than the destroyed ancient immortal realm. At that time, even if I can't slay immortals, I might be able to seriously injure them. More importantly, this ancient immortal mortal miasma can continue to strengthen with the enhancement of the Xuanwang realm. Its own nature of mortals slaying immortals determines its indispensable role. One day, when I have the ability to truly promote the sublimation of the Xuanwang realm to the immortal realm, then this immortal mortal miasma will be a thorough immortal slaying weapon. At this point, the look in Li Fan's eyes as he looked at the invisible power in this vast space had already changed. Judging from Zhan Tianwang's experience back then and some clues currently gleaned outside the high wall, ascending to immortality within the Star Sea may require facing unimaginable dangers. And the birth of an immortal domain may also attract attention. But after all, it's not Li Fan's main body. Even if it really triggers some crisis to descend, it can give Li Fan plenty of buffer time. Compared to promoting the Xuanwang realm to achieve an immortal domain, which is more difficult. Anyone who isn't crazy would definitely choose the second one. But for Li Fan, the conclusion was completely the opposite. The great heavenly venerate's legacy and the immortal spiritual energy in immortal artifacts are all resources that can be infinitely reused for me. In addition to this, there are other materials and forces in the entire Star Sea. Li Fan's thoughts turned rapidly. Perhaps it's feasible. I just need to wait until the end of this life to see how much the Super Xuanwang realm that I have created is still lacking compared to the legendary immortal realm, and then I can make a conclusion. The change in this ancient immortal mortal miasma opened up Li Fan's thinking. In the Xuanwang realm, there are countless things that embody the laws. When the Xuanwang realm ascends, these law-embodied items will also be upgraded synchronously. The entire Xuanwang realm can be regarded as my weapon against immortals. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. Immortals and mortals are different. However, if this mortal has an entire immortal realm behind him, then the final result will be different. Outside the high wall, the situation is unknown. Using a realm as a base may be easier to explore. Li Fan carefully arranged formations around this underground space. To prevent others from discovering the immortal mortal miasma sealed here. Continue to grow. When it reaches its limit, it will be the day to forge a sword. After ensuring that everything was foolproof, Li Fan left. If the plan is feasible, then it's time for me to collect some anchors. The more immortal slaying items, the better. Thinking this way, Li Fan quietly came to Tianling Prefecture, in the void of the Five Elements' Great Cave Heaven. At this time, the Five Elements' Cave Heaven had not yet fully descended. It was the perfect time to absorb and replenish the conditions for anchors, a newborn cave heaven. However, Li Fan had already used the Five Elements' Cave Heaven to complete one charge before. He didn't know if returning to truth would react this time. Skillfully, he came to the black and white intertwined nurturing space. Li Fan concentrated his mind, experiencing the feelings transmitted by returning to truth. It's a little difficult to swallow, but it can barely be swallowed. After a long time, Li Fan opened his eyes, his expression a little strange. Steadying his mind, his divine sense instantly enveloped the entire Five Elements' Great Cave Heaven. After a long while, the cave heaven disappeared inexplicably. And Li Fan had one more usable anchor. A premonition emerged in Li Fan's heart. If he tried it again, returning to truth would really lose its appetite. Unlike devouring a cave heaven that had already descended, the current five elements great cave heaven was still in the process of being nurtured. Now, its unexplained disappearance naturally caused spatial fluctuations. 1327. The floating crossing formation is completed. Countless black and white lines instantly came to life, altering their original trajectories and hurtling towards Li Fan. They resembled countless tentacles, seeking to entangle and bind him. This space, known as the root of heaven and earth, is the location where the five elements' great grotto heavens are conceived. The black and white lines, interwoven and crisscrossing, resembled a massive weaving machine, knitting together the Xuanwang world. Not only the five elements' great grotto heavens but also the Xuanwang realm's initial mountains, rivers, and blessed lands were all born from this place. It is the origin of the world, the convergence of laws, and the beginning of creation. Initially, when Li Fan witnessed this magnificent sight, he could only marvel at the wonders of creation and seize this rare opportunity to comprehend the various primordial fragments of laws drifting within the root of heaven and earth. But now, after experiencing over 100 reincarnations and returning to this place, Li Fan saw many things he couldn't perceive before. For example, although already very faint, almost integrated into the entire root of heaven and earth space, it still influenced the overall operation from the foundational level. Artificial traces. Faced with the instinctive attack of countless black and white lines within the root of heaven and earth, Li Fan didn't dodge or evade, allowing them to deeply penetrate his body. Under normal circumstances, if cultivators who came here encountered such an attack, their bodies, also composed of countless lines, would soon disperse, dissolve, and completely vanish within this space. But at this moment, an inexplicable force existed within Li Fan's body, firmly fixing his own lines in place. No matter how the root of heaven and earth absorbed, he remained unyielding. Naturally, it was the sliver of transformation of truth and falsehood that he had comprehended that firmly anchored Li Fan in place. Almost all creations originating from the Xuanwang realm found it difficult to resist the root of heaven and earth's method of returning to the source. However, the transformation of truth and falsehood came from returning to truth. It was far beyond what the Xuanwang root of heaven and earth could analyze and differentiate. On the contrary, specks of gray imprints spread along the countless lines inserted into his body, towards the depths of the root of heaven and earth. These weren't world-destroying true immortal runes, but countless strands of Li Fan's divine sense. He wanted to use this attack to glimpse the mysteries of the root of heaven and earth. Countless images flashed before his eyes in an instant. In the void, brightness flickered unceasingly. Each change in brightness and darkness signified trillions of line intersections. From nothing to something, in the darkness, a world was being born. Boom! Just as Li Fan's mind was immersed in watching, these profound images suddenly shattered. It turned out that the root of heaven and earth had detected Li Fan's intention to intrude. All the lines inserted into Li Fan's body faded and dissolved in an instant. Li Fan's connection with the root of heaven and earth was severed. Even more, the lines that were constantly weaving creations in his field of vision slowly disappeared into the void, never to be seen again. The light suddenly brightened, but he was expelled by the root of heaven and earth and returned to the Xuanwang heavenly spirit continent. What a pity! The instinctive crisis response is still swift. Although he said so, he didn't feel much regret in his heart. Li Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling the artificial traces he had just glimpsed. Peeking into the details of the root of heaven and earth was just a guise. Li Fan's real purpose was to attract its attention so that he could sense those hidden imprints more. Some imprints were new, and some were old. If Li Fan could barely distinguish the new traces with his current strength, then the old imprints were almost impossible to discern. He only relied on the familiar aura he had seen once before to instinctively sense their existence. The newness and oldness of the imprints were relative. Even the new traces were thousands of years old. The five elements' great grotto heavens are the work of the one beginning sect in the past. In order to cope with the world-destroying disaster, they guided the generation of laws within the Xuanwang root of heaven and earth. The five elements are complete, the Hunyuan circulates, forming a world of its own. Each time a five elements' great grotto heaven is conceived, it is a great loss to the Xuanwang realm. It's like a mortal woman giving birth to a child. Logically speaking, giving birth to one is the limit. However, within the Xuanwang realm's root of heaven and earth, the guidance left by the one beginning sect has not disappeared. Therefore, this gestation process will never stop. Li Fan's eyes flickered, already seeing the origin of the new traces. Pointing forward into the air, even though he felt a powerful rejection force, Li Fan still relied on his own strength to forcibly squeeze back in. As if poking a hornet's nest, countless black and white lines within the root of heaven and earth suddenly rioted. They surged towards Li Fan, seemingly without end. This time, Li Fan no longer acted as a living target. He avoided the root of heaven and earth's attack while his figure flickered, using his fingers as knives to cut off the marks left by the one beginning sect in the past one by one. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The root of heaven and earth vibrated and resonated. It should have understood the reason for Li Fan's actions. The originally furious lines turned gentle. Returning to their original place, they returned to calm. Just now, in the blink of an eye, Li Fan had destroyed all the traces imprinted by the one beginning sect within the root of heaven and earth. From then on, the Xuanwang realm would no longer have new five elements great grotto heavens conceived. After all, Li Fan planned to promote the birth of a super Xuanwang realm. And the gestation of the five elements grotto heaven was undoubtedly a loss of the Xuanwang world's power. Naturally, Li Fan would not sit idly by and let this continue to happen. Not only the five elements great grotto heavens but also other grotto heavens within the Xuanwang realm that were unnecessary to conceive and be born, Li Fan would prevent them from descending. He wanted to accumulate power for the Xuanwang realm. The root of heaven and earth's repulsive force had completely disappeared, allowing Li Fan to observe the imperceptible ancient traces more carefully. As expected, it's exactly the same as the ancient immortal formation guarding the 9 stars red pearl. The ancient imprints, like innate birthmarks, were almost integrated with the root of heaven and earth space. If Li Fan hadn't had the good fortune to see similar existences before, he would have probably regarded them as characteristics of the root of heaven and earth itself. Part of the imprint had already penetrated deep into the space itself, so Li Fan couldn't glimpse the original appearance of this immortal formation. However, compared with the original deduced formation data within the terminus disintegration disk, the vast majority could be matched. I've finally found you, Li Fan's eyes gleamed. The floating starry sky grand formation, according to Li Fan's previous deductions, consisted of 4 sub-formations. In his previous reincarnation experiences, Li Fan had already determined 3/4 of them. They were the golden chains used to lock and capture the cultivation world outside the star sea, the Tian Beast's Eye acting as an observatory, and the dark sea used to get rid of the immortal ruins, suction, which was the spirit gathering ascension grand formation. But the remaining one had been searched throughout the Xuanwang realm, but it had never been found. Even in the previous life when the immortal formation destroyed the world, Li Fan couldn't lock down the possible location. Unexpectedly, in this life, in order to absorb the anchor point, he revisited the old place. Instead, he had an unexpected surprise. This floating crossing grand formation should have been transformed by the profound Heaven King on the basis of the ancient guardian immortal formation. Unlike the other formations, the degree of transformation here is quite slight, almost untouched. With this root of heaven and earth constantly weaving creation, the Xuanwang world, even when sailing in the star sea, has the ability to continuously repair itself and even grow stronger. This kind of growth originating from the self is different from the methods of transmitting techniques or the heavenly physician using external remnant realms for patching. There won't be the strangeness caused by conflicting world laws, nor will there be side effects during the fusion process. Before Li Fan's eyes, a picture suddenly appeared. In the endless dark void, the Xuanwang world was like a giant star river warship, slowly moving forward. The eye of the Kun beast was responsible for observation and positioning. Golden chains searched for enemies and collected resources externally, the Sea of Shadows provided a steady stream of power, and the root of heaven and earth was responsible for repairing and strengthening. It could be called a perfect survival strategy for the star sea. Floating across the starry sky, floating across the starry sky. With this great formation, one can indeed traverse the starry sky and ignore disasters. The Zontian King is truly an unparalleled genius. Li Fan praised sincerely. It's just a pity, such an extraordinary person, just as he was about to ascend to immortality, unexpectedly encountered misfortune. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. The disappearance of the Zontian King is one of the greatest mysteries of the Xuanwang world from ancient times to the present. Even after Li Fan's many reincarnations, even after the immortal formation destroyed the world and revealed all the shrouded secrets, he still failed to glimpse its truth. He could only vaguely guess that the process of formally ascending to immortality might involve great risks. Although the Zantian king is not here now, this floating formation can be used by me. Before, I even guessed that after the Zantian king mysteriously disappeared, he might be hiding in the last floating formation. But now it seems, because of Li Fan's help with birth control, the root of heaven and earth had already chosen to forgive his previous act of devouring the 5 elements cave heaven. However, it also did not generate much goodwill. It just allowed Li Fan to wander in this world where laws converged. This place seemed boundless and infinite, but it was actually an illusion created by the intertwining of laws and immortal formations. Li Fan, who was proficient in formations, did not get lost in it. Before long, he had completely searched the interior of the root of heaven and earth. As Li Fan thought, he did not find any trace of the Zantian king's possible existence. In the previous life, when the immortal formation destroyed the world, I didn't see Mo Ruben in the end. If he were in the Xuanwang world, with his strength, he would definitely be able to resist it somewhat. Could it be? Li Fan frowned slightly. Mo Ruben had no reason to abandon his long-term goal and directly escape from the Xuanwang world. Therefore, it was highly likely that he had gone to the Kun Beast site located somewhere unknown outside the Xuanwang world. The eye of the Kun Beast, which can act as a surveying formation for floating in the starry sky, should be able to observe a wider range than I imagined. Perhaps it's not just the void outside the world, a trace of realization flashed in Li Fan's heart. The floating starry sky formation is almost integrated with the Xuanwang. This eye of the Kun Beast may even be able to reverse and look back at the Xuanwang world. It's just that, I'm afraid Mo Ruben doesn't necessarily know its exact location. It's risky to rashly search for it in the starry sky. So, in the 119th life, when I pretended to cooperate with him, he didn't choose this path. And in the previous life, he was chased and killed by the Holy Emperor's clone, and was almost desperate, so he was forced to make a choice. Li Fan knew about the eye of the Kun Beast through an unlucky guy who was randomly teleported there from Jushan Prefecture using a teleportation formation. He even bumped into the heavenly physician who came over after sensing the aura. Fortunately, with his own wit, he won the trust of the heavenly physician. As a blessing in disguise, he obtained the heavenly physician's secret mending heaven record. The probability of being randomly teleported to the eye of the Kun Beast was too small, so Li Fan certainly couldn't try it himself. However, Jushan Prefecture was formed from the bones of the Kun Beast back then. There must be some connection with the eye of the Kun Beast, which is far away. Perhaps this connection could be used to locate the eye of the Kun Beast. The floating starry sky formation is also extremely important for my sublimation of the Xuanwang world in this life. Although the formation has been broken, if I repair it and reactivate it. During the Zantian King's era, the floating starry sky formation only covered a small area of the original Xuanwang world. Compared with the Xuanwang world after the fusion of all realms today, it is only the most central core area. The formation can be expanded, so as to control the Xuanwang unknowingly. The Doomsday Dissolution Disc cannot spare the time because of its heavy tasks. Li Fan only deduced based on his own understanding of formation techniques. In his sea of consciousness, the floating formation radiated from the center, gradually covering the Xuanwang light sphere. Finally, it transformed into a giant star sea warship. When expanding and rebuilding the formation, I can integrate the world-destroying immortal formation that I comprehended in my previous life. When the Xuanwang world finally completes its transformation, even if the descending immortal soul is strong, beyond my expectations. With the formation as a restraint, it will be absolutely difficult to escape from my control. Li Fan secretly pondered in his heart. It must be said that working on the shoulders of predecessors is naturally much easier. With the foundation laid by the Zantian king back then, Li Fan would save almost half of his energy if he wanted to complete his plan. Or rather, if it weren't for the Zantian king's arrangement, it would be impossible for Li Fan to complete the construction of a brand new floating starry sky formation with his current formation cultivation. Now there is still a bit of information missing about the 4 floating formations. Naturally, Mo Ruben's figure appeared before Li Fan's eyes. In the previous life's battle with the Holy Emperor, Mo Ruben's methods had been seen by him almost completely. As long as he made arrangements in advance, Li Fan was confident that he could handle him. It was time to settle the score for being played by Mo Ruben back then. However, before seeking revenge from Mo Ruben and inquiring about information, Li Fan took the first step and came to where another Zantian sect Dharma king was located. Eastern Yangzhou, Circular Mountain. The spiritual flowers filled the sky, a beautiful sight. But Li Fan knew that hidden in these extremely beautiful flowers were the memories of Ji Yuzhen, one of the former Zhantian sect Dharma kings. Or rather, fragments of her soul. The cultivation technique practiced by Ji Yuzhen was the immeasurable celestial pivot separation divine art. Even the Zhantian king, Zhan Yuanong himself, praised this divine art as the only one he had ever seen in his life. Ji Yuzhen seemed to have fallen, but in fact, there was still a glimmer of life hidden in these endless divine soul flowers. At the end of the previous life, in the storm of the immortal formation destroying the world, this place was one of the last shining points of the myriad Immortals Alliance region to hold out. My previous technique of peeking into memories should still have some flaws. The real secret is still hidden in Ji Yuzhen's memory. A flash of light flashed in Li Fan's eyes, and an ordinary white circle suddenly appeared in his hand. It was falling into the mortal world. Gently throwing it upwards, the white circle instantly enveloped the entire circular mountain. Silently falling, it transformed everything it covered into spiritual energy. The huge circular mountain shattered inch by inch. Those divine soul flowers that were integrated with the mountain, hidden inside, and almost impossible to detect by ordinary means, slowly floated out. 1328. The memories of Ji Yuzhen. After cultivating the limitless celestial pivot soul separation art, the difference between the myriad split souls and the original soul became apparent. Previously, what Li Fan found in the annular mountains of Dongyang continent were merely the memories of those myriad split souls. The truly important original soul, however, had remained undiscovered. It wasn't until Bai Quan's fallen dust intervened, completely obliterating the annular mountains, that the hidden original soul was finally revealed. Unlike the myriad spiritual energy flowers scattered outside, the divine soul flower hidden within the annular mountains seemed to still be in a state of dormancy. Even with active contact, it would not be attacked. When these divine soul flowers were exposed after losing their hiding place, they spontaneously gathered in a rhythmic manner, slowly coalescing into a massive, glowing white flower. Within the annular mountain region, the countless spiritual energy flowers scattered throughout the heavens and earth seemed to have found their backbone, revolving around the glowing white flower. In the rising storm, the original divine soul flower gradually became like those spiritual energy flowers, seemingly trying to hide itself in this way. Unfortunately, the instant the annular mountains collapsed and the divine soul flower dispersed outward, Li Fan's immense and unparalleled divine sense had already locked onto all of them. How could such a clumsy disguise possibly deceive Li Fan? But Li Fan soon realized that he was wrong. When his divine sense made contact with one of the original divine soul flowers, the images transmitted from it felt somewhat familiar to Li Fan. It was the very same scene he had encountered in the ordinary spiritual energy flowers before. As expected, it has some tricks up its sleeve. Even when locked onto by me, it can still complete the exchange and transfer silently. Looking at the trillions of flowers before him, Li Fan coldly snorted, "Now that I've discovered you, how can I let you escape again? Since you're hiding in the endless sea of flowers, then I'll boil the sea." Profound yellow extinction transformation, heavenly punishment, soul gathering and condensation. An overwhelming aura of baleful energy suddenly erupted from Li Fan's body. Li Fan's eyes turned pitch black, and the baleful energy solidified, like countless tiny tentacles, swaying in the wind. Within this black baleful energy, faint flashes of lightning could be seen. It was as if heavenly punishment had descended, to exterminate all living beings in the world. It was one of the transformations within Li Fan's profound yellow extinction transformation. When profound yellow encounters a destructive crisis, in order to survive, it must exterminate all living beings within the realm, absorbing their flesh and blood, and divine souls, to increase its chances of resisting the world-destroying crisis. This transformation was even more extreme than the heaven and earth silent, all things frozen that Li Fan had used before. It was a desperate gamble, a survival transformation where nothing else mattered but oneself. Above Dongyang continent, boundless black clouds rolled in from the horizon. It was the stress response of the profound yellow heavenly Tao sensing the extreme changes here. Li Fan even noticed that, because of the birth of this transformation of heaven and earth, the profound yellow world's attitude towards him was rapidly deteriorating. The goodwill he had painstakingly accumulated was almost instantly reduced to zero. However, Li Fan didn't care. Baleful energy tentacles constantly split into new branches, wrapping around and piercing into every spiritual energy flower they could touch. One by one, the spiritual energy flowers withered. At the same time, strands of incomparably pure energy, yet carrying a hint of strangeness, were absorbed and concentrated, also mixed with many fragmented memory fragments. Some belonged to Ji Yuzhen, and some belonged to cultivators who had fallen here. Li Fan categorized and organized those belonging to Ji Yuzhen, gradually piecing together a complete picture. At the same time, he focused his mind completely, waiting for the discovery of the original split soul. The Zantian sect's immortal techniques each had their own mysteries. To be on the safe side, Li Fan was not greedy and did not directly absorb the energy transformed from the spiritual energy flowers. Instead, he gathered it in one place and sealed it with the essence of source power. Black tentacles danced wildly. The flowers in the sky disappeared in large patches at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the first original soul could no longer hide and was found by Li Fan. He did not absorb and destroy the divine soul, but only peeked into the memories hidden within the divine soul. Boom, like a revolving lantern, images flashed quickly. As if covered with a layer of white light, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. Looking at flowers in the fog, looming. Junner, have you remembered the method to activate the golden lock across the sky formation? Zantian King's voice came, but his face was hidden under the white light, making it difficult to see clearly. Senior brother Xuanyuan, am I that stupid in your heart? Ji Yuzhen said with some teasing. Zantian King quickly explained, Junner, don't misunderstand. I know your talent is definitely not below mine. However, this formation is, after all, an improvement based on the immortal formation. Without personally experiencing the difference between immortals and mortals, it is really difficult to have a correct understanding. Since senior brother Xuanyuan is so worried, then you can teach me again, Ji Yuzhen said softly. All right. Zantian King hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He said in a deep voice, the golden lock across the sky spans the heavens. Even if the target is at the distant end of the starry sea, as long as it is locked, the chains can arrive in an instant and capture it. I told you before that the reason why this effect can be achieved is because it has the horizon within reach formation embedded within it. This formation was originally engraved in the Ascension platform in the Immortal realm. When I escaped, I moved the entire Immortal formation down. Ji Yuzhen looked at Zan Yuanong, as if she saw him collecting the Immortal realm's relics while escaping for his life, and couldn't help but laugh again and again. Even if it's not the first time I've heard you say it, it's still hard for me to imagine that senior brother Xuanyuan is this kind of person. Zan Yuanong coughed awkwardly. The Immortal realm is suffering a catastrophe, which will obviously affect the lower realm. I naturally have to make more preparations. Moreover, they are already unowned items. Zantian King defended himself seriously, then continued to explain, the starry sea's space-time is offset. The location of the immortal cultivation world observed by the eye of the Changqi beast may have a slight deviation from its actual location. Therefore, when using the golden lock to capture it, corresponding adjustments must be made. Currently, there is no good way to solve this deviation, so it all depends on the experience and feeling of the host. The horizon within reach formation consumes a lot of energy. It needs to be repaired and replenished after each period of use. However, there is no need to worry about damage. I have already replicated 3 copies of the key core parts. At most, the capture efficiency will be lower, but it will not affect the use of the formation. Zantian King explained very carefully, and Ji Yuzhen listened to every word. However, her gaze was always fixed on Zan Yuanong's face, never leaving. Returning to reality from the memory, Li Fan carefully sealed this original soul. Then he turned to look at the rest of the sea of flowers. As more and more wrong options were eliminated, the collection of original souls became faster and faster. Ji Yuzhen's memories appeared one after another. Vaguely, it was a secret room. Ji Yuzhen and Zan Yuanong stood facing each other. Senior brother Xuanyuan, you've finally opened your mind. You asked me out here alone. Ji Yuzhen's beautiful eyes rippled with silk, staring at Zantian King. Junner, don't mess around. There's serious business today, Zan Yuanong said sternly. The other 11 brothers have already completed their selection of immortal techniques, only you are still undecided. I said, I want senior brother Xuanyuan to help me choose, Ji Yuzhen interrupted Zan Yuanong. Zan Yuanong looked helpless. I'm looking for you precisely for this matter. Senior brother Xuanyuan has chosen for me. Limitless celestial pivot soul separation art. Even among the many immortal techniques I've collected, it is a top-notch existence. It can split the divine soul infinitely, and the divine soul will never die, never be destroyed. More importantly, it can nurture one's own divine soul and split the original soul. Each original soul can ascend to an independent immortal path. Zantian King spoke eloquently. I believe in you, brother. I'll cultivate this one, Ji Yuzhen decided before Zantian King could finish speaking. Zan Yuanong paused and nodded slightly. He pointed to his own brow, and then one by one, dark characters flew out from it. Zan Yuanong closed his eyes, his face calm. Only occasionally did his brow furrow, as if enduring great pain. The spirit is the flower of life. The spirit travels in the void, its brilliance is like the new green of spring willow, abundant but not chaotic, separated but able to combine. The moment she saw those moving dark characters, an extremely profound technique appeared in her mind. Not only the content of the technique, but also countless memories of practicing this technique, as well as specific insights. Although it was only the beginning, it was as if she had been reincarnated for thousands of lifetimes, and had cultivated it countless times. After an unknown amount of time, the dark characters slowly returned to Zan Yuan King's Sea of Consciousness. Senior brother Xuanyuan, are you okay? Ji Yuzhen stepped forward to check with great concern. Only to see thousands of other hideous faces suddenly flashed across Zantian King's face, trying to take over. But in the end, it turned back to Zan Yuanong's original face. Senior brother Xuanyuan, you can just transcribe the technique directly. Why do you have to use this method of inheritance? Ji Yuzhen's tone was somewhat blaming. Zan Yuanong sighed slightly. Junner, the complexity of immortal techniques is far beyond the comparison of lower realm techniques. Although you have extraordinary talent, without the guidance of inheritance, it would probably take more than 10 years to get started with this soul separation art. We don't have that much time. Ji Yuzhen was silent. Zan Yuanong added. Moreover, judging from the cultivation status of the other brothers, whether or not they receive inheritance and teaching makes a clear difference. It should be the limitation of the technique itself within that azure underworld pearl. This azure underworld pearl may not be a good thing, Ji Yuzhen snorted. Zan Yuanong did not agree. Techniques have no distinction between good and evil, it all depends on the cultivators who use them. The same goes for this azure underworld pearl. It can absorb the corpses of fallen cultivators and extract the techniques they practiced before their death. It is enough to show the extraordinary nature of this treasure. It's a pity that I got it too late. I could only scan the nearby corpses in a hurry before leaving in a panic, Zan Yuanong said with regret. One segment of images after another flashed through Li Fan's mind. All of them were the life of Ji Yuzhen, the former Zantian sect Dharma king. Compared to the fragments preserved in the spiritual energy flowers before, the memories within the original soul were more complete. Moreover, they all involved many secrets of Zantian king of the Zantian sect. For example, the origin of the Zantian sect Dharma king's cultivation of immortal techniques, that mysterious and unpredictable immortal treasure, the azure underworld pearl. For example, the floating crossing formation, the method to activate and control the golden lock across the sky. And for example, the bits and pieces of Ji Yuzhen's interaction with Zan Yuanong. But what made Li Fan feel a little puzzled was that the memories of the original soul here were still not complete. Some important fragments were missing. Li Fan scanned his surroundings, making sure there were no more wandering spiritual energy flowers. Did it escape while I wasn't paying attention? Or were those original souls not preserved in the first place? Li Fan obtained the complete content of the soul separation art from Ji Yuzhen's memory. Although there was no so-called method of inheritance, and he could not get started, he had a general understanding of the content of this immortal technique. In addition to being able to split the divine soul into thousands and being immortal and indestructible, the original soul had a greater use, which was to be used as a medicinal primer after attaining the Tao. Whether oneself or others swallowed it, it could make two completely different paths of Tao completely merge and blend together. True immortals pursue a certain path of the Tao. The great Tao is unique. Not only would there be repulsion to other cultivators who cultivated this Tao, but it would also be difficult to cultivate two different paths of Tao at the same time. But the soul separation art could cleverly resolve this restriction. The healing effect of swallowing the original soul was somewhat insignificant compared to this heaven-defying Tao fusion function. From the memory obtained earlier, when Zantian King was injured, Ji Yuzhen had the idea of feeding her original soul to him. Now that her most important original soul is missing, did she find Zantian King at the last moment and feed him with her own body? Li Fan couldn't help but guess. Ji Yuzhen clearly deeply loved Zantian King. However, Zan Yuanong didn't know why, but he never accepted the other party's love. He even deliberately kept his distance. Sacrificing oneself to save Zantian King was completely something Ji Yuzhen could do. Zantian King, Li Fan murmured, raised his head and looked at the sky. The dark clouds accumulated by the profound yellow world had reached their limit. It was as if they would collapse from the sky at any time. Ji Yuzhen's scattered divine souls had all been absorbed. Li Fan withdrew the heaven-slaying earth-destroying transformation. His figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. The anomalies in the sky also dissipated. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance cultivators, who had been blocked by an invisible barrier outside, arrived late. After discovering the annular mountains and spiritual energy flowers that had disappeared out of thin air, they were shocked and quickly reported to the Immortal Alliance headquarters. Li Fan did not continue to look for Mo Ruben. Instead, he first went into seclusion to digest the memories in Ji Yuzhen's divine soul. The life of the Dharma King, even if some of the most important parts were missing, was still very vast. Especially in the original soul, not only were there memories, but also the thoughts and emotions of that time were included. While peaking, it was inevitable that he would be eroded by these emotions. In order to prevent himself from being affected and Ji Yuzhen from seizing his body in reverse, Li Fan had to stop after experiencing each memory and erase those infiltrating emotions. The memory of Ji Yuzhen and Zantian King's first meeting is also missing. It seems that it is an important reason why she fell in love with Zantian King, and it is also one of her most precious memories. However, Ji Yuzhen's memory of the other 11 Dharma Kings has been preserved. 1329. The King of the Xuantian Sect. Besides Ji Yuzhen, the images of the other 11 Zantian sect Dharma Kings of the past appeared before Li Fan. The mumbling, always hidden in the shadows, Sun Xingwang. The heroic, uninhibited giant, Sikong Lin. The taciturn, always following Zantian King's lead, Mo Ruben. The oldest and most senior among the Dharma Kings, Hui Ziyuan. The youngest, yet sharp and assertive young man, Zhou Yangli. Bearded, muscular, reaching the pinnacle of the art of crafting. Even the Zantian King, returning from the immortal realm, would occasionally seek his advice, Gongye Tianzong. Perennially concealing her face with white cloth, originally the most skilled in the art of dual cultivation, with countless male consorts. Later, she executed all the cultivators she had been involved with to rectify her Tao heart, the peerless beauty of the Xuanwang realm, Luo Yichen. The manager of one of the largest chambers of commerce in the Xuanwang realm, the Langwan Immortal Pavilion, with eyes and ears all over the world, and a master of diplomacy, Niang Ni. Lacking all 4 limbs, with disfigured features. Always wearing a bronze-fanged mask, rarely communicating with others, Xing Wuk. The pot-bellied, ever-smiling peacemaker, Tian Xing. The martial force of the 12 Dharma Kings, the acknowledged strongest in battle, obsessed with war, and proficient in all techniques, Yu Qianji. Li Fan had only seen most of them once in Ji Yuzhen's memories and did not know their specific information. But there were some that Li Fan was quite familiar with. In the previous life, Mo Ruben once said to the Holy Emperor's avatar that his strength was the weakest among the 12 Dharma Kings. I originally thought it was just empty words, but now it seems, Li Fan observed the few memories in Ji Yuzhen's mind. Although they were both 12 Dharma Kings, Ji Yuzhen's heart was entirely focused on Zan Yuanong. She wasn't very familiar with the other Dharma Kings. It was merely a colleague relationship. But Ji Yuzhen still had a general understanding of everyone's strength. Without a formal competition, Mo Ruben's strength was indeed at the bottom of the 12 Dharma Kings. However, this impression was before the Dharma Kings transferred to the immortal techniques bestowed by the Zantian King. The immortal techniques were exquisite, and after the transfer, Ji Yuzhen could no longer see through the details of everyone. The giant skeleton that senior sister Zhao found in the cave back then was Sikong Lin. Sun Xingwang's cultivation technique was also left there, so he must also be in mortal danger. Mo Ruben is still in slumber. As for the others, after the destruction of the Zantian sect, the 10 immortal sects had been pursuing and killing them. Even so, Li Fan did not believe that all the Dharma Kings except Mo Ruben were dead. Perhaps they are still sleeping and recuperating in some corner of the Xuanwang realm. Li Fan shook his head slightly, not particularly concerned. Even if they were once at the peak of the Xuanwang realm, they were difficult to catch Li Fan's eye as long as they could not survive in the world-ending immortal formation. In the previous life, Those light spots that persisted to the end in the ravaging world-ending storm did not include these Zontian sect Dharma kings. Unless, the survivors among them are no longer in the Xuanwang realm. This thought suddenly flashed through Li Fan's mind. It took Li Fan half a month to digest all of Ji Yuzhen's memories. Besides the information about the 12 Dharma kings, the most important were the Azure Underworld Pearl and the method of manipulating the golden lock across the sky formation for crossing the starry sky. Zhan Yuanong had once shown Ji Yuzhen this treasure obtained from the Immortal realm. Like its name, the pearl's body presented a scene of vast blue sky, slowly flowing. In addition to being able to analyze the techniques cultivated by a cultivator's corpse during their lifetime and transform them into inheritance within the pearl. It was said that the Azure Underworld Pearl could also devour other immortal artifacts, copying and transferring the original power of the immortal artifacts into the pearl. It was a pity that the Azure Underworld Pearl itself was an immortal artifact, and it would take a lot of immortal spiritual power to drive it. Zontian King only introduced it to Ji Yuzhen and did not truly demonstrate this effect. This Azure Underworld Pearl is indeed a treasure. It is said that there is a secret technique in the Zontian sect called taking heaven and replacing it, which can not only completely strip away techniques in cultivation, but also transfer the realm and strength gained from cultivating the Zontian sect's techniques, like grafting trees. Perhaps it is achieved by relying on this Azure Underworld Pearl. After all, the Dharma kings cultivate immortal techniques, all from the Azure Underworld Pearl inheritance. The Azure Underworld Pearl is an immortal treasure and can definitely withstand the world-ending immortal formation. In the previous life, it was not seen in the storm. Many thoughts flashed through Li Fan's mind. Finally, his thoughts converged, and Li Fan's gaze focused on the transparent figure in front, wrapped in the golden net of source power essence. The figure was extremely thin, as if it would completely dissipate at any time. Most importantly, it was incomplete, torn to shreds. This blurry figure was naturally Ji Yuzhen's original soul. Even after being tossed around like this, one can still feel that its vitality is endless. It is indeed an immortal technique. Moreover, the most essential part of this original soul is missing. Yet it still makes me feel a trace of temptation, Li Fan praised inwardly. Faced with such a divine soul delicacy, Li Fan did not choose to feast directly. Instead, he turned around and passed a trickle like pure divine soul power towards the incomplete original soul. Like an adhesive, it slowly glued Ji Yuzhen's broken original soul together, making it stable. These divine soul powers were naturally not Li Fan's own, but rather obtained from the destruction of Ji Yuzhen's thousands of ordinary sub-souls. Coming from the same body, there was naturally no obstacle to accepting them. The golden light continued to entwine, completely sealing the sleeping Ji Yuzhen's original soul. Li Fan waved his hand, retracting the golden light. Next, he flashed into the ruins of the Zishao sect, and his gaze fell on Mo Ruben below. Snorting coldly, Li Fan did not disturb Mo Ruben. Instead, he quietly began to weave a golden giant net outside the space where he was hiding. The downgrade deduction of the end dissolution disk's immortal formation had already yielded initial gains. Using source power essence to set up the formation instead of immortal spiritual power would inevitably weaken the power compared to a true immortal formation. But it could still be called the limit of the mortal world, unbreakable except by the Grand Supreme. From beginning to end, Mo Ruben did not wake up, and the space he was in had already been enveloped by the immortal formation and completed the transfer. After temporarily arranging the two surviving Zontian sect Dharma kings in one place, Li Fan did not wake them up. After learning about the existence of the Azure Underworld Pearl in Ji Yuzhen's memory, a vague plan arose in his mind. The techniques cultivated by Mo Ruben and Ji Yuzhen both came from the Azure Underworld Pearl inheritance. Does this mean that there is an extremely subtle connection between them and the Azure Underworld Pearl? Even if this connection is almost imperceptible, it is real. Just like the divine tree evolved from the seed of creation on the profound immortal ship, still has a sense of connection with the Ruamu that devoured the wood of the gods beyond the realm of the Xuanwang divine wood sect. In the previous life, the profound immortal ship used the power of the true immortal talismans to amplify the connection in the dark. Therefore, it could cross the sea of stars and lock onto the location of the Xuanwang realm beneath the immortal ruins. If I follow suit, maybe I can follow the vine to find the Azure Underworld Pearl, or even the location of the Zontian King. Li Fan's eyes flickered. The only obstacle at present is that the true immortal talismans learned by possessing Zhao Xian on the profound immortal ship in the previous life do not include this one that amplifies the connection between things. But this is not a big problem for Li Fan. Soon, he will take Shangren Yin and others to the bottom of the high wall, the remnant realm Great Wall. It just so happens that he will pass by the profound immortal ship. Having a full understanding of the temperament of the elders in power on the immortal ship, Li Fan believes that it is not difficult to borrow this true immortal talisman. After setting up a pseudo-immortal formation and sealing the two Zontian sect Dharma kings, the source power essence accumulated during these days has been completely consumed. And maintaining the operation of the immortal formation also requires the continuous support of source power essence. Without Cat Treasure's ability to simulate life, transform muscles and marrow, it is still impossible for me to complete the replication of the Great Heavenly Venerate's bloodline with my current means. I can only use the alien beast flesh and blood factory breeding method to produce as many Yu clan people as possible. In this life, Li Fan handed over the task of cultivating the Yu clan people to the Imperial Small World. With Shu Ke coming forward, the Imperial Small World did not resist in the slightest. Xiao Qing, Xiao Hong, and the Imperial Daughter immediately put themselves into practice after receiving the experience and memory inheritance of Li Fan's preaching shadow. They used the power of the entire Imperial Small World to cultivate the Yu clan people with all their strength. Compared to the direct replication of the flesh and blood factory, it still has to go through a complete growth cycle, and the efficiency is more than a notch slower. But it is the best method now. Of course, Li Fan could actually generate a large amount of source power essence through the statue left behind by the faceless True Immortal. Since he could escape from the True Immortal net once, then Li Fan could escape countless times. To some extent, he could almost ignore the threat of the faceless True Immortal. Especially now that he knows of Cat Treasure's existence. I just don't know if the faceless True Immortal is attracted and then bumps into Cat Treasure. What kind of reaction would it be? Such a picture could not help but emerge in Li Fan's mind. Of course, it was just a thought. Whether it was the faceless True Immortal or Cat Treasure, they were all existences beyond his control. Even Li Fan's current biggest trump card, the Immortal level Great Formation, might not be able to shake them in the slightest. So for now, he can only avoid them. But it will be soon. Li Fan's eyes flickered slightly. After combining the Tao in this life, he might as well take the opportunity to test it out. Time flies. There are still 10 days before Shangren Yin and others make their final decision. During this period, in addition to splitting out preaching shadows to continue preaching to the great profound small world, Li Fan also brought O Daozi and his son O Shangtian over. O Daozi didn't matter, the important thing was O Shangtian. At this point in time, the Chenkin bone hand and the power of the 10,000 death book in his body had not yet truly awakened. As a heaven and earth wonder fused with immortal artifacts, both possess incredible power. Especially in this life, as the Xuanwang realm undergoes transformation and sublimation, the two wonders in O Shengtian's body are also undergoing corresponding changes. Li Fan observed the specific situation in O Shengtian's body. The Chenkin bone hand merged with O Shengtian's arm. It was difficult to distinguish the difference. The 10,000 death book was hidden in O Shengtian's sea of consciousness. At this moment, it was just a faint transparent trace, not yet showing its true shape. Is this the so-called Son of Destiny? Li Fan sensed the connection that the wonders in O Shengtian's body still had with the heavenly Tao of the Xuanwang realm, and could not help but think so. He tried to find the laws of the immortal artifacts being swallowed by the Xuanwang realm and circulating in the world from O Shengtian, in order to discover more traces of ancient immortal artifacts. However, it seemed to be purely random. O Shengtian's own physique did not have any special features. Only at the time of his birth, he was chosen by the heavenly Tao of the Xuanwang realm as the symbiotic body of the immortal artifact. With Li Fan's understanding of the heavenly Tao of the Xuanwang realm, he must have some unknown purpose in doing so. After all, Xuanwang cultivators devour the heavens and eat the earth, and the heavenly Tao hates cultivators extremely. The heavenly Tao has no reason to bless cultivators. The only thing that makes sense is that the heavenly Tao of the Xuanwang realm does not have the ability to digest these immortal artifacts itself. So it needs to be transferred through cultivators. The immortal artifact is first transformed by the cultivator's body, and when the cultivator falls, the power contained in the immortal artifact is returned to the heavens and then absorbed by the heavenly Tao of the Xuanwang realm. Li Fan looked at the sky of the Xuanwang realm. Sure enough, a good calculation. He stroked the top of the sleeping O Shengtian's head, sensing the process of the two wonders merging into his body. Li Fan slowly confirmed his guess. However, this method is worth learning from me. In the other hand, an ancient mirror appeared. It was Sun's family's treasure, the immeasurable mirror. The mirror spirit inside had already been erased by Li Fan, replaced with a simulated personality. And Sun's family did not notice the loss of their treasure. Due to the shortage of source power essence, the annihilation disaster hidden in the immeasurable mirror had not been completely removed. So Li Fan had not yet used the immeasurable mirror for the time being. Although the immeasurable mirror is an immortal artifact, its most important deduction function is useless to Li Fan. And because it is affected by the annihilation disaster, there is no immortal spiritual power in it. For Li Fan, the value of this immeasurable mirror is really not high. Li Fan had even tried to decompose the immeasurable mirror with Baiquan Luo Fanchen, to see if it could decompose and transform into immortal spiritual energy. But unfortunately, there seemed to be some kind of restriction on the existence of immortal artifacts, and the decomposition ability of Luo Fanchen was not activated. It's not that it can't be decomposed, but there are special restrictions. Li Fan had many thoughts about the origin of Baiquan. Originally, he thought that the immeasurable mirror would become a chicken rib-like existence carried on his body from now on. The Xuanwang realm's approach gave Li Fan inspiration. If the immeasurable mirror is transformed into a law wonder, and then integrated into the heavenly Tao of the Xuanwang realm through the cultivator's death. To open up the thinking a little more, it's not just immortal artifacts like the immeasurable mirror. All foreign objects in the Sea of Stars may be operated in this way. In addition to the revival of the Sea of Stars, immortal spiritual power, and the remaining power of the remnant realm, there is another way to enhance the Xuanwang realm. Li Fan held the immeasurable mirror tightly in his hand. Xuanwang world extinction change. Time flows, the world changes, instantly activated. This changes the Xuanwang realm accelerating its own evolution speed in order to find a way to deal with the world-destroying disaster. In an instant, the time and space around the immeasurable mirror seemed to be accelerated countless times. 1330. Crossing the Sea of Stars with a sword. It wasn't really that the flow of time had changed. Rather, the Xuanwang heaven and earth around the immeasurable mirror expanded countless times in speed. As if a fast-forward button had been pressed, light and shadow flickered unpredictably and flashed tens of millions of times in a single breath. The ancient immeasurable mirror visibly became more and more weathered. One could even see very clearly tiny gray particles, like dust, flying out of the immeasurable mirror, drifting away with the wind, and then dissipating into the air. A wisp of divine sense had been hidden in the immeasurable mirror for almost an entire lifetime. It could be said that Li Fan knew the immeasurable mirror better than the original artifact spirit, Ling Sun Lu Yao. Therefore, he was able to discern the changes happening to the immeasurable mirror. This is the process of the Xuanwang heaven and earth digesting it. Although the shell of the immeasurable mirror gradually dissolved, the power of the deduction laws contained within it remained. Obviously, the energy level of a celestial artifact was still above that of the current Xuanwang realm. Therefore, the Xuanwang realm did not have the ability to completely digest it. Time and space continued to evolve at a rate of 10 million times. The ancient immeasurable mirror began to decay, and was corroded until only the mirror's surface remained. Until the end, it completely disintegrated, leaving only a phantom floating quietly in the air. As if sensing the power of the wandering celestial artifact laws, inexplicable changes descended upon the Xuanwang realm. Although this change was almost invisible and formless, with Li Fan's current strength and understanding of the Xuanwang realm, he was able to clearly see everything that was happening before his eyes. A transparent human figure came to the side of the immeasurable mirror phantom. The power of the passage of time and the vicissitudes of life seemed to have no effect on it. The transparent figure floated closer, gradually overlapping with the phantom. It was like swallowing the immeasurable mirror into its stomach. Then, like ripples on the water surface, the human figure slowly merged into the Xuanwang heaven and earth, disappearing before Li Fan's eyes. From beginning to end, this human figure did not even look at Li Fan directly. It was as if taking away the immeasurable mirror's law power was the only thing it cared about. The soul of heaven and earth, a type never seen before. And different from all other souls of heaven and earth. After seeing it, cultivators don't even have the greedy thought of devouring it. Li Fan put away the world-destroying transformation divine power and looked into the distance. He seemed to see that at this moment, in a corner of the Xuanwang realm, that transparent human figure was attached to the body of a newly born infant. With the growth of the infant, a new immeasurable mirror was about to be born. However, it would no longer be a celestial artifact, but a Xuanwang realm heaven and earth wonder. Under normal circumstances, it often takes thousands or even tens of thousands of years for the Xuanwang realm to complete the entire digestion and transformation process. But with the blessing of Li Fan's world-destroying transformation, it only took less than half a day to complete this process. Logically speaking, helping the Xuanwang realm complete the swallowing of the celestial artifact should have resulted in some increase in goodwill. But Li Fan waited for a while, but never noticed any increase in the Xuanwang realm's goodwill. After pondering for a moment, Li Fan suddenly understood. The changes of time and the vicissitudes of life are actually a kind of lifespan consumption for the Xuanwang realm. Back and forth, it can be regarded as offsetting the merits and demerits. Li Fan didn't really care about this. Anyway, it was a real increase in the strength of the Xuanwang realm. Every increase in the power of the Xuanwang realm would be reflected in the future Xuanwang celestial soul. And he will always be the ultimate beneficiary. Withdrawing his gaze, Li Fan vaguely felt that as the immeasurable mirror's law power was merging into the Xuanwang realm, a qualitative change was brewing from scratch. The immeasurable mirror's deduction path does not yet exist in the Xuanwang realm. Once the Xuanwang realm devours it and transforms it for its own use. A heavenly Tao that can foresee the future, interesting. The heavenly Tao should have records of most of the past and present events in the Xuanwang realm. With the blessing of sufficient information, the accuracy of deducing the future may be several times stronger than the celestial artifact immeasurable mirror at its peak. This is the highest realm of deduction mentioned in the Taiyan sect's 9 volumes of heavenly evolution using heavenly calculation instead of human calculation. Devouring celestial artifacts is not only an increase in power for the Xuanwang realm, but also a complement to the laws. Every time it devours a celestial artifact, it gets one step closer to the real immortal realm. Threads of understanding suddenly surged into Li Fan's heart. 10 days later, Dazan Dao discussion stage. Superior Man Yin, Baihua, Qianggong, and Shu Ke had already arrived. All of them were waiting for Li Fan's arrival. The determination to seek the Tao ultimately overcame the fear of the unknown risks. Last time, it took us almost a month and a half to travel back and forth to the center of the Star Sea. I wonder how long it will take to go to the foot of the high wall this time. Qianggong said with some emotion. The holy teacher said that the edge of the Star Sea is even more dangerous. Perhaps a few years of round trip is normal. Baihua frowned. Superior Man Yin smiled and said, think of it in a good way. Maybe we will encounter some disaster on the way and never come back. Qianggong and Baihua were speechless. While the few people were discussing, Li Fan's figure appeared on the lecture stage at this time. Instead of leading them to set off directly, he sat upright on it, with a solemn expression, and began to preach. This time, what Li Fan preached was the Sword Tao. There are 3 types of swordsmen in the world. The lowest, hold firm iron and forge their will, hold sharp weapons to cultivate their bodies. Sharpen the heart with the sword, body and sword combine. Control the sword to kill enemies, body and sword combine. Above that, the sword in hand is the sword in the heart. The sword in the heart can be transformed into the sword in hand. Wherever the mind goes, all things in the world can be swords. The highest is the realm of no sword and no self. After summarizing the division of the 3 at the beginning, Li Fan began to explain each realm in detail. The people under the lecture stage gradually became fascinated. Even the 4 of Qianggong could not help but be attracted by the content of Li Fan's sermon. The task of going to the edge of the Star Sea was temporarily forgotten. As Li Fan's sermon deepened, many visions also appeared in the sky. Not to mention the ones that appeared regularly every time he preached. The most striking thing was the countless swords that flew from all over Dazan. Obviously, they were all just ordinary iron, but at this moment they could fly through the air. They stopped in the air as if they were meeting a king or a holy teacher, and the sword bodies were slightly bent, bowing slightly. More and more swords gathered, covering the sky and the sun, forming a forest of swords above the lecture stage. Thousands of swords stood silently, seemingly also listening to Li Fan's preaching. No sword in hand, no heart exists, form does not appear, intention is always there. When Li Fan finished his last sentence 7 days later, thousands of flying swords rang out in unison, all bursting out with dazzling light. When the sword light dissipated, the cultivators on the lecture stage were shocked to find that the thousands of swords had all disappeared. Most cultivators were confused. They thought that the flying swords in the sky had all returned. Only some cultivators with extraordinary understanding looked at the sky in a daze, seemingly enlightened. No sword, no self, sword intent lasts forever, Shuke muttered to himself, spreading out his palm, and a phantom of a long sword appeared on it. The other three saw this scene, and their eyes narrowed slightly. Just as they were about to exchange discussions, they suddenly heard Li Fan's voice. We are almost ready, it's time to set off. You should know that this trip is of unknown life and death, and you cannot give up halfway. Li Fan finally confirmed to them. Everyone nodded, indicating that they understood. Sword, rise. A gust of breeze blew, and the wooden sword phantom, like a giant flying boat, had already enveloped Superior Mannion and others. Li Fan's figure stood at the tip of the sword, pointing into the air in front of him. The surrounding scene changed abruptly. Countless distorted lines were stretched out, rushing towards the rear. Then the light merged, changing into distorted colors of all kinds. The wooden sword phantom separated Superior Mannion and others from the surrounding strange and grotesque scenes. Even though they could feel that the wooden sword was carrying them rapidly towards the depths of the Star Sea, the few people inside the wooden sword phantom did not notice the change in their own speed. Outside the wooden sword phantom, the light and shadow that appeared suddenly darkened. The color was gone, leaving only distorted shadows. Superior Mannion's expression changed slightly. Did we leave the influence range of the immortal ruins? What responded to him was the shocked expressions of the other three. Didn't you say that the road ahead would be full of dangers? Qianggong said in a strange tone. They vaguely realized that the wooden sword phantom was rushing forward in the Star Sea, unstoppable. Ignoring the hidden disaster power, constantly accelerating and accelerating again, rushing towards the destination. No sword, no self, no sword, no self. The sword does not exist in the world. Even the power of the disaster that destroys the Star Sea can only be helpless against something that does not exist. Shuke stared straight at the wooden sword phantom, becoming brighter and brighter. At this time, Li Fan's voice sounded again. Being able to choose to follow me deep into the starry sky has already proved your courage and belief. It's not easy for you to survive until now. Unnecessary sacrifices should be avoided if possible. Holy teacher, the four looked at Li Fan's back standing at the tip of the sword, their expressions complex. Li Fan did not care what the four people behind him were thinking. He was experiencing this already extremely fast sword control technique. 10 days ago, after helping the Xuanwang realm digest the immeasurable mirror, Li Fan went to the Tianjian sect ruins. In the center of the sword tomb, the wooden sword seemed to have become different because of the transformation of the Xuanwang realm in this world. Compared to when Mr. Bai casually created it thousands of years ago, the wooden sword at this moment may have become more profound after experiencing the precipitation of time. No one knows how many celestial artifacts the heavenly Tao of the Xuanwang realm has devoured. Perhaps there are some law powers that have supplemented the Xuanwang sword Tao. Li Fan had contacted and sensed this wooden sword in the fallen immortal realm and in reality. The insights he gained from it were always different. Especially now, after being in close contact with the power of the immortal spirit and personally setting up the world-destroying immortal array, new ideas emerged in Li Fan's mind when he looked at this wooden sword again. The more you know, the more you see from it. Or it can be said that the projection of the sword Tao from top to bottom has become more vivid in the Xuanwang realm. Li Fan comprehended the Tao in the sword tomb for 7 days, and did not take away the black sword in the sword tomb, letting it continue to be influenced by the wooden sword. After returning, he taught all his understanding on the lecture stage. Finally, it transformed into a divine power, carrying Superior Mannion and others, and rapidly flew towards the edge of the Star Sea. This phantom of no sword and no self is not just a simple sword Tao. It is Li Fan's integration of transformation of truth and falsehood, the heavenly doctor's teaching of the hidden world hidden sky restriction, and the golden lock across the sky of the floating starry sky array based on his own experience. Not only is the speed extremely fast, but it can also be between the virtual and the real, almost ignoring the remnants of the true immortal inscriptions on the road. However, after all, it has not yet truly reached the realm of being able to transform the real into the virtual. The wooden sword phantom will definitely be affected by some of the remaining power of the true immortal. It's just that the wooden sword phantom flies so fast that it even exceeds the speed at which the remaining power of the true immortal takes effect. This leads to the illusion of rushing and unimpeded progress. As the sword leader, Li Fan can clearly sense that the energy maintaining the wooden sword phantom is rapidly consuming. If it weren't for his use of the 5 elements Great Cave Heaven and the world-destroying transformation of Xuanwang as the foundation would be incomparably strong, almost comparable to the scale of several immortal cultivation realms in the past. I'm afraid I definitely wouldn't be able to hold on until now. Looking at the entire Xuanwang realm, apart from the heavenly doctor who transmits the Dharma, even the few Changsheng of the 5 Elders Association may not be able to use this sword. Looking at the rapidly changing starry sky, time and space around him, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a little proud. With the blessing of the wooden sword phantom, the journey that originally took more than half a year. Now, in just 2 or 3 days, the target is already looming. After seeing a few familiar relics floating in the Dead Star Sea, Li Fan controlled the speed to slow down. Is this the sea of relics that the holy teacher mentioned? Qianggong squinted his eyes and looked ahead. It should be the items left over from the destruction of the immortal cultivation realm in the past, gathered from all realms. Bai Hua recognized some of the decorative objects and introduced them to everyone. Superior Man Yin had been silent since arriving here. He pressed his temples from time to time, his face gloomy and uncertain. The wooden sword phantom slowly shuttled through the sea of relics. Before long, it had left this area. In front of everyone, a larger aggregate of ruins suddenly appeared in their field of vision. It almost filled the entire field of vision, even if it was just ruins and wreckage. The accumulation of the corpses of countless worlds still made everyone feel a burst of palpitations. The wooden sword phantom fell into a deathly silence. At this time, the wooden sword phantom suddenly stopped. Everyone woke up in shock. They saw Li Fan flying out of the phantom and starting to set up an array in an empty area in the Sea of Relics and the Remnant World Great Wall. One golden line after another, as if alive, quickly drew various patterns in the air. After only blooming for a moment, it disappeared into the darkness. One item after another flew out of Li Fan's body and merged with the great array. At a glance, it could be seen that this great array was extraordinary. Everyone was so close, but they did not sense the slightest fluctuation of the array. Fellow Taoist Yin, what kind of array is this? Qianggong asked in surprise, his voice quiet. Superior Man Yin shook his head, but his sight was not at the place where Li Fan was setting up the array. Instead, he occasionally glanced at the Remnant World Great Wall in the distance. Li Fan did not have the slightest scruples. The array he set up in front of everyone was naturally the immortal array that he had learned not long ago from the original soul of the Zhantian sect Dharma King Ji Yuzhen. Horizon is within reach. Ji Yuzhen herself did not know the array. She had only seen the horizon is within reach great array a few times under the leadership of the Zhantian king. But Li Fan, with the blessing of the disintegration disk of the end, could roughly restore it. 1331. The true immortal power attracts the enemy. The formation lived up to its name. The horizon is nigh formation could transform the distance of the horizon into the space of an arm's reach. Once the formation was complete, it would connect the Xuanwang realm with the edge of the Star Sea. Even without the wood sword crossing the sky technique, one could instantly travel back and forth through the formation. It seemed to be a hyper-distance teleportation formation, but it was not. Within the dark Star Sea, the residual power of true immortals permeated. The Xuanwang realm was even more so on the edge of the immortal ruins, affected by infinite suction, causing even space and time to subtly distort. The distance was too far, and there were too many uncontrollable factors. It was impossible to achieve this using teleportation methods at all. The horizon is nigh formation used the most primitive means of travel. It simply shortened the distance between the starting point and the destination infinitely, so that one could arrive with a single step. The entire Great Zhan small world could not accommodate this massive immortal formation. Therefore, on the Xuanwang realm side, Li Fan set up the formation in the void outside the Great Zhan small world, and then laid down formations to conceal it. On the Star Sea's edge, as Li Fan gradually completed the formation, an extremely mysterious wave suddenly descended, about to sweep and spread towards the surroundings. But Li Fan pinched his fingers, and also used the surrounding concealing formations to block it. The golden light of the formation dimmed, and a two-way passage between the Xuanwang realm and the Star Sea's edge was quietly born. Li Fan stood in the void, adjusting his breathing and recuperating. As expected of an immortal-grade formation, even with the assistance of the ending disintegration disk, setting it up is quite difficult. The accumulated source power essence was completely exhausted, and Li Fan briefly fell into a state of exhaustion. The source power essence still has a qualitative gap compared to the true power of immortals, Li Fan thought to himself. In a few breaths, the power in his body became full again. He separated a wisp of divine sense and sent it into the horizon as nigh formation, and then activated the formation. He only felt a sudden trance before his eyes, and the next moment he had already returned to the void outside the Great Zon, within the Xuanwang realm. Only then did Li Fan leisurely return to the wood sword phantom. I have already set up a formation for transmitting the Tao here. From now on, there will be no need to be so troublesome when traveling back and forth, Li Fan said casually. When Shangren Yin and the others heard this, their minds were shaken. With their vision, they could naturally know just how miraculous such a teleportation formation spanning the entire star sea was. The hyper-distance teleportation formations between the various states within the Xuanwang realm often required more than a dozen formation masters working together diligently for half a year to complete. Not to mention this grand formation that could connect the edge of the star sea with the Xuanwang realm. Yet such a formation was completed by the holy teacher with a wave of his hand. At first, the four were still somewhat doubtful. However, after Li Fan invited them to try it out, and they passed through the formation and once again felt the familiar aura of the Great Zon small world, all doubts were dispelled, and they all turned into incomparable shock and reverence for Li Fan. With one formation, the endless star sea becomes a thoroughfare. The holy teacher's methods are simply comparable to a true immortal, Chao Gong exclaimed in admiration. This formation, Shangren Yin murmured, shocked beyond words. Li Fan's voice pulled them back. From now on, this will be our transit supply station for exploration. Whether it is the Sea of Relics or the Broken Realm Great Wall, their vastness far exceeds that of the Xuanwang realm. Finding a suitable Broken Realm is not an easy task. Chao Gong, please enlighten us, holy teacher, what mysteries are involved? Isn't it just a matter of finding a broken realm to act as a primer for the Xuanwang realm's consumption? Li Fan smiled slightly and stretched out his hand towards the distant Sea of Relics. Whoosh! A relic was attracted and flew rapidly towards the direction where everyone was. Faintly visible, the relic was a blue and white robe. Under the erosion of time, it had long been tattered. The bloodstains on it had also turned black. The faces of Chao Gong and the others changed slightly as the relic robe flew closer, even from a distance. In their perception, the distance between themselves and their companions was rapidly increasing as the relic robe approached. It was as if the world had suddenly become vast, and their bodies had shrunk countless times. Even communication between them became barely audible. The power of a true immortal. They finally realized that this was the influence brought about by the true immortal power carried on the relic robe. As the robe got closer and closer, the distance between them continued to widen. Although they were standing next to each other, they could not see each other. It was as if they were isolated by the entire world. In the endless emptiness, Li Fan's voice, like rumbling thunder, came from the sky. In the dark star sea, the realms have already been destroyed. But the culprit that led to the destruction of the worlds, the power from the true immortal seal characters, still exists everywhere. The various calamities we encountered on our way to the center of the star sea are all manifestations of this residual true immortal power. The continuous relics and broken realms before us also retain this power. The thing contained within this robe is the character open black lens bracket separation close black lens bracket. Boom! The field of vision instantly shrank back to normal, and the relic robe also changed its direction of flight, returning to the Sea of Relics. And above everyone's heads, a mysterious and extremely complex character appeared faintly. True immortal, seal character. The crowd stared blankly at the character above their heads. They could faintly feel the terrifying power contained within. Separation, recalling the experience of being separated from everything around them just now, they used their hands as pens, trying to learn and imitate it. Unexpectedly, the character suddenly dimmed and dissipated in the air. Even the memory left in their minds became blurred. No matter how they recalled it, they could not reproduce it. In the star sea, too much residual true immortal power remains. Reckless actions may cause resonance with these remnants. To study the true immortal seal characters, special countermeasures are needed. Li Fan tapped his finger, and a method instantly flew into everyone's minds. It was precisely the method that Li Fan had learned from the profound immortal ship in his previous life, which was commonly used by the Proving Tao Academy, the Immortal Pivot Institute, and the Broken Immortal Building to research, teach, and inherit true immortal seal characters. Open black lens bracket. The method of all kinds. Close black lens bracket. Each true immortal seal character is a projection of the power of the Tao. Even if it is only a similar form, and not a true immortal seal character, it still contains incomparably powerful destructive power. If it were to erupt inside the immortal ship, it would definitely cause irreparable damage to the immortal ship. In order to not trigger the power of the true immortal seal character, and to be able to study it with peace of mind, several generations of the profound immortal ship painstakingly created this method. Every stroke of the character, and even every process of writing, has been specially modified to be similar but not the same. A dot is not a dot, a horizontal is not a horizontal, a downward stroke is not a downward stroke. When combined, they look like characters, but are not characters. It is like the most clumsy imitator. The true immortal seal characters imitated with this method have the form but can reduce the power of the true immortal seal characters by tens of millions of times. Therefore, the influence of the true immortal seal characters during the research process can also be ignored. At the same time, when the true and complete true immortal seal characters are reproduced, the energy fluctuations of the character suddenly soaring several times can also serve as a good judgment standard. And if you want to truly exert the power of the true immortal seal character, you only need to erase all the modifications when activating it. It was thanks to such wondrous methods that the Shenzhou was able to research and pass down the true immortal script through generations. On the Shenzhou, only those who became disciples of the elders in power were qualified to learn this method. At this moment, however, Li Fan was freely imparting this wonderful method to Shengren Yin and the others without any additional conditions. Whether it was the various class methods, or the open black lens bracket departure close black lens bracket character. All of them greatly shocked these few. If everything Li Fan had taught before was only in the realm of the open black lens bracket mortal close black lens bracket, then this open black lens bracket departure close black lens bracket character was definitely a genuine force of a true immortal. In today's cultivation world, to possess such great power, yet not hoard it jealously, but instead impart it to others without compensation. Regardless of what guesses Shengren Yin and the others had about Li Fan's motives, they were all now convinced by this selfless demeanor. Worthy of the word saint. They all sighed in unison in their hearts. Li Fan's lecture continued, using the various class methods to once again write the open black lens bracket departure close black lens bracket character. Li Fan frankly said, I have never seen the open black lens bracket departure close black lens bracket character itself. I only inferred the origin of the true immortal script from the residual power of relics containing the open black lens bracket departure close black lens bracket character. Like a blind man touching an elephant, there will naturally be errors. The smaller the error, the better one can reproduce the original power of the true immortal script. This open black lens bracket departure close black lens bracket character has been speculated by me to have a 98% similarity. However, I have been unable to take it a step further for a long time. Li Fan sighed with emotion. Everyone stared intently at the characters written by Li Fan, as if they were starving and thirsty. Not harboring any contempt because it was only a similar form. Just as they were studying, a trace of strange fluctuations came from afar. Shengren Yin and the others failed to notice, but a flash of light flashed in Li Fan's eyes. Finally here, with a wave of his hand, he concealed the wooden sword phantom in the horizon-reaching array. He himself, however, rushed towards the direction where the fluctuation appeared. Before long, two figures met head-on. Li Fan looked at the figure in front of him. It was none other than the great elder of the Immortal Severing Pavilion, Zhang Daogong. Zhang Daogong's expression was solemn. Looking at Li Fan, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He had previously sensed a familiar power fluctuation suddenly erupting and disappearing on the Shenzhou, so he came to investigate. He originally thought it was the outbreak of true immortal power left over from a relic, but he did not expect the source of the power to be a cultivator. It had been how many years since he had seen a cultivator from outside the Shenzhou. Zhang Daogong did not dare to be careless. May I ask, fellow Taoist, what is the reason for leading me here? Li Fan, however, smiled faintly. This fellow Taoist must have misunderstood something. I was merely teaching my disciples the true immortal script. I did not expect it to attract the attention of fellow Taoist. I didn't expect that in this border region of the Star Sea, there would actually be surviving cultivators. Li Fan's tone was full of surprise and curiosity. Hearing this, Zhang Daogong narrowed his eyes, sizing him up and pondering. He keenly noticed the words, border region of the Star Sea, in Li Fan's words. At the same time, the other party's remarks about teaching the true immortal script also made his heart tremble. Without confirming the other party's intentions, Zhang Daogong did not directly attack, but continued to inquire, listening to fellow Taoists' meaning. It seems you came from the depths of the Star Sea. Could it be that within the dark Star Sea, there are still surviving civilizations? Li Fan sighed. All the way here, it has been nothing but emptiness. I also originally thought that there were no other survivors in the Star Sea. I didn't expect to encounter cultivators again at the end of the journey. The two of them exchanged words, probing each other. After a round of confrontation, Zhang Daogong only knew that the other party came from the depths of the Star Sea, but he was not clear about the form, scale, or strength of the other party's world. Obviously, this cultivator who could traverse the Star Sea was not a pure, innocent person. Zhang Daogong carefully looked at Li Fan again. Unable to see through the other party's details, Zhang Daogong suppressed the intention to directly attack and capture the other party. Fellow Taoist just said that you were teaching your disciples the true immortal script. I wonder. Zhang Daogong changed the subject and continued to probe. Who would have thought that Li Fan did not hide at this time, and said very generously, the Star Sea civilization was destroyed, and the residual power of true immortals is rampant. If you want to survive, you naturally have to borrow these forces. After thousands of years of research, I can be considered to have gained a little. Survival is not as difficult as it was at the beginning. Li Fan's remarks coincided with the concept of the Xuanxian battleship. Zhang Daogong nodded, without refuting. It seems that fellow Taoists' hometown's research on the true immortal script has probably reached a remarkable level. It is embarrassing to say, we have also pondered the power of true immortals for thousands of years. But we dare not cross the Star Sea easily like fellow Taoist. We are just huddled in a corner. Zhang Daogong said. Li Fan smiled slightly. Fellow Taoist does not need to be humble. I can feel, on your body, the scent of the true immortal script. Li Fan's tone was strange. Zhang Daogong's expression changed slightly. Before Zhang Daogong could speak, Li Fan directly used his hand as a pen, waving his hand to write a open black lens bracket departure close black lens bracket character. Fellow Taoist, what do you think of this character? The looming characters floated in the void. This time, Zhang Daogong could no longer conceal the shock in his heart. His figure retreated sharply, looking at Li Fan with full vigilance. Just who exactly are you, fellow Taoist? Why do you know our Xuanxian battleship's open black lens bracket various class method close black lens bracket? Various class method? Li Fan looked bewildered, and then suddenly realized. Are you talking about the quasi-illegal method? This is naturally a method painstakingly researched by our past generations, used to analyze the true immortal script. Li Fan looked at Zhang Daogong with great interest. Could it be that fellow Taoist also knows this method? It was more than just knowing it. Zhang Daogong's expression was uncertain. His mind raced, trying to find a list of people on the Shenzhou who had been taught this method. None of them showed any signs of leaving the Shenzhou. Could it be, it's really a coincidence? Zhang Daogong was a little unsure. He stared at the departure character written by Li Fan. Actually, it's even further ahead than the Shenzhou's research. After discovering this, Zhang Daogong once again fell into incomparable shock. Not only because the other party's research on the open black lens bracket departure close black lens bracket true immortal script was still above the Shenzhou's. Even more so because the other party so easily displayed the extremely precious true immortal script to a newcomer. You must know that every true immortal script on the Shenzhou is an absolute secret. Even if he was the great elder of the immortal Severing Pavilion, he was not qualified to leak it at will. It can only be said that in this person's hometown, the research on the true immortal script has already reached a certain level. The open black lens bracket departure close black lens bracket character no longer needs to be kept secret. Zhang Daogong couldn't help but think so. A thought couldn't help but arise in Zhang Daogong's heart. Fellow Taoist, would you be interested in coming as a guest? Zhang Daogong asked. Hearing this, Li Fan immediately showed a hesitant expression. Zhang Daogong understood Li Fan's hesitation very well, so he frankly said, if you are not at ease, you can also stay in this Star Sea void. The main thing is that I want to carefully exchange research insights on the true immortal script with fellow Taoist. 1332. Trading under the high wall. Exchange insights, Li Fan pondered, not agreeing for a long time. Seeing this, Zhang Daogong exhaled a long breath. Black and white colors separated and formed a brush, writing characters in the void. Fellow Taoist, please observe. Zhang Daogong was very solemn. Even though he was in the deserted Star Sea, he still set up restrictions around the two of them to prevent the characters from leaking. The characters flickered, as if they were living beings with spirituality, coiling and flowing. Li Fan glanced at it and said casually, "So it's open black lens bracket hatred close black lens bracket." However, fellow Taoists open black lens bracket hatred close black lens bracket seems to have some errors. Hearing this, Zhang Daogong's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Li Fan say proudly, "Then look at how my open black lens bracket hatred close black lens bracket character is." The brush moved like a dragon and a snake. In an instant, another character that looked completely identical suddenly appeared. The two open black lens bracket hatred close black lens bracket characters stood side by side. Zhang Daogong looked at the true immortal seal character written by Li Fan, stunned at first. Then, his body trembled slightly uncontrollably. As the great elder of the broken immortal tower, and the cultivator with the deepest research on true immortal seal characters within the profound immortal boat, Zhang Daogong could naturally clearly distinguish the subtle differences between the two characters in front of him. Judging from the faint fluctuations emanating from the two characters, the completeness of the one written by the other party was obviously above his own. Even the degree of lead was far greater than the open black lens bracket separation close black lens bracket character just now. This, Zhang Daogong, who had been hit repeatedly, found it a little difficult to accept for a while. However, years of research instinct made him temporarily put aside all distracting thoughts and first study the open black lens bracket hatred close black lens bracket character written by Li Fan. Every change in detail brought it one step closer to the original true meaning. If he were to explore it on his own, he would probably need more than 10 or 20 years to catch up. But now, just one glance was worth countless days and nights of painstaking research. Zhang Daogong naturally didn't know that the open black lens bracket hatred close black lens bracket character in front of him came from himself decades later. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. He must invite this cultivator back to the profound immortal boat. Even if he had to use some means. True immortal seal characters were too important to the profound immortal boat. The more they understood, the more the immortal boat's combat power would be greatly improved. What's more, the crucial plan in that assumption also required collecting as many different types of true immortal seal characters as possible. Thinking of this, after deeply memorizing the new open black lens bracket hatred close black lens bracket character in his mind, Zhang Daogong turned to look at Li Fan and said with admiration, "Fellow Taoist's level is profound, I am far inferior. However, in my hometown, there are more than a dozen scholars like me who study true immortal seal characters. They have been deeply involved for many years, and their understanding of true immortal seal characters is no less than mine." Hearing this, Li Fan shook his head, a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes, and interrupted Zhang Daogong, "To be honest, in our great Qi." Li Fan paused. "Everyone is working together and united for the goal of surviving in the shattered star sea. All research on true immortal seal characters is shared." Looking at fellow Taoist's side. Hearing this, Zhang Daogong was even more delighted. He explained with a serious expression, "Actually, we also have a similar sharing system. But after all, it is the research results of others. Without review, it is inconvenient for me to show them. But if fellow Taoist is willing to share in exchange, I guarantee that there will definitely be new gains." Fellow Taoist must also know the difficulty of studying true immortal seal characters. If we can complement each other's strengths. Zhang Daogong persuaded him for a while, and Li Fan slowly became interested. Finally, Zhang Daogong gave him a strong dose. "In my hometown, there is also a true immortal seal character original. If we have a pleasant exchange, we may be able to let fellow Taoists see it with your own eyes." Zhang Daogong knew very well how attractive the true immortal seal character original was to people like them. Therefore, after speaking, he stared straight at Li Fan. As expected, Li Fan's eyes lit up, and his hesitation disappeared. "Is this true?" After receiving Zhang Daogong's affirmative answer, Li Fan finally nodded in agreement. However, the first exchange should still be in this void. Li Fan suddenly added. Pointing casually towards the distance, silver-white lines appeared, and a large formation slowly unfolded. In the formation, pavilions and towers rose from the ground, and small bridges and flowing water were reflected among them. Clear springs flowed under the bridge, sparkling, and you could even see fish playing in them. The light and shadow flickered, like an illusion. Zhang Daogong's pupils shrank sharply when he saw this scene. Li Fan took the lead in flying into the formation, sat down in the waterside pavilion, and looked back. It's fine here. It's always good to be careful. I came to the edge of the star sea alone this time, so I naturally have to be careful. Li Fan looked like it was a matter of course. Zhang Daogong pondered for a moment, then flew into the formation as well. The sound of birds chirping came from his ears. Walking on the bridge, the water flowed under him. Zhang Daogong could even feel the warm and humid air in the air. It was hard to imagine that the pavilion and flowing water seen in front of him was instantly generated by the formation. I didn't expect that in addition to true immortal seal characters, fellow Taoist is also proficient in formations. Zhang Daogong looked around, vaguely seeing that this seemed to be just a magic formation for building pavilions in the Star Sea. However, being able to produce such an illusory scene that was difficult for him to distinguish undoubtedly showed the extraordinary nature of this formation. It's just a trivial skill. Li Fan didn't take it seriously, and said casually, researching true immortal seal characters has already exhausted all my energy. Where else would I have the energy to study formations? Zhang Daogong deeply agreed and nodded. After observing the formation for a while and not finding anything strange, Zhang Daogong cupped his hands and said, then it's settled. Fellow Taoist, please wait here. Before this incense burns out, I will definitely lead everyone to arrive. As Zhang Daogong spoke, he waved his sleeves, and a stick of earthy yellow incense flew out of his sleeve and stood in the air. The fire was already lit, and the smoke was faint. Zhang Daogong bid farewell and escaped, his figure disappearing into the dark star sea. Li Fan stared for a long time, and after a while, he returned to Yin Shengren and the others. Holy teacher, Li Fan suddenly left and did not return for a long time. Yin Shengren and the others naturally knew that they must have encountered trouble. At this moment, as soon as Li Fan appeared, they asked with great concern. I didn't expect that there would be civilizations surviving on the edge of this star sea. It should be that when we were setting up the formation to connect to the Xuanwang realm, we disturbed them. Li Fan said with a solemn expression. His words were like a thunderbolt from the blue, and everyone was horrified. Here. It's full of dead silence. Where do they live? I'm not sure yet, we just met briefly. But to be able to survive in the shattered star sea until now, these people are definitely not easy to deal with. You guys don't expose yourselves for the time being, wait until I find out more. Li Fan instructed. Everyone nodded in agreement. The unknowns in the star sea were neither enemies nor friends. No matter how careful they were, it was not an exaggeration. Taking advantage of the gap before the immortal boat people arrived, Li Fan continued to lecture Yin Shengren and the others. The legacy contains the remnant power of true immortals, and the fragments of the world are even more so. If you hand over the fragments of the world filled with the remnant power of true immortals to the Xuanwang realm to absorb, I'm afraid it will cause world turmoil and the destruction of living beings. However, so many years have passed since the Star Sea cataclysm. There are always some remnant worlds where the power of true immortals has dissipated almost completely. Only this kind can serve as a medicinal primer. Li Fan spoke eloquently. With so many of us acting separately, it shouldn't be too difficult to find a suitable medicinal primer, right? Chao Gong said, looking at the continuous great wall of remnant worlds in the distance. Li Fan shook his head slightly. His fingertip pointed forward, and the phantom of the wooden sword instantly flashed to the edge of the great wall of remnant worlds. You might as well go out and try. Li Fan said. Chao Gong was the first to leave the area covered by the phantom of the wooden sword. The moment he reached the outside, Chao Gong's face changed drastically. He seemed to be subjected to a huge suction force in an instant, and flew uncontrollably towards the great wall of remnant worlds. Fix. A layer of golden armor appeared on his body. Chao Gong was in a panic, and it took some effort to barely stabilize his figure in the void. However, he still couldn't prevent the trend of moving towards the great wall of remnant worlds. The light on his armor was constantly jumping, as if it was about to reach its limit. Li Fan drove the phantom of the wooden sword to cover Chao Gong again. Chao Gong, who had escaped the terrifying suction, looked at the great wall of remnant worlds in front of him with fear. There is also an immortal ruins here. Everyone was shocked. Not an immortal ruins, but a high wall, Li Fan said slowly, his tone ethereal and uncertain. The suction from the immortal ruins is blocked by the high wall on the edge of the Star Sea. Then, in a way that we cannot currently understand, it gathers under the high wall. Over time, this forms this alternative immortal ruins. The reason why the world fragments are connected together is also to resist this open black lens bracket echoing star power close black lens bracket. The scene depicted by Li Fan deeply shocked everyone present. Even if they couldn't see the invisible high wall, it could imprison the suction of the immortal ruins that destroyed the entire star sea. It was enough to prove its power and mystery. Acting in the Great Wall of Remnant Worlds, the suction force will not be much smaller than that on the edge of the Xuanwang realm. A little carelessness will lead to loss of control and collision with the remnant world. If there is still remnant power of true immortals remaining in it. Moreover, affected by the echoing star power, the range that our divine consciousness can explore is greatly reduced. The difficulty of finding a medicinal primer and a suitable filling remnant world lies in this. Li Fan's tone was deep. Li Fan stretched out his hand, and a silk-like seven-colored crystal appeared in it. This is open black lens bracket clear void flowing crystal close black lens bracket, which can be used with the technique of dividing light and transforming rainbow to resist this ubiquitous suction to a certain extent. Remember, don't be brave. When 1/3 of the rainbow light is consumed, you can leave in advance. Li Fan taught everyone the clear void flowing crystal and the technique of dividing light and transforming rainbow from the method transmission. Of course, if you can reach the realm of no sword and no self like me, you may be able to ignore this echoing star power to a certain extent. The phantom of the wooden sword flickered, bringing everyone back to a safe area. The Great Wall of Remnant Worlds has countless fragments of the world. With my own strength alone, it is extremely difficult to find a suitable medicinal primer. So I need your assistance. Li Fan said solemnly. At this time, Bai Hua couldn't help but ask, Holy Teacher, what are you seeking so hard for? Is it just to help the Xuanwang realm ascend and benefit from it? Li Fan smiled, the Xuanwang realm ascends and gets rid of the crisis of extinction. We will be fed back by the world, and maybe we will have the opportunity to break the limit of mortals. Is it not enough to kill two birds with one stone? Just as everyone wanted to ask again, they saw Li Fan's eyes flash, someone is coming again. I'll be right back. You guys stay here and familiarize yourself with the use of the dividing light and transforming rainbow technique first. Before he finished speaking, Li Fan disappeared. On the phantom of the wooden sword, everyone was silent for a long time. Finally, Shu Ke broke the silence. In fact, with the holy teacher's strength alone, he can probably promote the ascension of the Xuanwang realm. It just takes a little more time. But he still brought us burdens, it reminds me of Mr. Bai back then. Shu Ke sighed, with infinite nostalgia in his eyes. Hearing this, everyone else was silent. Indeed, from their point of view, there was nothing on them that was worth the holy teacher's seeking. Outside the pavilion in tower formation. The elders of the immortal boat gathered, not entering, but looking from afar. Divine consciousness constantly exchanged. How is it? Is it a trap? It seems that we are overthinking it. There is indeed no means of attack, it should just be an illusion formation. But a mere formation, how strong can it be? With so many of us, are we still afraid of him? That's right, under the power of the true immortal seal characters, all formations will be destroyed. Don't forget, the other party also understands true immortal seal characters. Even more deeply than us. The elders' exchange suddenly stopped. At this moment, Li Fan, whom they had been waiting for, slowly walked out of the formation. He held the incense left by Zhang Daogong in his hand out of thin air. 1/3 of the incense was left. Li Fan looked around at everyone and nodded. As expected, he kept his word. Zhang Daogong introduced everyone to Li Fan. This is Gan Jingda. This is Nangong Lai. After a round of greetings, Li Fan invited everyone to enter the formation for detailed talks. The immortal boat people looked at each other, and finally reached an agreement, and followed into the formation together. Arriving at a pavilion to stay in, everyone present went straight to the topic. I wonder how many true immortal seal characters have been analyzed in fellow Taoist's hometown now. Zhang Daogong asked straight to the point. This question was very important. The immortal boat people were all looking at Li Fan, waiting for his answer. 13. Li Fan said faintly. The immortal boat elders looked at each other upon hearing this. Most of them had suspicious expressions on their faces. Of course, it's a little less. But only those with a completeness of more than 90% are counted. Li Fan added. This time, the immortal boat elders couldn't bear it anymore and quickly asked, is fellow Taoist statement true? Li Fan smiled lightly, with a proud expression on his face. Zhang Daogong waved his hand, and the immortal boat elders gradually calmed down. It's not that we don't trust you. It's just that 13 true immortal seal characters, and still with a 90% completeness. It's really a bit hard to believe. Zhang Daogong looked at Li Fan. Li Fan smiled and said directly, one character for one character. The Immortal Boat Elders exchanged again and reached a synchronized opinion. I have already shown the characters open black lens bracket separation close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket hatred close black lens bracket before. This time, you go first. Li Fan looked at the Immortal Boat people and said loudly. Although he was surrounded by a group of people, there was no fear on his face. 1333. The shortcut to enlightenment. The Shenzhou people didn't find Li Fan's request inappropriate. However, they also put forward their own demands. True immortal runes are Shenzhou's top secret. Although this place is located in the uninhabited depths of the Star Sea, we must prevent eavesdropping and prying eyes. Therefore, we must also set up an array here. Li Fan smiled. As you wish. If you find it difficult to set up the array, I can help. The Shenzhou elders snorted coldly, ignoring Li Fan's teasing. Joining forces within the illusion array, set up by Li Fan, they set up another layer of array. Only after feeling absolutely safe did they begin formal communication. This old man is Jian Daosheng, please enlighten me. Without superfluous greetings, Jian Daosheng, the chief of the Shenzhou Immortal Hub Institute, solemnly wrote a true immortal rune on the spot. Perhaps to suppress Li Fan's arrogance and gain the upper hand, the true immortal rune he chose this time was indeed not simple. Li Fan had never had the opportunity to come into contact with it during his studies in Shenzhou in his previous life. Even after becoming I Tianju's disciple and almost a core member of Shenzhou, it was still the same. The dark lines moved slowly in the void. When the character was completely formed, it was like a great sun, illuminating the dark Star Sea where Li Fan and the Shenzhou people were. This true immortal rune brought not only changes in light and darkness. Under the illumination of the light, it actually brought a little vitality to the dead and silent dark Star Sea. It's actually a true immortal rune with positive effects. Li Fan's heart stirred, and his expression immediately became serious. Ignoring Jian Daosheng's complacent appearance, he concentrated wholeheartedly, his mind focused on the true immortal rune. With Li Fan's current knowledge, especially after glimpsing creation and the mysterious characters that created the bloodline of the Xuanwang Great Heavenly Venerate, his ability to analyze true immortal runes can almost be called the best in the Dark Star Sea. Carefully comprehending the character that sometimes wandered and changed, but always hung high like the great sun. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the original meaning of the true immortal rune represented by this character appeared in Li Fan's mind. Like the sun rising in the east, the Qi machine reverberating, and the rejuvenation of all things. And many other visions, together constitute this special true immortal rune. So that's how it is. After completing the analysis of the character, Li Fan also solved his long-standing question. What exactly does the Xuanxian boat rely on to survive the destruction of the Star Sea to this day? In the beginning, Li Fan thought it was the immortal boat divine tree formed by the seed of transformation. But after spending a few years in Shenzhou, he gradually discovered that something was wrong. The immortal boat divine tree needs to constantly absorb strange objects such as the giants of the Tao and the human sovereign rabbit in order to provide sufficient energy for the immortal boat. This shows that the divine tree itself is not enough to offset the consumption of the immortal boat's normal operation. For nearly 10,000 years, the divine tree has not been constantly absorbing external energy. During this blank period, what exactly guaranteed the divine tree's vigorous growth? Moreover, the vibrant and warm environment inside the Shenzhou, which is almost the same as the normal cultivation world, does not seem to be provided by a mere otherworld divine tree. Not to mention anything else, even the main body of the Shenzhou divine tree, the otherworld divine tree of the Xuanwang realm divine tree sect, did not have such magical functions back then. Today, with the appearance of this character, the mystery is finally solved. It is this true immortal rune, which represents the image of the sunrise, that has long provided the intended living environment for the Shenzhou. This is the foundation for the Xuanxian boat's survival, a truly good thing. The Shenzhou people actually took it out first. It seems they don't plan to let me leave. Li Fan, who had mixed with Shenzhou in his previous life, knew the temperament of these elders very well. They valued the true immortal runes and the future of Shenzhou more than their own lives. Now, they are imparting the secrets that are related to the future and destiny of Shenzhou without reservation. Even if it is one character for one character, it seems extremely strange. Unfortunately, your plan is destined to be in vain. It's okay to be a troublemaker, but wanting to keep me, humph. In Li Fan's view, the erase set up by the Shenzhou elders was like a child's play, full of loopholes. Moreover, he now has peerless escape techniques in hand. Even if a true immortal descends, he has an 80% certainty of escaping calmly. Naturally, he is not afraid of the Shenzhou elders' siege. Pretending to be ignorant of the other party's conspiracy, Li Fan continued to focus on analyzing the character. As the research deepened, he discovered some inappropriate points. The character does represent the vision of the rising sun. The morning sun is gentle, but that is for the immortal realm. For the creatures of the lower realm, the warm sunlight from the morning sun of the immortal realm is not something they can withstand. The arrival of the character will probably not only fail to bring vitality, but will instead turn the world into a purgatory in an instant. So, this is not a true immortal rune with beneficial effects either. It still represents destruction and chaos. It's just that the Shenzhou people have weakened the similarity and completeness of the true immortal rune and reduced its power, turning harm into benefit. Wonderful, as expected of a force that has survived the great calamity, they really have some tricks. Li Fan praised secretly in his heart. But his face changed drastically, and he swept across the Shenzhou people with cold eyes. That's not right, is it? The completeness of this character is definitely not 90%. Are you bullying me for not being able to see it? Li Fan looked furious, and then his face was full of disappointment. Forget it, I didn't expect you to be such a group of untrustworthy people. The exchange is cancelled. The Shenzhou people didn't expect Li Fan to see through the details of the formula so quickly. While shocked, Jian Daosheng quickly explained to Li Fan, "Fellow Taoist, you misunderstood. It's not that this old man deliberately concealed it, but in reality, for our lower realm, a character with 30% similarity is more useful than one with higher completeness. Of course, if fellow Taoist insists, it's okay to show the complete character." After saying that, Jian Daosheng wrote the character again. In the void, even though all kinds of laws greatly reduced the power of the true immortal rune, Li Fan still felt that the surrounding warmth had instantly turned into a suffocating heat wave the moment the character was formed. The vitality disappeared in an instant, turning into a stern killing intent. Li Fan wrote down the complete character, and then said, "Okay, I have to admit, you're right. Since it was a misunderstanding, then let the exchange continue." Hearing Li Fan's words, the Shenzhou elders secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Fan coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention. "Everyone, look carefully." With a stroke of the pen, the fallen character was written in an instant. The expressions of the Shenzhou elders became a little subtle the moment the fallen character appeared. Especially Ai Tianju. He stared blankly at the character in the void in front of him. He probably never expected that the true immortal rune he had studied the most deeply would be written out by the other party first. The completeness has far exceeded the current progress of Shenzhou. I'm afraid it's close to 90%. A sense of loss arose in Ai Tianju's heart. In fact, what Ai Tianju didn't know was that the fallen character written by Li Fan at this moment had not reached 90% analysis. Having inherited the Ai Tianju of decades later in his previous life, Li Fan's analysis of the fallen character was only around 80%. However, Li Fan reorganized and transformed the fallen character based on his understanding of creation, the mysterious character representing the change between immortals and mortals, and even mixed in a trace of the understanding of true and false change. Contaminated with a deeper level of power aura, the fallen character written by Li Fan looked more advanced. It even looked more like the fallen character than the original fallen character. Li Fan was not sure whether he could deceive the Shenzhou people with this method. But now, judging from their expressions, it was definitely feasible. He sneered in his heart and was more confident in the smooth progress of the plan. "Everyone, how is this fallen character?" Li Fan asked loudly. Although he wanted to say that this fallen character was the same as Shenzhou's research, the research progress was not as good as the other parties after all. And in a short period of time, the Shenzhou elders were not able to improve their understanding of the fallen character to Li Fan's level. The Shenzhou elders looked at me, and I looked at you. After discussing for a while, they finally decided to swallow this loss. This time, it was Shenzhou's turn to make a move. Lu Yuji of Duengxian Tower wrote the true immortal rune alone. Although Li Fan's research on this true immortal rune was still above Shenzhou's, Li Fan did not do too much in order to cast a long line to catch a big fish. He pretended to mutter, "The word alone is not uncommon in the Star Sea. However, our research progress is indeed not as good as yours." Li Fan cupped his hands. "I have been taught. This time, the Shenzhou people regained a city. The elders could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, Shenzhou had suffered a great loss so far in the exchange. This reversal of the situation finally made a good start. It was Li Fan's turn, and that suppressed character descended. This suppressed character was also derived from Shenzhou's research. However, the analysis progress had not even reached 1/3, and it was completely unsystematic. In his previous life, after Li Fan taught this incomplete suppressed character to Sun Tianxi, he used his extraordinary comprehension to complete further deduction. In this life, he added his own understanding, reconstructed and fabricated it, and completed the compilation. Similarly, he planned to test the level of the Shenzhou elders. As a result, after some discussion, Zhang Daokong and others recognized the true immortal rune provided by Li Fan. Li Fan remained silent on the surface, but he already understood in his heart. It seems that the Xuanxian boat has indeed not come into contact with creation-level true immortal runes. Copying and imitating from top to bottom is really not something they can see through in a short time. Of course, after a long time, they may notice something. Li Fan thought secretly in his heart, and the Shenzhou people showed a new true immortal rune. As soon as the character came out, both the array jointly set up by the Shenzhou people and the illusion array, set up by Li Fan vibrated slightly in unison. As an absolute master of array formation, Li Fan keenly noticed that under the influence of this new true immortal rune, the most subtle units maintaining the array structure were beginning to collapse. Li Fan was immediately shocked. It should be known that what he seemingly casually set up was definitely not a simple illusion array. It was a pseudo-immortal array that combined the downgraded versions of the two immortal level arrays, Desolate Fall, Empty Room Blooms, and Immortal Descent, all things returned to void. Hiding the killing intent invisibly, it can silently kill all the enemies entering the array. But such a level of array formation was affected by the weakened true immortal rune to the extent that the foundation was damaged. If the power of this true immortal rune is fully revealed, I'm afraid my pseudo-immortal array can be broken with a snap of the fingers. Li Fan, who had already made the array formation his most important trump card, became extremely solemn in his heart. While repairing the gradually collapsing array, he studied this newly appeared true immortal character. Without a doubt, it is an array formation special attack. With this true immortal rune, it's no wonder the array formation level of Shenzhou is so low. It's hard to say whether there is a meaning of demonstration in Shenzhou showing me this character. Knowing this character, this trip will not be in vain. Li Fan was very satisfied with this true immortal rune exchange. At the same time, he slowly analyzed the true meaning of this character in front of him. Disentangle. The moment he comprehended the original true meaning of the true immortal rune, Li Fan thought of his treasure, the terminal disintegration disc. Perhaps, now my disintegration disc is similar to the Yanfa Ju, and it can be regarded as a part of the projection of the great Tao from the bottom up. Perhaps, I can try to peep into the path of disentanglement through the disintegration disc. As the number of true immortal runes mastered increased, Li Fan slowly discovered that what was powerful was not the true immortal runes, but the great Tao itself indicated by the true immortal runes. True immortal runes are just a shortcut and tool to help ordinary people, and even ordinary immortals, to touch the great Tao. Similarly, world wonders and eternal relics are also similar shortcuts and tools. Their essence is actually the same. The Immortal of Inscription. Li Fan suddenly remembered this nameless true immortal who was said to inscribe thousands of Tao paths, making them more approachable. Tao paths cannot be cultivated together. But this Immortal of Inscription can do so much understanding of all kinds of great Tao, it was really beyond Li Fan's current imagination. Li Fan's fleeting thoughts did not affect this true immortal rune exchange meeting in the void. Li Fan used words such as chaos, nothingness, and non-existence, plus the words he learned from Shenzhou in his previous life. He almost emptied Shenzhou's research foundation on true immortal runes for thousands of years. Of course, words such as chaos and nothingness were not the complete body he had seen. Instead, it was a weakened version after slight modification. Except for the word disentangle. Li Fan also learned the words cold and morning. At this moment, both sides' reserves were almost exhausted. The atmosphere in the field also slowly became settled. Everyone. Li Fan took the lead in speaking, slightly breaking the deadlock. I have to admit, your research on true immortal runes is really no less than ours. I really didn't expect that there is actually a civilization in the star sea that is comparable to us. Li Fan sighed for a long time. Suddenly, his face changed. However, there are also differences between true immortal runes. All the true immortal runes we have exchanged with each other before, I am afraid that they are not as good as the one I am going to show next. With one word, it was a shocking statement. The Shenzhou elders all forcibly suppressed the thoughts of calculating in their hearts and stared straight at Li Fan. Fellow Taoist, you can't talk nonsense. 1334. The shock of fate. I, for one, never lie. Moreover, there's no need to exaggerate. Li Fan looked down on everyone with a proud expression. The elders of the Immortal Boat, who were originally eager to act, instantly lost their momentum. They secretly discussed the reliability of Li Fan's words. Nangong Lai, a single true immortal seal character is worth more than the sum of all others. I don't believe such nonsense. Gan Jingda, better to believe it than not. The civilization this person comes from has a research level on true immortal seal characters no less than ours. If they are lucky and have really discovered something, acting rashly might mean missing out on it completely. Lu Yuji, that's right. It's too difficult to capture someone alive who possesses a true immortal seal character. We can only launch a sudden attack and kill him. In that case, we must extract as much knowledge from his mind as possible before taking action. In any case, this child knows too many Immortal Boat secrets. We definitely can't let him leave. This was a consensus the Immortal Boat elders had reached long ago, so no one objected after Zhang Daogong said those words. At this time, Tianju transmitted his voice. How about this? After a brief exchange, they reached a unified opinion again. This time, Jian Daosheng spoke. Since fellow Taoist is so certain, then we are truly interested. Worth more than the sum of a dozen true immortal seal characters, if it's really as fellow Taoist says, we are willing to pay any price to see its true form. The other elders of the Immortal Boat also nodded in agreement. I just don't know what else you can offer. Ordinary true immortal seal character relics are not enough. Li Fan's tone was shockingly arrogant as he pressed. Jian Daosheng smiled slightly. Fellow Taoist, rest assured, our world has the open black lens bracket record of a myriad wonders close black lens bracket inherited from ancient times. It contains the specialties and treasures of those destroyed cultivation worlds in this star sea. If what fellow Taoist says is true, in addition to that true immortal seal character relic, we agree that you can also choose any 3 treasures from it. Li Fan didn't seem to be moved by the conditions proposed by Jian Daosheng, and just kept murmuring, record of a myriad wonders, record of a myriad wonders, I seem to have heard of it somewhere. The Immortal Boat elders were all stunned when they saw this. Suddenly, Li Fan realized and said 4 big words, profound merchant Immortal Boat. Like a thunderclap, it resounded in the ears of the Immortal Boat elders. The aura on their bodies suddenly changed, and they all looked like they were facing a great enemy. Seeing that the situation was not right, Zhang Daogong secretly signaled the other elders to prepare to attack, while he barely maintained a smile and asked, what does fellow Taoist mean by this? Li Fan cupped his hands. In ancient times, the profound merchant Immortal Boat roamed the myriad worlds. Who didn't know, who didn't understand? I originally thought that the Immortal Boat had disappeared with the silence of the Star Sea, but I didn't expect it to still survive after 10,000 years. If my teachers and others knew, they would definitely be very excited. No, I have to tell them this news quickly. Li Fan's words made Zhang Daogong's eyelids twitch. He hurriedly interrupted Li Fan's words and changed the subject. Fellow Taoist, you flatter us. Since fellow Taoist has already recognized us, then we will no longer hide our identities. We are indeed descendants of the profound merchant Immortal Boat from back then. However, many things have happened in these 10,000 years. Although we avoided the destruction, the profound merchant Immortal Boat was divided into 2. We are one of them. Zhang Daogong looked at the somewhat surprised Li Fan and raised his eyebrows. However, there is one thing I really don't understand. The open black lens bracket record of a myriad wonders close black lens bracket is a highly guarded secret even within our Immortal Boat. How could you, an outsider, know of its existence? Since learning of the Immortal Boat's identity, Li Fan's attitude had become more friendly. He explained to the Immortal Boat elders, to be honest, my hometown, Great Qi, has a deep connection with the profound merchant Immortal Boat. It was by relying on the immortal artifact obtained from the Immortal Boat in the past that we were able to survive the great calamity to this day. Even now, that immortal artifact has been protecting us all along. Therefore, the entire Great Qi has always held a bit of gratitude towards the Immortal Boat. After listening to Li Fan's explanation, the Immortal Boat elders were all a little dumbfounded. Gan Jingda, Old Zhang, is there such a thing? Zhang Daogong frowned, recalling the records of the immortal boat in his mind. In ancient times, the immortal boat did complete several immortal artifact transactions. However, according to the rules and the customer's requirements, the relevant information was destroyed after the transaction was completed. The profound merchant immortal boat's central core should have a backup, but there was a civil strife back then. Now this information should be with the merchant immortal boat. Jian Daosheng, the chief of the Immortal Pivot Institute, said. The fact that the profound merchant immortal boat sold immortal artifacts was only known to a very small number of forces back then. Since this person can say this matter, it should be true, Nangong Lai said slowly. Deeply knowledgeable about true immortal seal characters, and also has an immortal artifact protecting them. In the minds of the immortal boat elders, a powerful cultivation civilization that has been passed down from ancient times, Great Qi, slowly emerged. And at this time, Li Fan gave them a big surprise. Since you are people of the immortal boat, then things will be easy. The immortal boat has always treated people with sincerity in business. I can trust it. I was originally planning not to let go until I saw the rabbit. After all, this true immortal seal character is too precious. It was obtained from the immortal realm insights remaining in the immortal artifact. Li Fan's every word touched the hearts of the immortal boat elders. Everyone, please watch carefully. Li Fan's voice suddenly rose a few degrees. The illusion of pavilions, terraces, and flowing water suddenly disappeared, turning into endless grasslands. On the grassland, a solitary stone stood alone. Suddenly, the earth began to shake. Large patches of green grass also seemed to be stimulated by something and began to grow wildly. In an instant, it became more than 1 person tall. It even lifted the solitary stone on the grassland from the ground. An arc of light suddenly appeared in the sky. The arc of light was colorful, and one could vaguely see lightning and thunder, and storms gathering within it. Around the colorful arc of light, many invisible phantoms gathered one after another. They gathered in one place, as if waiting for something. A jet-black lightning bolt suddenly struck the ground from the arc of light. Boom, boom, boom. The world was thus divided into 2 halves, and deep cracks were drawn in the space, which could not heal for a long time. And on the grassland, the continuous green grass was ignited. A raging fire spread rapidly. The grassland trembled, and under the raging fire, something seemed to be awakening. And above the high sky, the invisible people around the arc of light gathered even more towards the inside of the arc. There were even disputes because of the competition for positions. Constant loud roars and collisions sounded. The storm brewed to the extreme, and suddenly fell into stillness. Rolling black clouds disappeared in an instant. Within the colorful arc of light, in the clear sky for thousands of miles. An extremely mysterious character was impressively listed. The picture stopped abruptly at this point. The immortal boat elders, who were originally deeply immersed in it, suddenly glared and turned to look at Li Fan. What's next? Jian Daosheng shouted anxiously, disregarding his image. The chief of the immortal boat Immortal Pivot Institute had vaguely seen a glimpse of the true immortal seal character contained within that arc of light earlier. Even though Li Fan's sudden interruption of the picture prevented him from seeing it completely. However, Jian Daosheng was still convinced that the power of that true immortal seal character was definitely far above any other true immortal seal character he had ever seen. This great Qi cultivator in front of him was not lying. How much did you see clearly? Jian Daosheng asked, his tone almost roaring. Too fast. He cut it off too fast. How could such a powerful true immortal seal character be seen clearly in this instant? There's no mistake, this feeling that makes the whole soul tremble, it's even stronger than the first time I glimpsed a true immortal seal character. The power is far above a single seal character. The scene just now, was it a true immortal of the immortal realm, fighting for the character in the lone light? Even immortals have to compete for it, unimaginable, unimaginable. At all costs, we must get it. The immortal boat elders were calm on the surface, but in reality, they had already exploded inwardly. After personally glimpsing the mysterious character in the lone light, they no longer had any doubts about what Li Fan had said before. At the same time, they instantly reached a consensus that they must take this true immortal seal character as their own. The immortal boat people were already impatient, but Li Fan didn't seem to notice it at all. He said solemnly, there is one thing that needs to be said up front. The picture I just showed came from the memory of the immortal artifact back then. It was originally hidden deep within the imprint of the immortal artifact and could not be easily detected. However, over these 10,000 years, as our great Chi has continued to deepen the development and utilization of this immortal artifact, we have finally been able to excavate it. At that time, the immortal artifact was just born and its power was weak. It was not enough to perfectly record the true immortal seal character. Therefore, what we have reproduced from it is only a flawed copy. The immortal boat elders were all people who had deeply studied true immortal seal characters. How could they not understand what Li Fan meant? Not only were they not disappointed, but because of Li Fan's frank attitude, they deepened their trust even more. Fellow Taoist, since we have talked about this point, then why not go to the immortal boat? True immortal seal character relics, treasures in the record of a myriad wonders, choose as you please. Zhang Daogong said in a deep voice, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Li Fan pondered for a moment, and finally agreed happily, I have long heard of the name of the immortal boat. Now I am fortunate to be able to ascend, and I will definitely show off to my teachers and classmates when I go back. The immortal boat people all breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. A group of people surrounded Li Fan and left the illusion in the void, heading towards the Sea of Relics. Passing through the Sea of Relics and arriving at the outer area, Zhang Daogong cast a spell to reveal the hidden immortal boat. In Li Fan's eyes, a hint of disappointment flashed at just the right time. But it was quickly hidden. When he entered the immortal boat and saw the divine tree floating in the void, he became a little surprised again. A group of elders introduced to Li Fan. This is the open black lens bracket creation divine wood close black lens bracket. Its main body is said to be a magnificent divine tree rooted under the endless sea of stars, with branches stretching and covering countless cultivation worlds. After the branches of the divine tree invade the cultivation world, they can absorb the world's vitality, and the roots are integrated with the world. Therefore, it has the name of open black lens bracket creation close black lens bracket. It is by relying on this method that the divine tree can reproduce to the extent that it covers the sea of stars. However, these are all legends. No one has ever seen the main body of the divine tree. Now that the sea of stars is broken, no one knows if this divine tree still exists. The elders' topic quickly shifted to other scenes within the immortal boat. This three-eyed golden head comes from the ancient cultivation world open black lens bracket dust abyss close black lens bracket. It is said that this world has the blood of the true immortals of the immortal realm, so most of the cultivators within it have 3 eyes. Their aptitude is extraordinary, and they possess all kinds of incredible supernatural powers. However, when the great calamity came, this dust abyss was one of the first worlds to suffer misfortune. As they talked, they quickly arrived at the top of the immortal boat divine tree. Under the elders' eye signals, they did not avoid Li Fan, an outsider, and joined forces to cast a spell. Invisible ripples spread from the top of the divine tree. Then a pink flower appeared from the void and slowly bloomed. It was just an image, not a real object, but it sent out bursts of fragrance. In the center of the flower, a road appeared. Fellow Taoist, please. Zhang Daogong looked at Li Fan. Li Fan smiled slightly, as if without any precautions, and walked straight into it. Walking in stride, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Rows of wooden containers were neatly arranged. You couldn't see the end at a glance. And in the air, a slender arm was constantly fiddling with these containers. When it sensed Li Fan, an outsider, the arm suddenly stopped moving. It stretched out its 5 fingers and was about to grab Li Fan. Fortunately, the immortal boat elders who arrived later stopped the arm's behavior. Li Fan looked at the arm with interest and asked, "It doesn't seem to be a living thing." Zhang Daogong nodded. Fellow Taoist has good eyes. This arm, strictly speaking, is also a true immortal seal character. But it is the sum of the structures of countless true immortal seal character fragments. Many years ago, because of a moment of carelessness, the immortal boat was robbed by thieves. Several treasures were lost in this record of a myriad wonders. Later, we learned from our pain and developed this open black lens bracket severing immortal arm close black lens bracket. A hint of pride flashed across Zhang Daogong's face. Without the collective permission of the immortal boat elders, no matter how strong you are, you want to take away treasures in front of this severing immortal arm. It is absolutely impossible. Jian Daosheng also said. Fellow Taoist, can you see the mystery of this open black lens bracket severing immortal arm close black lens bracket? Li Fan squinted his eyes and looked at it for a while, as if he had realized something. The immortal boat, you engraved the structural fragments of the true immortal seal character directly with this space. The place we are in is actually inside the severing immortal arm. Zhang Daogong smiled. Not only that. Even the many treasures in this record of a myriad wonders are now all part of the severing immortal arm. If you want to take one away, unless you use our secret method to peel it off. Otherwise, you can only take the entire severing immortal arm with you. HMPH, this is by no means something that can be done by manpower. Nangong Lai also said. Let's not mention that we old guys are here. Just this severing arm that combines the power of many true immortal seal characters. I'm afraid there is no cultivator in the entire Star Sea who can forcibly transfer it. Listening to the words of the immortal boat elders, Li Fan just nodded in praise. Then he slowly strolled in this record of a myriad wonders secret treasure, patiently choosing. 1335. The mystery of the controlled transmission of the law. It truly lives up to its reputation as the Zhanshang Immortal Boat's secret vault, passed down from ancient times. There are indeed many treasures recorded in the 100 Lore Compendium. As the only surviving place in the Dark Star Sea, the Xuanwang world can be said to have accumulated the essence of the entire Star Sea. And Li Fan, after 100 reincarnations, can be said to have turned the Xuanwang world upside down. Ordinary secret treasures are naturally difficult to catch his eye. However, wandering through this place, Li Fan still saw many objects that piqued his interest. For example, a seemingly bronze cast crane. According to the information in the 100 Lore Compendium, this bronze cast crane is actually made from fragments of various immortal artifacts. Although it doesn't possess the abilities of an immortal artifact, it is incomparably hard due to its own material. All kinds of supernatural powers and spells cannot damage it in the slightest. Not to mention being indestructible, at the very least, the cataclysm that destroyed the Dark Star Sea didn't cause any damage to it. Restricted by the limitations of mortal materials, the heavenly young immortal puppets refined in the previous lives, even with the addition of source power essence, still couldn't break through the limits of mortality. Being able to hold off Xuanfa for a period of time is already due to the steadfastness of the heavenly young battle will. However, if this object is mixed in during the refining process. Li Fan's thoughts flashed by. Another example, a streak of 7-colored light. It looks extremely similar to the 7-colored jade void glimmer that Zhang Shintong fished up in the fishing pond. However, the 7-colored jade void glimmer was collected and refined by a great power cultivator from the 7 glimmers of the illuminated world of the Chongyant cultivation world. It is the evolution of the heavenly Tao and contains the origin of the world. The streak of light in the 100 Lore Compendium, on the other hand, is a remnant of an unknown cultivation world after its natural end. It can be seen as the corpse of a cultivation world. Li Fan had personally refined the 7-colored jade void glimmer before. In his perception, although these two types of 7-colored glimmers are not the same in essence, they are vaguely related. Perhaps it involves the evolution of the world from death to life. Li Fan, who had already taken possession of the fishing pond in this life, naturally had the idea of collecting the two types of 7-colored light and making a detailed comparison. Another example, a clay figure standing with bare hands and lowered eyelids. It was accidentally obtained by the Zhanshang Immortal Boat, and no matter how much they researched it, they couldn't figure out its purpose. So it was placed in the secret vault and slowly forgotten by the world. When Li Fan passed by this clay figure, he clearly sensed a slight movement from Wanjun. Although it wasn't as excited as when it encountered the Eternal Legacy, the fact that it could cause a reaction from Wanjun was enough to show the extraordinary nature of this clay figure. It should also be related to the projection of the Tao. Li Fan remained calm and didn't linger his gaze on the clay figure. Li Fan patiently selected in the Immortal Boat's secret vault, and 3 elders of the Immortal Boat always followed him. They didn't disturb him, but silently stared at Li Fan's every move. It seems that the thief back then caused heavy losses to the Immortal Boat. Even with the insurance of the severed immortal arm, you fellow Taoists are still not at ease. Li Fan suddenly stopped and joked. Gan Jingda, Nangong Lai, and Lu Yuji kept their eyes on their noses and their noses on their hearts, pretending not to hear. I wonder what exactly the Immortal Boat lost back then. Li Fan continued to search for treasures and asked casually. HMPH. Upon hearing this, the Immortal Boat elders mostly showed expressions of resentment. Zhang Daogong's voice came from afar. The past is unbearable to recall. But after all, so many years have passed, if you are interested, fellow Taoist, telling you is no harm. Among the several treasures lost by the Immortal Boat back then, the most precious was a icy crystal immortal amber. Zhang Daogong's tone was somewhat nostalgic. Jian Daosheng, the chief of the severed Immortal Tower, seemed to be a witness to the incident back then. He suddenly sighed. Even now, the dreamlike appearance of the icy crystal Immortal Amber still occasionally appears in my mind. I only hate that I wasn't tougher back then and didn't step forward to stop it, which led to the tragedy. The other elders also sighed one after another. Li Fan asked curiously, Icy crystal Immortal Amber. The name sounds beautiful, but what exactly is this thing? Zhang Daogong, the icy crystal Immortal Amber is actually a frozen cultivation world. The origin of this thing involves an extremely rare celestial phenomenon in the Star Sea during ancient times. Li Fan's face showed more curiosity, and he humbly asked for guidance. I would like to hear the details. The Star Sea at that time was not as dead and silent as it is now. In addition to countless vibrant and diverse cultivation worlds, there were also many Star Sea anomalies that appeared from time to time. Heavenly whale leaps, star horse gallops, yin-yang whirlpools. When these anomalies erupted, they often covered an entire star field and affected dozens of cultivation worlds. Some simply showed strange scenes on the world's sky, while others caused world-destroying disasters to the cultivation worlds. Radiant crystal wind is one of them. The icy wind, which came from nowhere, descended abruptly, blowing from the starry sky to the earth. Wherever the cold wind passed, everything from transformation gods, Tao integrations, and eternal lives were frozen in an instant without even having time to react. All living beings in the world, and even the world itself, were transformed into ice sculptures under the blowing of the radiant crystal wind. Zhang Daogong tapped his finger lightly, and above the immortal boat's secret vault, the horrifying scene of the cold wind and ice world appeared. The ice-sealed cultivation world has since remained lonely in the Star Sea, never to be thawed. Any living beings who try to approach will also be affected by the absolute cold, either severely injured and fleeing, or also transformed into eternal ice sculptures. Li Fan frowned slightly as he looked at the picture above. I understand what the icy crystal means. However, what does the word Immortal Amber mean? Jian Daosheng explained the doubts in Li Fan's heart. If it was just sealing a world in ice, it wouldn't be regarded as a treasure by the Zhansheng Immortal Boat. In fact, although the probability of the radiant crystal wind occurring is small, with the vastness of the Star Sea and the accumulation of tens of thousands of years, the number of world ice sculptures in existence is not particularly small. The reason why the one collected by the Immortal Boat back then was so valuable was because there was a very special existence in that ice-sealed cultivation world. Jian Daosheng's tone was trance-like, as if he had returned to the past. Radiant crystal wind blew down from the starry sky. The world should have instantly turned into an ice sculpture. However, that world actually showed a phantom figure, trying to block the cold wind. However, how can Star Sea anomalies be blocked by ordinary cultivators? It is said that when the Star Sea anomaly erupted most violently back then, even true immortals had to retreat. Not to mention as mortal cultivators. So the result is obvious. The act of saving the world is nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot, seeking its own destruction. But, after all, it blocked it by a fraction. The world was no longer frozen in an instant, but gave the living beings in it a moment to react. Jian Daosheng said with emotion. It was this moment of change that created a completely different ice sculpture. In the face of the world-destroying disaster, the expressions of living beings were different. Some were terrified, some were desperate, some saw that figure and had hope, some were incredulous. It truly explained what is meant by the myriad forms of sentient beings. If it was only this, it would at most be a slightly rarer ice-sealed world. It wouldn't be worthy of our immortal boat giving it the name Immortal Amber. Jian Daosheng continued. The reason why it is named Immortal is because of the phantom figure that tried to block the radiant crystal wind. Upon hearing this, Li Fan couldn't help but guess, could it be that a true immortal is really sealed in that ice-sealed world? Jian Daosheng shook his head. That's not the case. If there was a true immortal sealed, our immortal boat probably wouldn't dare to keep it on the ship. But, judging from the value alone, that figure may be more precious than a true immortal. After all, before the immortal path was severed, there were people from all worlds who ascended to become immortals. And the materialized heart demon is truly unheard of and rare throughout the ages. Upon hearing this, Li Fan narrowed his eyes. Heart demon. Materialized. When he possessed Zhao Xian in his previous life, Li Fan had already tasted the process of the heart demon disturbing the center of the Star Sea. As long as cultivation continues, the heart demon will accompany the entire cultivation career, non-stop. Even if external forces are used to forcibly suppress it, it will soon make a comeback and become more and more intense. In his previous life, Zhao Xian was directly seized by Li Fan with the Dao Pill technique because he couldn't get rid of the interference of the heart demon, and his realm improvement was affected. This is still the heart demon under the broken laws of the Star Sea. Even if it is reduced by several times, it can still have such a big impact on the cultivation of monks. It is conceivable how terrifying the heart demon would be when the ancient Star Sea laws were complete. No wonder ancient monks talked about the heart demon with a change of color and avoided it. However, what Li Fan experienced through Zhao Xian's body was only the various illusions that burst out from his heart. He did not see the real source of the illusions. Heart demon should be some kind of law. There will actually be a physical form. Li Fan looked amazed and unbelievable. This is the reason why the icy crystal Immortal Amber is so precious. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, no one can imagine that such a strange thing would exist in this world. After collecting this icy crystal Immortal Amber, the Immortal Boat discussed it for decades. Finally, it was determined that the phantom in the ice crystal world was a heart demon. It was speculated that this heart demon was evolved from the heart demon law of another cultivation world. I just don't know why it left its original world and suffered an unprovoked disaster. Zhang Daogong suddenly spoke again. Regarding this point, the Immortal Boat has actually made a reasonable guess. The heart demon is formless and faceless, not restricted by space, and can travel freely through the Star Sea. Without the trouble of form, it can even directly appear in the hearts of monks. There are many monks who are affected by the heart demon, their minds are unclear, and they seem to have become another person. The invasion of the heart demon can be completely regarded as the most superior seizure. This materialized heart demon, although very special, still cannot get rid of the characteristics of the heart demon itself. Traveling through the Star Sea to find a suitable host to parasitize is its instinct. Perhaps this is why it appeared in that ice-sealed world. Even, with the strength it showed when the world was frozen, it is not just a monk. Even the world's heavenly Tao consciousness has the strength to erode it. To bewitch the heavenly Tao of other worlds and replace it. Perhaps it is more appropriate to call it heavenly demon. Zhang Daogong spoke eloquently, with regret for the loss of the treasure in his words. Li Fan's heart moved slightly. The scene of Xuanfa's body gradually dissolving under the Immortal Array's world-destroying storm, revealing the transparent figure inside, appeared in his mind. The moment Li Fan saw this transparent figure, a faint sense of familiarity surged into his heart. It wasn't that Li Fan had ever seen this transparent figure. But he had been in contact with the aura of the transparent figure's kind. The familiarity came from Tianju, Tianyu, Tianian, and Tiani. Or rather, from the Tianfa realm, heavenly demon. Li Fan probably knew why Xuanfa sneaked in here back then. As the heavenly demon also a member of the Tianfa realm Venerables. The Tianfa realm Venerables act on behalf of the heavens. And the heavenly demon is the manifestation of the heart demon path. However, because of its own characteristics, the heavenly demon travels the Star Sea and is not in the Tianfa realm all year round. Even if it is unlucky, it encounters an extremely rare Star Sea anomaly and suffers the fate of eternal ice. If it wasn't for Xuanfa's shot to rescue it later, I'm afraid it would have been frozen forever and become a collection of the Immortal Boat. However, why did Xuanfa save the heavenly demon? And even be eroded by the heavenly demon later? Before Li Fan, the figure of Tiani appeared. Judging from the performance of the two in the previous life, Xuanfa was obviously under Tiani's control. Previously, Li Fan had speculated that Xuanfa was a clone refined by Tiani. But now it seems that the relationship between the two may not be so simple. Xuanfa, Xuanyuan Godan. Perhaps he is the reincarnation of the Xuantian king. The first half of his life was an ordinary person. Suddenly he awakened, as if some kind of consciousness traveled through and possessed him. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. In any case, I finally know why Xuanfa is controlled by Tiani. The heavenly demon in the depths of his soul is at work. Li Fan also thought that the Xuanwang realm now does not have the heart demon. Perhaps it is not only because of Xuanfa's new law. With the physical heart demon of heavenly demon, there will naturally be no more small heart demons descending and interfering. Thoughts churning, Li Fan listened to the narration of the Immortal Boat elders, and couldn't help but sincerely sigh. In this way, that is indeed an amazing treasure. It is really hateful to be stolen like this. What did that thief look like? Is he still alive? Li Fan asked. If the information is sufficient, our Daki may be able to help track down this thief. Zhang Daogong raised his eyebrows and asked, "True immortal seal characters?" Li Fan shook his head. "No. It is a guardian immortal artifact, the power of a comprehensive formation. In short, it is mysterious, and I can't explain it in detail." Although he was vague, the power of creation that he had shown earlier had fully proved the heritage of the Dakit civilization. So Li Fan's statement did not arouse the suspicion of the immortal boat. After all, Li Fan did not guarantee it, but only said, "Perhaps." The immortal boat elders discussed it for a while, and in order not to arouse Li Fan's suspicion, they still showed the appearance of the thief back then. Sure enough, it was the Xuanfa Heavenly Venerate. However, the recorded image left by the immortal boat was slightly different from the Xuanfa seen in the previous life. The expression is more vivid, like two people. 1336. The immortal characters hidden in the sacred tree. This person's face is full of compassion, doesn't seem like a treacherous villain. Li Fan commented. Jian Daosheng snorted. That's what our immortal ship thought at the time. That's why, you can know a person's face but not their heart. Zhang Daogong then asked, can tracking be achieved solely based on this person's appearance? Or are other methods needed? It would be best if we had a personal item of this thief. If not, it doesn't matter. Li Fan wore an expression of great confidence in the Great Qi immortal artifact. With his appearance and life story, it's enough to deduce and track him. However, I have to wait until I return to Great Qi to report and submit the information. Li Fan's words caused a small division among the elders of the immortal ship. Jian Daosheng, actually, we don't necessarily have to kill this person. The Great Qi civilization's research on true immortal runes is no less than that of the immortal ship. If we can use this opportunity to maintain contact, exchange ideas, it might not be a bad thing for our immortal ship. Jian Daosheng's words were agreed upon by several elders. That's right, the reason we initially planned to eliminate him was because we were worried about the leakage of the true immortal runes researched by the immortal ship. But based on the current situation, the research of this Great Qi civilization has many things in common with the immortal ship. Moreover, they don't seem to be as strict about guarding their inheritance as we are. Furthermore, judging from this person's words, the cultivation world where this Great Qi civilization is located is not small and doesn't lack various resources. Everyone, don't forget the foundation upon which the immortal ship relies. Trading in all realms, understanding the ancient mysteries. This has been the immortal ship's creed since ancient times. Killing him is of no benefit. If we can befriend him, we might be able to escape the immortal ship's current predicament. Don't forget that plan. The more true immortal runes we collect, the better. Originally, based on our immortal ship's collection progress, it might take hundreds of years to complete. But if we can get the supplement from this Great Qi civilization, we might be one step closer to achieving our goal. The elders' words were both reasonable and justifiable. Gradually, those elders who were originally determined to kill Li Fan afterward became somewhat hesitant. After all, weighing the pros and cons is the only way to lead the immortal ship further. Being rigid and inflexible will only lead the immortal ship to destruction. This is the principle that the Zan immortal ship has summarized from surviving numerous calamities to this day. In the end, Zhang Daogong made the final decision and unified the opinions. Let's see how powerful the true immortal runes are first. While the immortal ship was discussing, Li Fan had already completed his selection in the secret vault. It was the 3 items he was interested in before. The bronze-cast immortal crane, the 7-colored flowing light, and the drooping-headed puppet. Friend, are you sure these are the ones? Once selected, they cannot be changed. Zhang Daogong's eyes swept over, reminding him with a smile. Li Fan nodded to confirm. Zhang Daogong then joined a group of elders, cast a spell in the void, and summoned a piece of white paper. The severed immortal arm from the 100 Tales immortal record was manipulated, and its arm was imprinted on the white paper. The blank paper was instantly dyed black with ink, forming 3 mysterious patterns, very similar to true immortal runes, but simpler, and the pattern shapes had the characteristics of the 3 items. At the same time, Li Fan also noticed that the 3 items he had chosen in the secret vault disappeared out of thin air after a wave, as if they were engraved on the white paper. Zhang Daogong waved his hand, rolled up the completed imprinted white paper, and put it in his hand. Looking at Li Fan, the items you need, friend, are here. After the transaction is completed, I will present them with both hands. Okay, straightforward. Li Fan showed a look of appreciation. Originally, I planned to show you everything after seeing the original true immortal runes of the immortal ship. But now it seems, it's not impossible to let you feast your eyes first. Li Fan's tone was even a little excited. You and I are both people who study true immortal runes. After witnessing this great rune, the heartfelt excitement must be the same. As the saying goes, to hear the Tao in the morning, one can die content in the evening. It's probably not suitable to display it inside the immortal ship. Why don't we go to the outer void? Li Fan was eager to try. After finally tricking Li Fan into the immortal ship, how could the elders let the tiger return to the mountain? Zhang Daogong waved his hand. Just use the various laws here. Don't worry, this secret vault's severed immortal arm integrates thousands of incomplete characters. Under mutual restraint, it can reduce the impact of true immortal runes to the minimum. Li Fan was a little disappointed. I was thinking of showing off what I've learned in front of you. Zhang Daogong once again made a hand seal, and then the severed immortal arm burst open in front of everyone. It turned into countless incomplete character structures, like swimming tadpoles, sealing the upper, lower, left, and right, forming a true immortal rune cage. Friend, you can begin. As soon as Zhang Daogong said this, the eyes of the elders of the immortal ship were all locked on Li Fan. Li Fan coughed lightly, his expression solemn. Fellow Taoists, let me explain again, the true immortal runes I am about to depict were generated from my understanding and memory of them. Not to mention compared to the original Immortal Realm version, even compared to the one in the Great Qi Immortal Artifact's memory, there is a certain deviation. But please rest assured, my level is top-notch in the entire Great Qi. I will definitely not disappoint you. After saying a bunch of nonsense and whetting the appetite of the immortal ship people, Li Fan finally unfolded the scene of endless green fields and surging arc lights again. In the changing light and shadow, an extremely mysterious character officially appeared in front of everyone. Boom! The moment creation descended, the characters that were constantly wandering in the surrounding cage suddenly rioted. Many of them flew directly out of the cage structure and gathered towards the shining creation character in the center. Even if it was just a virtual light and shadow, it still made the rune fragments go crazy for it. The severed immortal arm spontaneously disintegrated, and the elders of the immortal ship had to spare a little energy to maintain its stability. But in fact, like these characters, the attention of these elders was also uncontrollably focused on the word creation. As expected, he didn't make a false statement. This one word is worth the sum of everything. Creation, it's actually creation. The immortal ship is saved. The elders of the immortal ship have been immersed in true immortal runes for most of their lives, and their comprehension is naturally beyond doubt. After seeing the true face of creation, they all quickly identified its true meaning. All of them exclaimed in shock, without exception. So-called city government is vain in the face of the great Tao. The attention of the elders of the immortal ship was completely attracted. Seeing that Li Fan was just waiting quietly on the side, they didn't pay much attention. Therefore, it gave Li Fan plenty of time to analyze the guardian of the immortal ship's secret vault, the severed immortal arm. I have to say, the anti-theft method of integrating all the treasures through incomplete characters is indeed somewhat genius. Even if he had the intention of stealing, had experienced many reincarnations, had extraordinary knowledge, and had the end dissolution disc, Li Fan could not find a suitable cracking method for a while. But at this time, with the appearance of the word creation, the characters that made up the severed immortal arm disintegrated and spontaneously gathered towards creation. But it allowed him to glimpse the specific composition structure of the severed immortal arm. It's a little difficult to completely break this severed arm in an instant. But it should still be possible to plunder some key items from it. Li Fan felt and deduced in his heart. The creation true immortal rune is really mysterious and extraordinary, and cannot be understood in a day or two. The elders of the immortal ship were immersed in it. Seeing that Li Fan was just waiting quietly on the side, they didn't pay much attention. Therefore, it gave Li Fan plenty of time to analyze this 100 Tales immortal record. This one, and this one, it's best to take them all away later. Li Fan naturally saw the immortal ship elders' hidden killing intent towards him. But Li Fan himself didn't have any good intentions. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by creation in the secret vault, Li Fan had quietly laid down plundering methods. It was the same incomplete characters of true immortal runes, mixing the fake with the real and integrating them into the severed immortal arm. The longer the immortal ship elders spent time immersed in understanding creation, the richer the dark hands he implanted. the more items he could plunder later. But don't rush to attack first. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, his hands kept moving in private. In a flash, more than 30 days had passed. Zhang Daogong was the first to wake up from his comprehension, his expression a little dazed, and then he let out a long breath. Then he bowed to Li Fan. Thank you, friend. Being able to witness creation with my own eyes is truly a blessing. If it weren't for the blessing of a friend, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had such an opportunity in this life. Li Fan accepted it calmly and waved his hand. It's just a transaction. Zhang Daogong shook his head. How can ordinary things be compared with this creation? This transaction, our immortal ship has taken a great advantage. Li Fan laughed and didn't say any more. The other elders of the immortal ship also woke up from their comprehension one after another. They also bowed slightly to Li Fan first, and then their eyes intertwined, and then they all fell on Li Fan. The meaning contained in their eyes was almost completely consistent. That is, they want to see a more pure and closer to the complete creation. As the saying goes, desires are hard to fill. After witnessing the true immortal runes written by Li Fan and vaguely experiencing the infinite power contained in this word, they inevitably had a deeper level of needs in their hearts. Friend, I wonder, the creation in the Great Chi's guardian immortal artifact. Can we see it? Jian Daosheng asked very kindly. Li Fan frowned upon hearing this. Even in our Great Chi, only direct descendants are qualified to glimpse the true memory of immortal artifacts after undergoing heavy review. Others are learning through layers of retelling. Li Fan looked at the expressions of the elders of the immortal ship and said with a smile, I can fully understand everyone's feelings. But this is only our first transaction. When we have more contact in the future, maybe you will agree to your request to visit. The immortal ship elders had different expressions upon hearing this. But they discussed it again in private. Old Zhang, what do you say now? We definitely can't kill him. Maintain contact with Great Chi in order to obtain a more complete creation. That's right, compared to this creation, the other true immortal runes seem a bit insignificant. Great Chi can even spread creation externally. Compared to our immortal ship, it's really a petty air. After seeing the power of creation, the attitudes of the immortal ship elders all underwent a unified change. Seeing this, Zhang Daogong already had some decisions in his heart. According to the agreement, next, we will lead you to see the original true immortal runes. He said to Li Fan with a smile. Although this original is not as good as the creation you showed, friend, it is, after all, the handwriting of a true immortal. I think it will definitely bring you inspiration. Zhang Daogong was full of confidence. Oh, then I can't wait. Feeling the dark hand he left in the severed immortal arm, Li Fan also smiled in response. Following the immortal ship elders, he temporarily left the secret vault. From the top of the sacred tree, he came all the way to the heart of the sacred tree. In the green and hazy space, a relic was suspended. Thousands of branches stretched out from above, spreading to the trunk of the sacred tree. A true immortal rune was engraved on the ground of the relic. However, because of the obstruction of the sacred tree branches, its full appearance could not be seen. The moment he saw this relic, Li Fan's heart moved. Because the architectural style of this relic was very similar to what he had seen on the immortal ruins. Immortal Realm relic, Li Fan couldn't help but turn his head and asked, looking very surprised. Friend has good knowledge. The immortal ship elders couldn't help but be surprised that Li Fan could recognize the origin of the relic. The evaluation of the Great Chi civilization in their hearts was raised a few points again. That's right, this relic fell from the upper realm when the immortal road was cut off that year. Zhang Daogong said in a low voice. At that time, the news that the immortal road was cut off had not yet spread in the Star Sea. Therefore, no one thought that this suddenly appearing building would be related to the immortal realm. It was just that the true immortal runes engraved inside caused a catastrophe. Our immortal ship discovered the source of this catastrophe in the Star Sea ruins 10,000 years later. The immortal ship elders jointly made a hand seal, and the sacred tree branches wrapped around the relic slowly loosened, revealing the true face of the true immortal runes. It seems that because it has been too long, and also because the sacred tree absorbs it day and night, the fluctuations from the characters have become negligible. But this does not prevent Li Fan from seeing the meaning of this character in an instant. Ancient, ancient, Li Fan muttered, using his hand as a pen, trying to copy and write. The ancient character on this relic seems to be the same as the chaotic character he had seen in the White Mist domain. Very similar. True immortal runes are descriptions of the Great Tao. But as long as it is not the great Tao itself manifested, and written by different people, it will show different characteristics. Li Fan has studied true immortal runes for many years, and can naturally clearly distinguish such characteristics. This ancient character and the chaotic character were written by the same person. But it is not the same source as the hunger character in the immortal runes. If there are no accidents, the ancient, chaotic, and the true immortal runes that caused countless doomsday disasters in the Dark Star Sea were all done by the same person. The purpose is to mess up the Star Sea. And the hunger character in the immortal ruins may just be for the use of true immortals to understand the Tao. Although the original intentions of the two are different, they lead to the same goal, leading to the destruction of the Star Sea and the complete fall into dead silence. In the eyes of true immortals, we cultivators are really like ants. Many thoughts flashed through Li Fan's mind in an instant. Although the energy fluctuations on this original have all dissipated, it still has wonderful uses. At this time, Li Fan suddenly heard Zhang Daogong say this. Recommend a friend's book. Book title, It Turns Out That I Am the God and Buddha. Introduction. Subduing dragons and tigers, slaying ghosts and catching demons, chanting the names of gods and Buddhas, opening a new world of sun and moon. 1337. Reverse entropy to return to childhood. Oh, I'd like to hear the details. Li Fan's expression turned serious. Can you tell, fellow Taoist, what the wondrous use of this ancient seal character is? Zhang Daogong asked, keeping him in suspense. Li Fan pondered for a moment, gesturing slightly in the void with his fingers. Ancient, meaning past, old. Quote. Time reversal. Looking at the mysterious character on the relic land, Li Fan savored it carefully, his eyes lighting up. Zhang Daogong clapped his hands in praise. Fellow Taoists' comprehension is truly extraordinary. Even our immortal boat elders take several days to gain some insight from it. I didn't expect you to see through it at a glance. However, describing its power as time reversal might not be quite accurate. It's more like the return of things themselves to the past. Li Fan nodded slightly as he listened to the other party's introduction. Sounds somewhat similar to O Shengtian's Kun Qian ancient hand. He mused inwardly. When the ancient character is at its peak, it will surely cause extremely terrifying calamities within its area of influence. All things will evolve towards their past selves. From life to death, turning into quicksand. Truly returning to antiquity, Zhang Daogong waved his hand, and dozens of images appeared in front of him. Once the ancient character appeared, cultivators, towering trees, the continuous buildings on the earth, and even the world itself, all evolved in reverse, as if time were flowing backward. In the end, they all turned into imperceptible particles and were scattered by the wind. If this authentic work still has residual power, then even if we are extremely envious, our immortal boat can only go around it and dare not covet it in the slightest. But now. Next, the immortal boat people demonstrated the wondrous use of this authentic immortal seal character with practical actions. The oldest of the elders, Jian Daosheng of Duangxian Tower, slowly flew to the side of the ancient character. He didn't get too close, but floated in the air. What Zhang Daogong said, that the power of the ancient character had been exhausted, was actually relative. In fact, there was still a faint residual power on the authentic work of the character. Compared to the ancient character at its peak, it was almost negligible. However, just like the character, strong is harmful, weak is beneficial. When the reversing power of the ancient character is reduced to a suitable range, the wrinkles on Jian Daosheng's face slowly faded away. Among his white eyebrows and hair, wisps of black suddenly emerged. His body became upright again, and even his spirit became more vigorous. This scene was exactly the rejuvenation, reshaping youth. The immortal boat elders were already accustomed to this, but Li Fan narrowed his eyes, looking thoughtful. Without waiting for a complete reversal to his youth, Jian Daosheng retreated gracefully after only a few breaths within the range covered by the ancient character. Li Fan knew that this was to prevent himself from being too deeply affected by the ancient character. After Jian Daosheng, the other elders of the immortal boat also took turns to circle around the authentic work of the character. The time they stayed varied, but they all became much younger. With this character, wouldn't it be possible to be immortal? Li Fan exclaimed. Zhang Daogong smiled wryly. It's not as simple as it looks. Only not aging, but immortality. He shook his head. Rejuvenating through the ancient character can indeed increase the upper limit of one's lifespan slightly. But the more times it's used, the weaker the effect. Once the lifespan reaches its limit, it will no longer increase. However, a young body is indeed much better than one nearing the end of its lifespan. After the Immortal Boat elders finished using it, Zhang Daogong looked at Li Fan and asked, "Would you like to experience it as well, fellow Taoist?" Li Fan declined politely. "I'm only 30 years old, which is the peak of my physical condition. Returning to childhood would be harmful instead." As soon as these words came out, the divine tree space was silent. All the elders stared at Li Fan, looking at him like a monster. The expression on Zhang Daogong's face was also somewhat stiff. "Fellow Taoist is joking, right?" From Li Fan's own strength, as well as his attainments in formations and seal characters, the Immortal Boat people had already tacitly regarded him as a cultivator who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. But now Li Fan said that he was only 30 years old. How could the Immortal Boat people accept this all of a sudden? Li Fan chuckled. "It's just that I learn things a little faster. Although there are few who are more talented than me in Daki, they do exist after all. There's no need for you all to be so surprised." His words threw the Immortal Boat people into confusion. They worked together to reseal the ancient character and led Li Fan out of the interior of the divine tree. "Fellow Taoist, please rest here for now and do not leave. We have some matters to discuss." Zhang Daogong instructed in this way at the pavilion courtyard at the top of the Immortal Boat space, as if on a mountain peak. "By the way, these are the 3 items you chose earlier, fellow Taoist." After handing over a roll of white paper, Zhang Daogong left in a hurry. Ignoring the Immortal Boat people, Li Fan slowly unfolded the white paper in his hand, and the 3 treasures jumped out of the paper and appeared in front of Li Fan. He had already carefully examined the bronze crane and the 7-colored streamer before. Li Fan waved his hand and directly put them away for safekeeping. His attention then focused on the clay figure with lowered eyes. Sensing the slight throbbing from Wanjun, Li Fan's mind condensed slightly. Like the previous 2 items, the clay figure disappeared into thin air after a moment. However, this time it was not put away, but turned into a strange energy and was absorbed by Wanjun. Li Fan stared closely at the Wanjun panel. As if tiny currents flashed, the characters on the Wanjun panel jumped several times. Finally, it returned to calm. Li Fan's gaze fell on the item that had changed before and after. Virtualization charge progress, 400%. Li Fan's eyes narrowed. The virtualization charge progress is the prerequisite for launching Wanjun to reverse everything. Only when the charge progress reaches 100% can it turn reality into illusion and truth into falsehood. This is also why Li Fan has always been hiding in the Dakshuan small world after Wanjun, waiting for the charge to complete before going out. Previously, the upper limit of the virtualization charge progress was 200%. A charge progress exceeding 100% could protect Li Fan from external attacks at critical moments, ensuring the smooth launch of Wanjun. However, as the enemies Li Fan provoked became more and more powerful, this protective function seemed a bit useless. The progress dropped too quickly, it was better than nothing. But now, this clay figure directly doubled the charge limit. Moreover, Li Fan also felt that if this extra 200% charge progress was not consumed in this life, it would not disappear with the reset of Wanjun. Instead, it would still exist in Wanjun. In other words, he could rely on this to perform 3 consecutive Wanjun. Interesting. Li Fan recalled the appearance of the clay figure in his mind. The origin of this clay figure is a bit strange. Being able to replenish 200 charge limit is definitely an extraordinary item. I just don't know if the charge limit can be increased again after absorbing this item again in the next life. So far, Li Fan has not figured out the specific mechanism of Wanjun charging. The unknown medium required to launch Wanjun can only be slowly increased through the passage of time. Perhaps carefully studying this clay figure can reveal this mystery. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and noted this goal. A 400% charge limit is tantamount to an extra layer of protection for Li Fan. More importantly, when encountering the faceless true immortal or even higher level existences, Li Fan can get rid of the opponent's threat as much as possible through several consecutive Wanjun. Otherwise, if there is only one Wanjun power, and he still has to face a fatal crisis after returning to the established anchor point, the situation would become very dangerous for Li Fan. From this perspective, the actual life-saving significance of this clay figure cannot be underestimated. The Immortal Boat is indeed my blessed land. Later, I can also ask them about the origin of this clay figure. Li Fan thought to himself. Before long, Zhang Daogong led a group of elders back to Li Fan. It seemed that they had reached some kind of consensus in the discussion just now, and the hostility and killing intent that Li Fan had vaguely felt from some of them had completely disappeared. Are you satisfied with this transaction, fellow Taoist? Zhang Daogong asked first. I have gained a lot. After I go back, my master will definitely reward me. By the way, don't worry, I will definitely try my best to find out the information about that thief for you. Li Fan guaranteed. Hehe, then I thank you in advance, fellow Taoist. After Zhang Daogong finished exchanging pleasantries, he changed the topic. Fellow Taoist has already proven your credibility to the Immortal Boat. After unanimous discussion and decision by the Immortal Boat elders, perhaps we can conduct deeper cooperation between us. Li Fan became interested. You still have true Immortal Seal characters that you haven't taken out. Zhang Daogong waved his hand. It's not a true Immortal Seal character. But it's more important than a true Immortal Seal character. The scenery of the surrounding pavilions suddenly changed, as if he had instantly arrived in the dark star sea. With Zhang Daogong's movements, the surrounding light and shadow changed rapidly, passing through the continuous sea of relics and the endless remnant world Great Wall. He arrived at a place of nothingness. Li Fan was slightly stunned. The high wall. Beneath the high wall, Zhang Daogong's expression was complicated and his tone was solemn. Oh, Li Fan looked around and then said, I have also been beneath the high wall, at the end of the dark sea. The road ahead is cut off, but I don't see the entity of the high wall. Why are you showing the scenery of the high wall? Zhang Daogong's eyes were deep. The high wall stretches and surrounds the entire star sea. However, the high wall that our Immortal Boat is now showing to fellow Taoist is different from other places. Different, being the same high wall, what are the differences? Li Fan's expression shook. Jian Daosheng answered Li Fan. This area can be said to be the weakest part of the entire high wall. If there is anywhere in the star sea that can cross the high wall, then this place must be the place with the greatest chance. Your hometown, I think there must also be many cultivators who are unwilling to be trapped in the dark star sea for generations and want to escape, right? If we cooperate, we may not succeed. Zhang Daogong said slowly. The weakest point of the high wall. Li Fan stared at the scene displayed by the Immortal Boat in front of him and repeated it several times. He did not give a reply, but asked instead, how did you determine this? The existence of the high wall has already exceeded current understanding. It is formless and intangible, and cannot be seen. You can accurately identify its most fragile point. Zhang Daogong smiled slightly. This matter involves the Immortal Boat's top secret. Before we are sure to reach a cooperation between the two parties, please forgive us for not being able to tell you. However, fellow Taoist, rest assured, this matter is absolutely true. You can report this matter, and when you send someone again, the Immortal Boat can verify it for you first. Li Fan's face was solemn. After thinking for a long time, he cupped his hands and said, this matter is indeed of great importance and is beyond my ability to decide. After I go back, I will definitely report to my master. In any case, I will definitely give you an answer. Then we will wait for fellow Taoists' good news. Under the farewell of the elders, Li Fan's escape light left the Immortal Boat and disappeared into the vast star sea. A risky move. If this matter is exposed, what are you afraid of? Could it be that someone in this star sea will come to our door and ask us to share the location of this weak point of the high wall? In my opinion, that would be even better. They are all fish in a boiling pot, they should have united long ago. That's right, this Daki civilization is only stronger than us. After all, it has survived the catastrophe, and they also occupy an entire world of cultivation. It is a suitable partner for cooperation. And that world-protecting immortal artifact? The elders discussed. On the other side, Li Fan, who was returning to the wooden sword shadow, was thinking about the information that the Immortal Boat had just revealed. Although the Immortal Boat did not say it clearly, it is not difficult to judge the reason why they know the weakest point of the high wall based on the key information obtained from lurking in the previous life. Zhang Daogong once said in the previous life that the reason why the Xuansheng Immortal Boat split was because some people in the Immortal Boat decided to crash into the high wall to escape the Star Sea. Moreover, they succeeded in the end. This weak point of the high wall may be the location where the Shang Immortal Boat crashed into the high wall back then. Relying on the induction between the Xuansheng Immortal Boats, the Zan Immortal Boat was able to determine the specific location. If the Immortal Boat people had not revealed this matter, Li Fan would have activated the hidden hand in the Baiwen Immortal record when he left just now and plundered all the treasures inside. But now that the immortal boat still has secrets to dig, it is better to wait a little longer. The immortal boat has always been obsessed with collecting true immortal seal characters. In addition to the power of the seal characters themselves, perhaps there is also the reason for this escape from the Star Sea plan. Crashing into the high wall. I don't know how the Shang immortal boat did it back then. Li Fan thought to himself. In the wooden sword shadow, Shangren Yin was resting. The other people were still shuttling through the remnant world Great Wall, searching for suitable world fragments that could be used as Xuanwang medicine guides. After Li Fan replenished some empty bright flowing crystal for them again, he did not go to the immortal boat people. Instead, he returned to the Xuanwang world first through the horizon close array. Daxuan small world. Li Fan's figure flashed and appeared next to O Shangtian, who was sleeping soundly. Sensing the Kun Qian bone hand still being conceived in his body, Li Fan used his hand as a pen and wrote an ancient character. He concentrated his divine sense and observed the changes in O Shangtian's body. His understanding of the ancient character was still in its initial stage. Moreover, he did not inject too much spiritual power, so the power of this ancient character was also extremely weak. It barely covered O Shangtian's body. 1338. See the memory of the real immortal in blood. Unlike the experiences of the celestial arch-elders when they came into contact with ancient characters, O Shangtian's already young body did not exhibit any reversal phenomenon. Within his body, the Kun Qian bone hand emitted faint, almost imperceptible tremors, absorbing and assimilating all the power of the ancient characters. Li Fan wasn't sure if absorbing and assimilating was the right way to describe the process. It was just that, in his perception, the ancient characters and the Kun Qian bone hand seemed to resonate in some way. This caused the power of the true immortal runes, which should have affected O Shangtian's body, to be entirely drawn into the Kun Qian bone hand. Meanwhile, the other extraordinary object within O Shangtian's body, the Book of 10,000 Deaths, remained completely still. Stirred by the power of ancient, subtle changes quietly occurred in the Kun Qian bone hand. On the originally bare, white bones, faint traces of dark red flesh began to emerge. They were just fine lines, almost imperceptible. However, Li Fan, having watched the entire process from beginning to end, immediately noticed this anomaly. The birth of flesh made the Kun Qian bone hand appear even more mystical, as if it were instantly filled with spirituality and came to life. Without O Shangtian's control, the bone fingers actually trembled slightly on their own. O Shangtian, who was deep in slumber, groaned. Clearly, the changes within the extraordinary object were causing him considerable pain. Li Fan pressed his hands on O Shangtian's head, and he fell back into a deep sleep. A golden light surged from Li Fan's hand, transforming into a sharp scalpel. He slashed it towards O Shangtian's arm. The flesh did not tear, the golden scalpel directly entered O Shangtian's body and arrived beside the Kun Qian bone hand. As if sensing the approach of an external enemy, the Kun Qian bone hand trembled violently and continuously. It even seemed to disregard its host's life or death, wanting to break free and escape. However, how could Li Fan let it have its way? Strands of fine lines separated from the golden knife, transforming into chains and firmly fixing the Kun Qian bone hand in place. The light and shadow of the small knife fluctuated and changed, very quickly scraping off all the newly grown flesh from the bone hand, inch by inch. A sharp and resentful howl seemed to echo in his ears. Li Fan remained expressionless, using the essence of source power to weave a golden net, sealing all the flesh within. Without the influence of the new flesh, the Kun Qian bone hand became quiet and peaceful again. However, O Shangtian looked as if he had suffered serious internal injuries, his face frighteningly pale. Casually casting a strand of spiritual power to nourish O Shangtian's body, Li Fan then took the flesh, curled up within the net of source power essence as if it had lost its vitality, and flashed beneath the lecture platform. On the lecture platform, the illusory figure continued to impart knowledge without interruption. And in the huge hollow that had been dug out below, Li Fan had already begun his research on this flesh. The appearance of the Kun Qian bone hand is exactly the same as the White Bone Vanguard realm. According to the owner of the Vanguard realm, who merged with the Purple Mist, the White Bone Vanguard realm was modeled after a picture album he once saw, which recorded true immortal remains. In other words, this is very likely true immortal flesh. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, looking at the dark red tissue in the golden net. Having escaped from true immortals several times, and even witnessing a true immortal being swallowed by Mao Bao in one bite, the Li Fan held for true immortals had long since vanished. In this life, due to a stroke of luck, the returning to truth's transformation to illusion charging progress had more than doubled, allowing him to activate returning to truth 3 times in a row. With his safety guaranteed, Li Fan began to try researching this true immortal flesh. First, it can be determined that the true immortal flesh in front of him does not possess its own consciousness. Its ability to move is more like a biological instinct. However, the current amount of flesh gathered is still small. If there were more, I'm afraid it would be hard to say. On this point, Li Fan was very cautious. This flesh is definitely enough for research. When it's almost used up, he can go to O Shangtian to get more. First, Li Fan conducted a general analysis of the true immortal flesh's composition. The source power essence knife cut off a small piece. Then, the golden light rotated continuously, transforming into a meat grinder, smashing the small piece of flesh. No immortal spiritual power, as he expected, and therefore did not feel discouraged. The body tissue and blood are separated. The tissue's activity is significantly less than the true immortal's blood. This blood seems to hide some kind of special energy. Li Fan's eyes lit up, and he separated a wisp of divine sense, trying to penetrate into the separated blood. Unexpectedly, the moment he touched the true immortal's blood, his divine sense seemed to crash into an incomparably hot iron gate. It vibrated and became dizzy, and a large part of it was directly evaporated by the heat contained in the blood. Although it was only a wisp of divine sense that was separated, the vibration and burning sensation that the separated divine sense suffered still appeared synchronously on Li Fan's main divine sense. His head felt like it had been hit by a club, and then a ball of flames burned fiercely in his soul. Almost equivalent to the pain of his soul being scattered, if ordinary cultivators encountered this unprepared, they would probably be directly reduced to ashes. But Li Fan was not an ordinary person after all. With the blessing of the infinite emptiness fullness method, his soul circulated and regenerated, almost indestructible. Even if he was in purgatory, Li Fan eventually endured it. With Li Fan's current ability to withstand, after enduring this round of true immortal blood's counterattack, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and the muscles on his body spasmed continuously. The burning sensation in his soul gradually disappeared, and after everything subsided, Li Fan took a long breath and dissipated all discomfort. The separation between immortals and mortals. True immortals are untouchable. This was the feeling that Li Fan had just experienced. Even if it was just a drop of blood, it still used its own method to demonstrate the vast difference between immortals and mortals. However, this small warning did not make Li Fan restrain himself. Instead, it made him even more interested. The more he was not allowed to see, the more Li Fan wanted to pry into it. Burning the soul, the 5 elements return to one, infinite emptiness fullness. The state of indestructible soul, blessed with, was enough for him to forcibly peek into the mysteries of the true immortal blood, despite the backlash. Endless pain, Li Fan had long been able to treat it as nothing. With a slight movement in his heart, he instantly differentiated into thousands of divine thoughts. Like fearless soldiers, they all charged towards the true immortal blood in the golden net. Boom, boom, boom. The true immortal blood's backlash constantly echoed in Li Fan's soul. It was as if a giant hammer was constantly hammering. Thousands of impacts also brought thousands of backlashes. In Li Fan's soul, it was as if it had been ignited in an instant, with countless sparks spreading wildly. This pain was indescribable. Even with the blessing of the immortal heart mantra, coupled with his own extraordinary willpower, he was almost on the verge of collapse and could not hold on. Li Fan first looked at the returning to truth panel. The transformation to illusion charging progress still remained at 400%, and did not decrease due to the true immortal blood's backlash. This indicated that the backlash from just a drop of blood was not enough to threaten Li Fan's current strength. Safe and sound, Li Fan tried his best to maintain the operation of the emptiness fullness method, while concentrating his attention on the true immortal blood, which was like a wall of fire. Under the impact of countless divine souls, the protection within also seemed to have some cracks. The stalemate lasted for an unknown amount of time, and finally, the true immortal blood's protection was broken through by Li Fan. The backlash disappeared out of thin air, and the soul instantly became clear and cold. A light surged from the true immortal blood, enveloping Li Fan's soul. Then a piece of light and shadow appeared in front of him. It was as if it was covered in a mist of light, and all the surrounding scenery could not be seen clearly. An angry voice came from the distant, tall figure. Intermittent, he could only hear roughly. Chonglang Star Region, Annihilation, guarding. Find the target. Your subject obeys the order. A low voice came from his body. The light and shadow changed again. The next moment, he was already in the Zanhuang realm. Standing high in the sky, overlooking the countless beings within the realm. However, the body's attention did not seem to be on the Zanhuang realm below, but outside the starry sky, as if waiting for something. He did not know how long it had passed when a ray of light suddenly came from outside the sky. The body's gaze was instantly locked, but he did not interfere, allowing the ray of light to fall into the Zanhuang realm. It was not until the light completely dimmed and subsided that the figure descended to the world to check in detail. Not yet, but it's not bad either. If it were back then, there would be hope of ascending to immortality. What a pity. The body seemed to be accustomed to this result, and his tone was neither sad nor happy. He shook his head slightly, sighed, and then returned to the sky above the Zanhuang realm. Silently watching, waiting for the arrival of the next target. The picture suddenly froze, and then rapidly faded and dissipated like a faded photograph. Li Fan woke up from the illusion and returned to the present. Although the memories experienced in the true immortal blood were only a few scenes, but Li Fan seemed to have experienced a dozen lifetimes. And this kind of length was also truly reflected in his body. His long hair fluttered, and had unknowingly reached his waist. It was also interspersed with black and white. His face, palms, and even the skin all over his body were a little wrinkled. Li Fan looked at his age on the Returning to Truth panel. His mental age had not changed, but the upper limit of his physiological age was directly reduced to 50 years old. He was still 30 years old, but he was already nearing the end of his life. This is the price of peaking at a true immortal. After trying and confirming that the life-extending heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the Zanhuang realm could not increase this reduced upper limit of lifespan, Li Fan felt even more horrified. If it were an ordinary cultivator, I'm afraid they would have been forced into a desperate situation. Fortunately, I have Returning to Truth by my side. An upper limit of 50 years of lifespan doesn't make much of a difference to me. There are still 20 years left in this life, which is enough to complete the layout. Li Fan's mood calmed down, and he couldn't help but recall the scene he had seen in the true immortal blood earlier. The true immortal to whom the true immortal blood belonged should have been ordered to come to Zanhuang to find a certain target. The word, subject, is quite interesting. And that ray of light from outside the sky. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. Combining the information he had previously investigated in the ancient immortal formation of the Zanhuang realm and the 9-star red bead, a guess could not help but emerge in Li Fan's mind. The ancient Zanhuang realm was also capturing. Unlike later capturing other cultivation worlds, the target at that time was people. Li Fan's eyes flickered, but it's not bad either. If it were back then, there would be hope of ascending to immortality. Li Fan repeated the true immortal's words several times. The foreign light that had hope of ascending to immortality was not the target he was waiting for. Exactly. Suddenly, Li Fan did not know why, but he also thought of himself. Although the true immortal's memory was vague and it had already been an unknown number of years ago, but Li Fan actually faintly felt a sense of relief after surviving a disaster. When he came back to his senses, his back was already soaked in cold sweat. This was definitely not because Li Fan was timid, but it was the instinctive fear and rejoicing after realizing it. His pounding heart slowly calmed down. Li Fan temporarily left the underground space of the lecture platform and flashed back to the sky above the great Zan small world. Thousands of miles of clouds obscured the sight of the creatures on the ground. Li Fan savored the premonition just now, although it's a little unbelievable. But my intuition tells me that many years ago, the target of that true immortal in Zanhuang could really have been me. Or rather, not me, but Returning to Truth. Li Fan closed his eyes to prevent the churning and horror in his heart from being exposed. Returning to truth, returning to truth. Along with his words, the surrounding scenery once again became ethereal. It was only by isolating himself from the real world that Li Fan felt a little relieved. Returning to truth involves the great Tao of truth and falsehood, illusion and reality. Heaven and earth's extraordinary objects, and even true immortal runes, even that mysterious symbol that created the Zanhuang Great Heavenly Venerate, are all partial projections of the great Tao. But only returning to truth is above everything else. It can be said that it is almost the great Tao of truth and falsehood, illusion and reality itself. Li Fan's thoughts surged as he calmly thought. To be able to make the true immortal call himself subject, the tall figure in the distance in the memory must have had an extraordinary status. Chong Lang Star Region, Annihilation. Li Fan tried to deduce the possible truth of the matter from a few words. It seems that the immortal realm was already in crisis at that time. Annihilation. Based on the true immortal's power, perhaps one of the ways to solve the immortal realm's crisis could be deduced, and that is returning to truth. So they were guarding the Zhanhuang realm to wait for a rabbit. It's just that, for some reason, I came here tens of thousands of years late. After a long time of separating from the true immortal's memory, the sense of relief after surviving a disaster that had lingered in Li Fan's heart also slowly dissipated. Without the interference of that inexplicable emotion, Li Fan looked at his previous guess and felt it was almost absurdly ridiculous. What exactly is the truth? Li Fan, who had calmed down, flashed back from the sky to the underground. Looking at the remaining true immortal blood in the golden net, he pondered for a long time. I can't peek at it again in this life. I'll wait until the next life to see if I can find more clues. Even if I confirm that the guess is true, it doesn't really matter. After all, the immortal realm has suffered a great disaster, and those true immortals who wanted to hunt me have all disappeared first. A sharp light flashed in Li Fan's eyes, and his state of mind became stable again. Although he could not peek into the memory from the true immortal blood in this life. But it did not prevent Li Fan from continuing his research on the true immortal flesh. Next, let me see how resistant true immortal flesh and blood is to the power of true immortal inscriptions. 1339. The beginning of creating immortals. Between strokes of the brush, the open black lens bracket submerge close black lens bracket incantation, disguised among various other spells, was completed. Its power had been severely weakened, but it was perfect for testing. For the sake of experimental accuracy, Li Fan also cut off a piece of his own flesh of the same size, as well as another piece of mortal flesh, to serve as a control group. Under the open black lens bracket submerge close black lens bracket incantation's influence, the three pieces of flesh underwent drastically different changes. All three were instantly enveloped by a layer of shadow. Li Fan's and the mortal's flesh showed no difference. Almost without any resistance, they were like being struck by a wave from an invisible sea, sinking and disappearing from the world. But that piece of true immortal flesh, although it couldn't completely avoid the effects of the true immortal runes, it was like a small boat. No matter how turbulent the waves, it rose and fell, yet remained steadily afloat on the surface. When the open black lens bracket submerge close black lens bracket incantation's fluctuations finally dissipated, it was almost unchanged compared to before the experiment. As expected of true immortal flesh, Li Fan's eyes flickered. Next, Li Fan successively experimented with true immortal runes such as open black lens bracket chaos close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket isolation close black lens bracket, obtaining preliminary conclusions. Perhaps because it had once been soaked in immortal spiritual power, true immortal flesh possessed extremely strong, self, and recovery properties. It wasn't directly immune to the effects of the true immortal runes, but after being impacted and undergoing self-transformation, it recovered at an extremely fast speed. Therefore, at first glance, it seemed unaffected by various runes. This resilience, this recovery speed, taking true immortal blood as a glimpse, he saw the actual terror of true immortals. Li Fan was deeply shaken. The power of mere flesh and blood is thousands of times stronger than my divine soul's recovery ability, even with the limitless emptiness method. What exactly is the driving force behind this recovery? Clearly, there's no trace of immortal spiritual power in this flesh. And from a purely structural point of view, it's no different from mortal flesh. Could it be? With a thought, the white circle falling into the mortal realm instantly appeared in his palm. Simple flesh and blood doesn't possess life. Therefore, in the falling into the mortal realm's judgment, the true immortal flesh before him was also within the category of dead objects. Under the shroud of light, the flesh was instantly decomposed. But to Li Fan's disappointment, no immortal spiritual power appeared. Instead, there was a black aura reeking of stench. Just smelling a little, Li Fan felt dizzy and had various hallucinations flash before his eyes. His expression changed drastically, and Li Fan fled far away, activating an array to gather and collect these black gases. Fortunately, the black gas itself had no destructive power, and Li Fan quickly dealt with it. Looking at the small black ball in the distant sky, Li Fan couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. That stench, which seemed to pollute even the divine soul, still lingered faintly in his nose. This black gas seems to be pure decay and ruin. Interesting. It clearly has such powerful activity, yet it shows such a sight after being decomposed. Li Fan's heart was filled with endless curiosity about true immortal flesh again, and he almost couldn't help but separate a wisp of divine sense to peek into its secrets. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, he stopped himself with great perseverance. Next life, next life. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. His current physical condition was no longer sufficient to support Li Fan's continued exploration of the secrets of true immortals. Li Fan took a deep breath and calmed his surging emotions. Although he couldn't figure out the mysteries of true immortal blood, it didn't prevent Li Fan from continuing to develop its uses. With a flash of light, the copper-cast immortal crane obtained from the profound immortal ship appeared in Li Fan's palm. Immortal descent, all things return to emptiness. After some preparation, a weakened version of the miniature Return to Emptiness Grand Array appeared in the underground space of the lecture stage. Within the immortal array, invisible winds howled. Li Fan threw the copper-cast immortal crane into the center of the array. Instantly, violent wind blades bombarded the copper crane according to Li Fan's wishes. As expected of the remnants of an immortal artifact under the calamity of world destruction. The Return to Emptiness Grand Array, which was only smaller in scale, but whose own power had not been reduced much, couldn't leave many scratches on the copper-cast immortal crane. However, the continuous invisible wind kept blowing. Like a giant hammer, constantly hammering and bombarding. Slowly changing the shape of the copper crane. Time slowly passed. 3 days later, a copper-cast skeleton appeared in the Return to Emptiness Grand Array. Temporarily transferring it out of the array, and using the essence of golden source power as a guide, he attracted a small mass of true immortal flesh to the copper-cast skeleton. Perhaps it was due to its own characteristics, or perhaps it sensed the same, immortal, aura on the copper-cast skeleton. As soon as the two met, the true immortal flesh slowly settled on the surface of the copper bones. The flesh surged and churned, seemingly wanting to expand around it. Seeing this, Li Fan took the opportunity to pass over a mass of source power essence. It was very difficult to fuse with the true immortal flesh, but perhaps there was a connection between the two. In the end, the flesh absorbed the golden essence slowly, like a sponge. With the replenishment of energy, the true immortal flesh began to grow along the copper bones. At first, it was just a small mass the size of a finger, attached to the skull. After some wriggling and spontaneous proliferation, it was like a red torrent, flowing from the head down. After being fed by Li Fan's source power essence, this pile of true immortal flesh didn't produce the inexplicable murmurs and resentful whispers like before. Instead, it was like a creation under the giant net of source power essence, and even gave Li Fan a feeling of being able to command it at will. Constantly pouring in source power essence, the true immortal flesh finally covered the entire surface of the copper bones. But afterwards, it didn't develop into surface skin. The humanoid figure made of pure flesh was somewhat chilling to look at. Li Fan could sense that the true immortal flesh was constantly attaching to the copper bones below, like growing roots, making it adhere more firmly. And the entire flesh body gradually underwent some kind of change as this combination became closer. However, quietly looking at the body before him, Li Fan always felt that something was missing. The soul is the master of the body. With a body but no soul, it's always just an object. After staring for a long time, Li Fan vaguely understood. But the last, and most crucial step, Li Fan hesitated to take. Not only because there was no main ingredient of immortal soul at all. More importantly, whenever this thought appeared in his mind, a sense of inexplicable crisis would arise at the same time. Involving the true immortal realm, one should be more cautious in doing things. The finishing touch must be careful of the backlash after the dragon breaks through the wall and flies away. Thinking of this, Li Fan nodded slowly, pinched his fingers, and temporarily sealed the shell with a grand array. Wait until I find a consciousness that can fully withstand true immortal flesh without losing control. Li Fan's mind flashed through the remains of Tian Yang and Mr. Bai one after another. Eternal legacy, lasting for all ages. Being able to resonate with the Tao should not be lost under the influence of true immortal flesh. Compared to the uncontrollable Mr. Bai, the simple-minded Tian Yang was obviously a more suitable object. Li Fan personally made a trip to the bottom of the Kong Cloud Sea. He glanced at the sleeping Tianyang puppet body under the seabed veins, and Li Fan didn't disturb it. Instead, he went to Tianyang's cave and took his remains. After trying again, he still couldn't sense the open black lens bracket eternal legacy close black lens bracket attached to it. Li Fan suddenly crushed the remains. Then, he manipulated the powder, sprinkled it, and mixed it into the true immortal flesh shell. The remains were just an appearance, and the eternal legacy would naturally not dissipate because of the crushing of the remains. Boom! With the addition of the eternal legacy, the true immortal flesh shell also underwent a qualitative change. Violent energy fluctuations surged from the body. As if an invisible carving knife was constantly carving, skin and hair were successively formed on the naked flesh body. The slowly appearing face was exactly the same as Tianyang in his memory. Li Fan pondered, and continuously laid down grand arrays around him to prevent the awakened Tianyang from going berserk. At the same time, he constantly used source power essence to generate chains to bind the body before him. But soon Li Fan noticed something was wrong. Even if Tianyang's appearance became clearer and clearer, vitality never appeared. The Tianyang before him was like a toy made of immortal artifact remnants, true immortal flesh, and eternal legacy. It looked lifelike, but after all, there was a qualitative difference from real life. Even if he just wanted to make this toy move, it was impossible to do so at present. Quote. Li Fan shook his head slightly. It seems that I took it for granted. Life, especially when it involves immortals, is obviously not something that can be reproduced so trivially. However, it doesn't mean that this body before me is useless. The core is Tianyang's eternal legacy. When Tianyang truly awakens, he can control this flesh puppet. Although there is no spiritual power at all, I am afraid that just with the power of the flesh, it can suppress most of the profound yellow. All mortal spells and magical powers cannot hurt it in the slightest. What's even more wonderful is that the puppet flesh is nourished by source power essence. Even after this round of growth, it is still under my control. With a thought in Li Fan's mind, the flesh immortal puppet made various movements like a marionette. But because of the existence of Tianyang's eternal legacy, Li Fan clearly felt all kinds of unsmoothness. It still needs the real body to be more handy. Using the grand array again to seal the flesh immortal puppet, Li Fan looked at the remaining large piece of true immortal flesh and fell into thought. After all, source power essence is just a lower-level substitute for immortal spiritual power. After receiving its nourishment, the true immortal flesh seems to have changed and fallen in realm. Even if they were originally of the same origin, generated from the Qian Kun bone hand, they almost instantly became unrelated. Mo Rubin once said that source power essence is harmful and useless. It seems that this is true. But it's only for ordinary people. Even if there are any irreversible consequences after being contaminated with source power essence, Li Fan can also eliminate them through open black lens bracket returning to truth close black lens bracket. So before finding a real method of transcendence, Li Fan will definitely choose to make the most of everything. I am afraid that it is not just source power essence. The uniqueness of true immortal flesh means that any power lower than immortal spiritual power will cause it to open black lens bracket downgrade close black lens bracket after being contaminated. There is indeed a distinction between immortals and mortals. Li Fan sighed. What doesn't work below may be able to try the same level, or even above immortals. Among the various means that Li Fan can use now, true immortal runes and immortal level arrays can barely be considered to exist at the same level as true immortal flesh. And the change between truth and falsehood of open black lens bracket returning to truth close black lens bracket is above immortals. Li Fan began a new round of research. But this time the progress was not as smooth as before. After all, they are all existences that transcend the mortal world. With Li Fan's current knowledge accumulation, it is difficult to have a breakthrough in a short time. Li Fan also had a good understanding of himself. He didn't waste his main body in this regard, but created a simulated personality to conduct research on his behalf. Once there was any discovery, the main body would immediately perceive it. And in order to prevent various abnormalities that may occur during the research process, Li Fan not only laid down layers of grand arrays here, but also left the white circle falling into the mortal realm to suppress it. Once the true immortal flesh undergoes an uncontrollable mutation, the falling into the mortal realm will cover it and decompose it all. Although the black aura is a bit smelly, as long as it is controlled and not leaked, it should not cause any trouble. On the way back to the edge of the Star Sea, Li Fan thought about this attempt with the ancient runes. The retroactive power of ancient runes can generate flesh and blood based on remains. Within the profound yellow realm, there are not only true immortal bones. Li Fan's mind flashed through the remains of the Archmage in the one beginning sect ruins under the Great Rift Valley of Floating Light Continent. In the immortal array storm that destroyed the world in the previous life, Dao Origin Continent was undoubtedly the one that survived to the end. Unlike other survivors, the Archmage's location was like forming a black domain, isolated from the outside world. Even if Li Fan mainly controlled the immortal array, he could not see the specific situation inside. Even when the high wall collapsed and the star sea was turbulent, that black domain still maintained itself. From this, one can see the strength of the Archmage. Definitely above the Dharma transmitter and heavenly physician. Allowing one's remains to be scattered outside. The profound yellow being destroyed doesn't move, the true immortal descending also doesn't move. Even when the high wall collapsed and the existence hunting true immortals outside the high wall descended. He still doesn't move. The Archmage's state is definitely very problematic. Even if you are concentrating on enlightenment, you will definitely make an instinctive reaction when you sense a fatal threat. It was based on such a guess that Li Fan wanted to use the Archmage's flesh and blood to make an attempt. However, after all, there is a certain risk, so we still have to wait until the very end of this life to make arrangements. While his thoughts were surging, Li Fan had already returned outside the profound immortal ship. According to the method agreed upon by both parties before, he released a signal. All the elders of the immortal ship came out to greet him, giving him enough face. Fellow Taoist, why have you become like this? What happened? The people of the immortal ship, looking at Li Fan who had not been separated for long, but was already full of white hair and even faintly exuding death energy, were shocked and asked quickly. Li Fan directly snorted coldly, and said with an unkind tone and questioned, "Your immortal ship has harmed me miserably." The people of the immortal ship looked at each other. Fellow Taoist, what are you talking about? Zhang Daogong smiled bitterly. I think you have already seen that I am dying soon. I am afraid that only 20 years of life are left. Li Fan's face was gloomy, his eyes contained murderous intent, and he swept over the people of the immortal ship. And all of this is thanks to your immortal ship. Before the immortal ship people could respond, Li Fan continued, after I went back this time, I reported the whole story to my master. But I waited for a long time without a response. So I took the liberty of using the world-protecting immortal artifact to calculate what the future of cooperation with you would be like. I didn't want to become like this now. Li Fan glared fiercely at the people of the immortal ship and asked, the weakest point of that high wall, does it have something to do with what's outside the wall? 1340. See the high wall of false insanity. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist, you jest. Beyond the high wall, Zhang Daogong's eyes flickered. Faced with Li Fan's aggressive questioning, he flatly denied it. Do I look like I'm joking? Li Fan interrupted him unceremoniously. His eyes flashed fiercely, and the aura around him surged, as if he would explode at the slightest provocation. The elders of the immortal ship were all too familiar with the fluctuations emanating from Li Fan. It was the true immortal seal script. Seeing that Li Fan seemed to be serious, the immortal ship elders' expressions changed. Fellow Taoist, don't be impulsive, let's talk things out. They advised, while moving away from Li Fan and activating the immortal ship's layers of protection. Li Fan's face was gloomy. I am very calm right now. I just want an explanation. It was precisely because I tried to deduce the source of the high wall's shaking that I was backlashed and am now nearing my end. There is absolutely no such terrifying existence within this dark star sea. Clearly, it was done by an unknown civilization beyond the high wall, yet you immortal ship pretend it's your own achievement. Stealing the merit of heaven, shameless to the extreme. It doesn't matter if you're seeking fame, but you've harmed me. The more Li Fan spoke, the more agitated he became, and the fluctuations of the true immortal seal script on his body grew stronger. Looking at the immortal ship crew, it was as if he was looking at his father's murderer, ready to perish together at any moment. These remarks were, in fact, almost unreasonable and utterly illogical. But don't forget, Li Fan now only has 20 years of life left. For cultivators, 20 years is but a blink of an eye. The immortal ship crew naturally wouldn't argue with a dying man who was emotionally agitated. They just helplessly appeased him. Fellow Taoist, you've misunderstood us. We really didn't lie. The source of the high wall's turbulence originates from beyond the high wall, yet it's also closely related to our immortal ship. In fact, it has the same source. You, beyond the high wall. Li Fan was slightly calmer upon hearing this. But his eyes were still filled with deep suspicion. The Immortal ship crew discussed it privately. Although the merchant Immortal ship's breakthrough of the high wall was top secret, the man before them was also on the verge of death. This place was too close to the profound Immortal ship, and if he went mad and randomly unleashed true Immortal seal script, it might cause irreparable damage to the ship. Using the secret to temporarily stabilize him wasn't impossible. Alas, this matter is a long story. Fellow Taoist, please listen to me slowly. Zhang Daogong began to tell Li Fan about the division of the profound merchant Immortal ship and the story of how the merchant Immortal ship eventually broke through the high wall and roamed freely ever since. The other elders of the Immortal ship joined forces to cast a spell, quietly isolating the space. On the one hand, it was to prevent the Immortal ship's absolute secrets from leaking out, and on the other hand, it was to imprison Li Fan within. Li Fan seemed unaware of the Immortal ship crew's tricks. The hostility on his body slowly dissipated, and he looked somewhat lost and regretful. So, I was reckless. I didn't expect the former profound merchant Immortal ship to have such a bizarre story. Seeing Li Fan gradually calm down, Zhang Daogong breathed a sigh of relief. Then he asked, I wonder what the Great Qi's attitude is towards cooperation between the two sides. Even if they're unwilling, they shouldn't delay giving a response. In fact, our Great Qi is also very conflicted about this matter. After I advanced rashly and suffered a backlash, my master reluctantly told me that Great Qi is naturally interested in being able to traverse the high wall. But the most crucial thing is that anything involving matters beyond the high wall is likely to be extremely dangerous. After Li Fan finished speaking very seriously, he looked around, seemingly finally noticing the means of imprisonment jointly set up by the Immortal ship elders. A trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. But he just snorted coldly and didn't flare up. His black and white hair moved without wind, swaying erratically. Strands of silvery white threads flew out from his myriad hairs. Before the Immortal ship elders could react, these silver threads had already formed an array in the void, also imprisoning and sealing off the Immortal ship crew. This act of returning the favor in kind hadn't yet aroused the Immortal ship crew's vigilance. The Immortal ship elders were attracted by Li Fan's voice. Everyone, look, this is what I saw through the Guardian Immortal artifact, related to the high wall. Guardian Immortal artifact, beyond the high wall. These two keywords combined couldn't help but shake the Immortal ship crew's minds, and they all turned their gazes. The perspective rose infinitely, and the entire dark star sea was right before their eyes. The cold, silent star sea, for some reason, seemed to boil. An ominous, chilling aura echoed endlessly. Before long, a huge roar came from the horizon. Then the dark star sea was like a huge stone being thrown into it, setting off monstrous waves. The picture suddenly stopped. Although it was only a short segment, the Immortal ship crew had already seen the scene depicted in the picture. The high wall collapsed, and a mysterious existence descended upon the star sea. This picture was extremely illusory yet real. It was almost like a real-time video recording. The Immortal ship elders were dizzy and unable to recover from the shock brought by the star sea upheaval for a long time. Zhang Daogong was also in a daze, looking at Li Fan. Now you know why I was backlashed to this extent, right? Li Fan said with an extremely calm expression. The high wall collapsed, and the star sea was in turmoil. If it really came to that, I'm afraid that even with Great Qi's current strength, it wouldn't be able to protect itself safely. This is also the reason why we haven't made a decision. Freedom is good, but it must be based on safety. Li Fan sighed deeply. The scene fell into silence for a while. The Immortal ship crew was silent on the surface, but in fact, they were also engaged in fierce internal disputes. Is it true or false? This scene is definitely not something that our cultivators can fabricate. Even in the most terrifying nightmare, it's difficult to imagine such a scene. In my opinion, it doesn't seem fake. That fluctuation is too real. To be honest, I almost couldn't help but escape just now. However, the surrounding area seems to have been set up with an array by the other party, and I couldn't escape. Then what about our plan? Gathering the power of the true Immortal seal script to trigger the remnants of the Star Sea Immortal power. Forming a tsunami to hit a weak point, and finally leaping over the high wall. We've been planning for a long time, and we were thinking of recreating the feat of the merchant Immortal ship. Who would have expected the final result to be this? Could it be that the high wall in the deduction was collapsed by us? Wait, I just tried it, and the array set up by this kid is really powerful. I can't get out either. Don't be frightened by this kid. The deduced picture may not be the real future. We must never give up the plan because of this. I say, it seems a little bad. The three of us joined forces and couldn't break this array. A subtle atmosphere gradually spread among the immortal ship elders. One was because they were deeply shocked by the picture of the star sea upheaval, and the other was because they were horrified to discover that they had been silently imprisoned here by Li Fan's array. Fellow Taoist, what do you mean by this? Zhang Daogong narrowed his eyes and questioned. Li Fan avoided answering, but instead, he seemed a little obsessed and muttered to himself. Master and the other masters, for the sake of Great Chi's safety, gave up cooperating with you in probing the weak points of the high wall. I can actually understand. But if that's the case, wouldn't I die in vain in 20 years? Great Chi intends to give up. What about you, immortal ship? Li Fan stared at the immortal ship elders and asked. Zhang Daogong was unsure of Li Fan's state of mind for a moment and hesitated to answer. Seeing that he couldn't get a reply, Li Fan's emotions suddenly became agitated again. What about you? If you also give up, then let's pretend that none of this ever happened. Then wouldn't my act of using the immortal artifact without authorization, deducing the future, and ultimately causing my lifespan to be reduced, be meaningless? I originally had a bright future. Among Great Chi's young disciples, my talent was the best. In the future, not to mention becoming a literary master and leaving a mark on history, at the very least, I could be like my master, a famous teacher who imparts knowledge and dispels doubts. All of this has vanished because of a word from you, immortal ship. Li Fan's tone became increasingly mad. Even inexplicable blackness appeared on his face. It was chilling to see. Death is death, but if I become a laughingstock after death, I won't allow it. Li Fan pointed his finger at Zhang Daogong. Give me an answer. Is your immortal ship's plan continuing, or not? If you're afraid and cancel the plan, then let's perish together. Accompanied by Li Fan's words, countless silver lines in the surrounding void suddenly lit up. It was as if thousands of suns rose simultaneously on the horizon, illuminating the space where the immortal ship crew was located. The expressions on everyone's faces were illuminated in detail. A silver wind blew in the void. Just a light brush across everyone's faces cut out wounds, making the immortal ship crew have to use their means to protect themselves. However, when the invisible wind in the void intensified, they all changed their expressions drastically. What kind of array is this? Danger. Everyone be careful, this array is so fierce, I've only seen it in my life. Quickly use the open black lens bracket dispel close black lens bracket character to break the array. The elders reacted quickly. Before the words were finished, Jian Daosheng, the great elder of the Immortal Hub Institute, wrote a open black lens bracket dispel close black lens bracket character. Under the influence of the true immortal seal script, the silver-white array lines collapsed instantly. However, before the immortal ship crew could cheer, a scene that made them dumbfounded occurred. In the surrounding darkness, countless more suns rose up. More silver lines than before were generated again, endlessly, weaving into a new magic circle. Under the open black lens bracket dispel close black lens bracket character, the array melted like ice and snow. But at the same time, more water was frozen into ice. Therefore, the array that trapped them not only didn't disintegrate. Instead, it became even larger and more complex. Quick, who else knows the open black lens bracket dispel close black lens bracket character? Follow up. Calm down. The immortal ship hasn't moved far away, we are all concentrated here. If too much true immortal seal script power erupts at one time, the consequences will be unimaginable. This kid is crazy. What exactly does he want to do? Amidst the constant flashing of countless silver threads, Li Fan's words continued to come. Fellow Taoist Zhang, answer me, what exactly is the answer from your immortal ship? Zhang Daogong's face was ugly. For so many years, it was the first time he had been forced by a junior like this. But, Zhang Daogong looked at Li Fan, who had begun to constantly emit different true immortal seal script characters, and had a headache. If these true immortal seal script characters were activated in the array at the same time, even if they had been immersed in the true immortal seal script for most of their lives, these immortal ship elders would probably be seriously injured. Zhang Daogong finally understood how troublesome a cultivator who possessed the power of the true immortal seal script and was not afraid of death was. Answer me, Li Fan's almost insane voice echoed in the great array. Seeing that Li Fan was about to collapse, the true immortal seal script flying out of his body had become so dense that it was frightening. Zhang Daogong couldn't help but helplessly answer. Fellow Taoist, don't worry, our immortal ship will definitely not give up the plan to explore beyond the high wall. Empty words are useless. Then what do you want? The situation was stronger than people, Zhang Daogong asked patiently. First, take me to that weak point of the high wall to find out. If you give up, I will go alone, even if I risk death, I will crash into it. Li Fan said firmly. The immortal ship elders looked at each other. How is it, can this array be broken? You don't know our array level. Even if we sit down and study it, don't even think about figuring it out in 100 or 80 years. Let alone breaking the array in a short time. I said long ago, we can't be too dependent on the true immortal seal script. We must also pay attention to the development of other spells and supernatural powers, but you just don't listen. This time, you've been severely taken advantage of. Meng Xiaoming, an elder of the Immortal Hub Institute, had a gloating expression. What's the plan now? Could it be that we really have to take him to that weak point of the high wall? Not necessarily impossible. This person's deadline is approaching, and his mind is already crazy, so we can't reason with him normally. It's possible that he will really do something that will kill him on the high wall. Moreover, don't forget, this person has a deep understanding of the true immortal seal script. Perhaps we can use him to conduct a pilot experiment. That's right, let's appease him first. As long as we ensure that he doesn't leak secrets to the outside world. Half forced by Li Fan's threat of life, half out of some conspiracy considerations. In the end, the immortal ship elders agreed to Li Fan's request. First, take him to witness the so-called weak point of the high wall. The immortal ship, as well as a group of elders, moved in the void together with the returning void great array. Passing through the sea of relics, getting closer and closer to the foot of the high wall. Ahead are the continuous world fragments. Further on, is where the invisible high wall is located, Zhang Daogong said. Li Fan snorted coldly, I've been there. How should I go next? The remnant world Great Wall is connected as one. If the immortal ship also passes by, it may be captured by that great power and be difficult to escape. Moreover, you have also noticed that the closer you get to the high wall, the stronger the echo of star power is. With our cultivation, we can barely stabilize our bodies. But such a large immortal ship can't do it, Zhang Daogong explained patiently. Don't worry, now that we're here, we will naturally not break our promise to you. Li Fan glanced at everyone, pondered for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. So, 6 elders were left to guard the immortal ship. The remaining elders continued to go deeper with Li Fan.